Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing? Welcome back. It's Trade the Pool, and I always laugh at the intro because it's like, Google wants 200, baby. Well, Google is at 300, right? It got to as high as what? 350. Wow. Yeah. I think it wanted 200 and then some, right? But we'll talk a little bit more about what's going on in the market today. We'll take a look to see what's happening out there. And the chart of the day, I think massively important. So stick around, traders. We got a lot for you guys. And let me know in the chat how your trading is going. Who's doing well in their evals? Who's doing well in their funded account? Who is making money? Let me know in the chat. It's always good to see you guys. Good morning, Larry. How we doing? Etsy this morning. We'll take a look at Etsy. We'll take a look at what's going on with their sale to eBay. Yeah, a lot going on out there. Larry, it's good to see you in the chat. It's good to see all you guys here this morning. Let's keep taking a look into the market. Let's dive right in. Let's take a look at the market action and see what's going on right now. All right, as we dive in, you guys can see on the 4-hour chart, we kind of came back yesterday, right? Nice little bounce back day. Got above these resistance, which was very important. But now the question is, was that just a fake out to the upside? You know how patterns love to fake out. And we're seeing more and more. I think I'll be watching today. Do we get back to the 686? That's going to be more of my green light area. If we get back above 687, I cannot stay in the bearish tune anymore. I need to shift really quickly back towards the long side, right? But it doesn't mean that I'm really bearish. It just means that I expect more chop, right? More chop to continue. And what is this? This is just rotation. We saw rotation slightly go away from value yesterday. Will it come back to value? We saw a slight rotation go to macro cap names, right? Will this continue? These are all things that you need to be watching, right? Because it all goes in tune with the markets. We'll see what happens and what can be up today. Of course, yesterday was led also by basic materials and energy. That trade does not stop. Of course, you guys can take a look at the sectors, look at the XLE, look where we are. It's been a crazy run this year. So if you haven't played this run, I think this is something to learn from, right? Because we want to be in the strongest sectors and we want to be able to hold on in those names for longer. And this is where I will tell you another mistake on my part, right? Because I was trading COP. I had a nice swing trade, got a nice win, and should have just got right back in it. I got this first win from 90s up there to 96, was looking to kind of hold on to it. Then I got another pop in that 100 and sold it off as it was pulling back. But this really taking off now, and other names doing the same thing, right? This is why we want to be playing these longer term trends. We talked about the breakout right here on 121 breakout for ExxonMobil. When this was looking to break that was in December going into the end of the year, and boom, we got that breakout at 125. It pulled back. It gave us another opportunity to play in at that important key level break, and that's how you really get in. That's why you saw sizing down here. That's why you see this volume bar, right? I talk about it all the time. After you get that explosion, a quick move that catches people by surprise, look to see if you get some dip buying on the pullback, and that's exactly what we got here. A nice little spike right back. Dip buying came back in, and then confirmation coming in and adds on that 126 breakout. More volume there showing you that they were looking for that continuation, and boom, this thing has continued rocking and booming up there. ExxonMobil having one of the best years it's had in a long time, and this was a long time coming for a name like Chevron, right? I mean, we were looking at Chevron stuck in this pattern for a long time, and this is why it's important, guys, to stick towards the trends. This is what I like to really do. I talk about these all the time here. I talk about long-term trend line breaks and how I love those types of breaks. Well, look at it here on Chevron, right? It was just down here in December before, started to break the 160, a nice little hold to pull back. What do you want to see? The volume get that nice little spike right back in there, and there you go. Now you're up towards 186, almost clearing this whole pattern of 190. And this pattern has more to go, right? If we think about it and measure the flag action from here to here, and you can do that by using your ruler tool. I don't know if you guys have used your ruler tool before, but this gives you a nice little time. This is 420 days, about 95 points, 100% higher. So are we going to see that type of move in energy? I'm not saying that it's going to get to 300 just yet, but I'm just saying, hey, this could just be getting started, right? So things to be thought about in energy, of course. Can this trade continue? All thoughts to be had, right? Let's go to some trade ideas. Like always, guys, you'll hear the doorbell. Hear those trade ideas. Let's keep going. Let's get into one of the trade ideas today as we get towards our chart of the day, which is, I think, one of the most important charts to look at, which will be looking into IGV and what happens here with software. Of course, we could take a look at the daily chart and how this has been kind of bouncing in this area. This is the key vital spot for the market. We've been kind of rejecting to break down this pattern. Now the question is, will we actually get a clear break on the downside? So you can either draw it at the wicks or the bodies. I like to draw towards the bodies. I think wicks are tricks, so tricks are for kids. So if you guys want to draw it at the bodies, that's up to you guys. I have a tendency of drawing them through the bodies like this, right? Because this gives me a little bit better perspective, right? And this tells me more and more. If we start to get back towards, like, let's say 86, this is when you're really going to start being able to shake the fear, right? But a lot of people are going to try to position in here at the bottom where they can risk towards the lower end, right? So it's all about pretty much, do we get into this box or this box? Because this is where the bulls are risking right now. If they're taking shots on this or taking shots on certain software names, they're going to be taking shots right below in the support area, right? Looking for a resistance try and then a continuation move. So here's the bets out there, right? It's all dependent on how you want to go about it here. What are we going to get? Will we get a move into this box or this box, right? I mean, I think that's the real key to look at. And it depends on what you are, right? If you're bullish this trade or bearish this trade, right? And that's why I try to give you guys both sides, right? Because it's not about just one side of the action. What's going on? Savage Money Trading. Let's go. Good morning indeed. Hope you're having a great one, man. It's going to be a good one. And I like the name, Savage Money. Let's get savage with it today. Let's go take that money. Like I always say, it's trade the pool, right? We're all getting in the pool. Question is, who's coming out today with some profits? Let me know in the chat. We'll keep things going. All right, let's get to the action. Let's go to some another trade idea here. Let's take a look here at you guys might like. What about an A and F trade? As I was looking at the cyclical area strong yesterday, talked about on, was looking to see if that would get the nice little move. That continued yesterday. Nice little breakout, right? We were looking for this move to happen and on. We got a nice little break to the 4780s. We'll look for that name to continue. That was a trade idea yesterday in the cyclical space. Let's go to another trade idea today. Let's take a look at A and F to see if this starts to get the breakout. This has earnings. It's coming up on March 4th, right? But if you look back, this kind of came back from an earnings gap, right? It kind of pulled back the whole gap there. Now has been kind of balancing out. And what do you see here? 1, 2, 3, 4 times to try to break it down below this kind of 91 area, you could say. And now you're starting to see reversals coming out of it. So I'm thinking, hey, do we have this opportunity to get it here and look for the ride back to 105? And then as earnings comes in, will we just push into the gap? I think that's a potential move there to kind of play here. So we'll see what happens here in Abercrombie and Fitch, of course. Keeps holding around that 94 to 92 dips. Keeps this setup intact here. We'll look to see if it starts to break. Another thing to watch will be to see if the ETF here can hold on, right? You'd be looking at the XRT to see how that's performing. And go ahead and go back a little bit here so that you guys can see a little bit more of that action. Let's go to an auto chart here and kind of scroll back. This has been kind of hanging in here, right? You guys can see how it's been chopping lately, the XRT. Will we get another break to the upside? all things to be thought about. But of course, let's get to another trade idea here. So let's keep it going. The doorbells just keep ringing. We get more and more trade ideas. Let's go to Nextera Energy. Utilities, of course, cooling off yesterday. And so we're going to look to see if we get some dip buying today as we go back towards prior resistance that could become your support area. There was a lot of resistance here and then support here. So I'm looking to see if we can undercut the 89.90 area really quickly out the gates and then start to come back here on Nextera Energy or a utility name, right? And we could just do a move to 90. Also, it doesn't need to get to that 89, but I will be watching to see if we can get down into those ranges between kind of, let's say, this 90.20 to 89 and start to see some buying coming back in on the tape. What can we do to watch this type of trade? We can take a look at the XLU. Of course, the XLU has been pulling back, but just recently went on kind of like a 6-day rally, right? So it makes sense for a pullback to happen. We talked about it also because of this candle. Look at the candle, right? That's what, a nice little doji candle at the top, a little bit of a blow off top. Now can we get the cup and handle pattern, right? That's what I'll be looking at. Is this a cup? And then now we're going to get the handle. So we'll see what happens if we can get some buying to come stepping back in, especially off of the 45 spot. We don't want to see that breakdown today. So we'll look to see what happens out the gates. Pullbacks to 45 makes sense also to maybe just go shopping in the ETF itself. We'll see what happens there in the XLU. Let's go to another trade here, CNH. This is one I brought back a little while back as it started to break out above the resistance line, and it's a long-term trend line that has been kind of holding in now. We'll look to see if this can break back above 13. It's just recently had earnings. It's been chopping around. Had a pretty strong day just a day prior to this. Went sideways here and kind of got sleepy. I love when stocks get sleepy after a big move because it tells me that it didn't want to break down. It just wanted to kind of hold on. So any moves back into this space, let's say towards the 1250, 1240 area, right? If we can start to work our way back into there, this is going to be looking good for buy opportunities down that are undercutting this low and then coming out of it, right? So that's what I'll be watching to see if we can get some type of action that maybe starts the day going up. Then we can get a quick little drop action and then a move that can start to climb back to the upside, right? We'll look to see what happens. Eventually, I would love to see this close above 1330s. That would get it above that high here. And then now you start to look like it's a bullish engulfing candle off of this big push, a nice hold on the pullback, kind of washing some traders out, scaring some traders out. The pullback yesterday was a little bit more significant than some thought. And then now you get that continued upside action. We'll see what happens. This is a heavy farm and construction stock. So you can take a look at names like Caterpillar, Deere in the space. You got a Kosh in the space that you can look at. Names like that are still holding on. AGCO that I brought right here was a chart of the day on this break of the trend line, and it's continued on the upside action from 110 to 140s, right? So it's been a really good trade there on AGCO, and that's just me riding the heavy farming construction lift and riding the industrial space. All right, guys, it's good to see you guys out there and seeing some more names jumping in here, and I'm for sure passing the 25K eval today. Says Savage, you go get that money, you go get that account. Let's go. Rooting for you, my friend, rooting for you. Keep getting after it. Give that little magic twinkle on that. Yeah, let me know, Savage. We'll celebrate right here live. All right, let's keep things going. Let's take a look around. Let's take a look to see what else is going on in the market here. Let me see what I got here for you guys. Let's go towards the sunrise report. Let's talk about what's going on in the market today and why stocks are moving. There's some good ones here, especially with kind of the earnings that we need to touch. So let's get to that action and touch the sunrise report. Of course, where can you get the sunrise report? Only on the Discord, guys. You guys can get out there on the Discord. I put it up on my Twitter sometimes. I'm just a little bit kind of lazy to get it up there sometimes. Need to be a little bit more working on that. But it's a really good wrap, right, that I kind of work together for you guys about the market. Let's get to that. It tells us why stocks are moving. So let's get to that action and take a look at the sunrise report. All right. Well, futures were slipping on Thursday morning. You guys can see a little bit of a back and forth action here overnight here. And then now the slippage kind of coming in a little bit further this morning. We'll see what happens. Can this hold on, right? Walmart, of course, putting a little bit of a dent in the retail optimism as oil prices are climbing and renewed U.S.-Iran tensions. We'll see what happens there if anything actually expands from it. We can take a look at what's going on, but of course, Walmart kind of leading some of the sentiment action here as it did get a little bit of a down hit. The earnings were good, but it was kind of more of a tough bar to reach. I will say that. But look how it's rebounding here and coming right back up. Of course, I have a trade on in BJ, and we could be trading Walmart right now on, of course, the day trading accounts. You can trade earnings. So this is bouncing back, having a pretty good move. We'll look to see if it takes the 129 on a rebound. The shares fell at first 3% despite posting better than expected fourth quarter results. The EPS was at 74 cents adjusted versus 73 expected. Revenues at 190.66 billion versus 190.43 billion expected. So a beat there, a beat on the EPS, a beat on revenues. Holiday quarter sales rose nearly 6%, powered by e-commerce, advertising, and marketplace growth in the U.S. Comparable sales also climbed 4.6%, and Sam's Club comps rose 4%, excluding fuel. Digital momentum remained impressive here. U.S. commerce was up, you ready for this one? 27%. U.S. commerce. I'm actually really starting to debate, is Walmart really starting to eat into Amazon's e-commerce business? Because I think it really is taking a whole nother level. Walmart used to do this, but now it's taken that whole bigger step because, of course, Walmart Plus and the members that it keeps gaining. The global e-commerce up 24%. Walmart Connect advertising at 41% higher. Store-filled deliveries at 50%. E-commerce now represents, ready for this, 23% of U.S. sales. It's a record for Walmart. This is why Walmart trades at the valuation that it trades at. A lot of traders were hitting Walmart about, well, all the growth traders were mad because Walmart trades at a big evaluation also and is going higher, but it has the earnings to back it up, right? And I think that that's the important thing. If you can look in the fundamentals and actually have the backing of why these stocks are going higher, well, then you can have the reasoning of why it can trade at such an evaluation. CFO John David Rainley said that inflation pressures and tariff impacts appear to be normalizing, with food inflation just above 1%. The market, however, did want a little bit of a sunnier earnings runway. The EPS outlook here at $2.75 to $2.85. The street expectation, though, on the forward guidance was at 296. So that was about the only negative in the report. We're actually seeing that lift continue here in Walmart. We'll look to see if it can get back through that 128 and continue to rise. Wayfair slipping on its quarter. Wayfair fell more than 6% after deliveries and earnings beat. EPS here 85 cents adjusted versus 66 cent expectations. Revenues at 3.34 billion ahead of the estimate. The company posted its first annual sale gain since 2020. Still, investors feel unconvinced that housing and home good recovery has real durability here. This is one that is surprising to me. Their earnings are pretty good here for them to kind of hit it. So maybe this is one that we see a reversal in the day. I'll set an alert to let us know if we see a little bit more reversal. All right, guys, we got some more earning stocks that we can cover, but I'll go ahead and I'll bring on the team. There's more stocks to cover that we can go into. There's tons of names, really, and a lot of big ones. But I would say more kind of your mid-cap games, right? Your Dash, your Etsy's, your Figmas. We can talk about Tap. We can talk about Oxy. But let's go ahead. Let's bring on our trader. We have Michael Noss in the house. What's going on there? How we doing, my friend?
Oh, another good day. Funny. Here's honestly how it's going on. Remember I showed you this full bottle of Dayquil on Tuesday?
Oh,
Where,
yeah.
we're running dry. I'm not sure if that's healthy, but it's helping me. It's helped me stay alive here, so I'll take it.
Hey, you keep fighting, my friend. Keep battling through it, and then if that's what gets you through it, like I always say, hey, at least you're up, standing, my friend, and being able to kick, right?
That's it. That's it. But yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday. It's funny. We came in, we kind of nailed this week perfectly, where we're like, listen, just be ready for chop, right? And
Yeah, the
that's
chop
kind of
continues,
exactly
man.
what's been happening, right? The last
Hmm.
4 days, yeah, we're up, but like, look at these candles, like, huge bottoming tails, huge topping tails, right? This is a decisive move, right? And
Yeah,
then like this is a decisive bullish move, and these candles, this is one of the benefits I find. I'm not like a huge candlestick analysis guy, but here's like it's a pretty obvious benefit is that when you see so many topping and bottoming tails, it just tells you one thing. It just tells you that, right, no one really knows. There's no one making like any large conviction bets right now. And it makes sense with, as we talked about, all of the economic reports that come out tomorrow. I read that Trump is speaking about the economy tonight, right as the market closes. So good. So that just adds to it. So between tonight and tomorrow when the market opens, there's just like a huge amount of news that comes out. So just like I've been talking about all week, and we've been talking about all week, it's a scalper's market, right? You wanna be very patient. You want to pick your levels. You get in when things are working, get out quickly. Take profits when you see them. Don't try to like swing for the fences. And then tomorrow we'll probably end up getting something that is kind of pretty significantly different, I'm sure, after all of this. And again, for those who don't know, so we have Trump speaking tonight about the economy, and that's not on here, but I saw Walter Bloomberg say it, so I'm sure it's true. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, President Trump speaks at 5 p.m. my time, so that's 4 Eastern. And then just like look at tomorrow. This is all U.S. economic reports.
yeah, big in the Fed's preferred inflation, PCE, right? That's
Yeah.
going to really drive the boat, because if PCE shows inflation, oh, inflation.
So yeah, that's the important bit, because
Yeah.
again, you got to put yourself in the seat of a large institution, right? They're not scalping for pennies, right? They're not getting in and out here or there. They're taking big, huge directional bets, and they take long periods of time to enter, and they take long periods of time to exit. So if they know that all of this stuff is happening on Friday, they're not going to take a huge bet on Thursday. They're going to spend times in meetings and if then statements and analyses and things like that. But yeah, it's not going to be something that happens like really, really quickly. You're not going to just get like, okay, now the market's just going to skyrocket. Right? It's like wait
Yeah.
till after.
Yeah, I think you're in for more chop. You're in for more attempts to breakdowns, right? I'm still watching
Yeah.
the IDV, and it's really not done much in the last 2 or 3 days, right? It's just playing with people. It's going up near like kind of what I would call more break zone to the upside, and then attempting to break down the lows, right? So software is still teetering there. I think it's just teetering here. We've got to see what happens with this, because I think if it really leaks through, well, then all the worry comes really quick back to the media and things like that, and that's going to drive a little bit of the boat. But if it just like gets starting to get going to the upside here towards the end of the week, well, then you could start to actually, shake some of that fear. And yesterday, I think we saw a little bit of that mega cap rotation come back in. The question is, will they keep it coming back in, right? Will they actually go to the big boys and start to drive those names?
Yeah.
Because of course that's how you break out of this range, right? We all know how you break out ranges. You need the big boys. If not, then we're gonna kind of
Well,
steadily
yeah.
move. We can
Right.
just
And
move
then
kind of little moves, right?
yeah, or again, the S&P 500, but you always, this is again to me, and it's not always like this, but the most important chart in the world right now is just the RSP. Just show me what the average guy is doing, right? These big guys haven't done anything for, geez, we're knocking on the door of like 4 or 5 months now of Nvidia in a range, and the mags. You can just go MAGS in a range, right? These guys just, where we're at the same price we were in November or October of last year. Sorry, September of last year, right? So we've been just consolidating in that period of time. So that's gonna, like you mentioned, it's gonna make it almost impossible for the Qs and the SPY to break out. But we've seen RSP since then. If we go back to September right here, we've seen RSP just make new high after new high, kind of week after week, month after month. So I'm okay with this, right? Again, I know people who just buy and hold the S&P 500 cap weighted. They're not going to be, but not really my problem too much. Someone looking at TDD, they're asking about that in the chat. This is a real ugly guy here. I don't know what you're looking at here, but this is not something that I'd be interested in. That's a pretty slow and steady downtrend there, unless they have earnings or something coming out. Don't even think they're gapping, no, really pre-market, but just right, be careful. There's a lot of studies out there about buying things in uptrends versus buying things in downtrends. We talk about it all the time. If you're going to make, counter trend bets, go ahead. Just understand that, if a stock looks like this, it's probably junk. So make sure you're in, you're out as quickly as you can, and then go from there. Man, I've been playing with Claude Code on top of OpenClaw, and it's just nuts. I've got these like 2 AI agents just like tag teaming my computer from different angles, like 24/7. It's insane.
It is. How's the OpenClaw been doing? It's still working well?
Yeah, it's been doing great. I actually just listened to, he was on Lex Friedman, the creator. It's the last podcast. It was a really interesting listen. But yeah, it's been great. It's just like doing, incredibly rudimentary tasks kind of over and over again. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust it to do anything in an unsegmented environment, but that's, it's kind of what's happening. So this is interesting. So this is the chart I want to bring up, and I'll put in our little Google Drive for what I think is the most interesting chart of the day. So he tweeted, this has been going on for like 16 weeks, where it's a little bit hard to see, but this is the S&P 500, hasn't moved, right? 0.1% in 16 weeks. Just nothing has changed. Then if you look, this is the technology index, just downtrending the whole time. And then this is everything else is up 5% in this time. So technology is down 9%. Everything else in the world is up 5%. And then that caused the S&P to go. So this is just, I thought, a really good kind of graphical representation of kind of what we've been pounding the table on for a long time, right? Most stocks, if you're not a technology stock, you've been doing fantastic. Everything else has had a bad time. And because, it's not a stock market, it's a market of stocks, you end up getting a sideways consolidation of a market. So really, really cool chart to kind of highlight that.
I think it's going to be really fun to watch what happens in utilities because it's an interesting area that I think could really start to take off here with energy. The energy trade's been ridiculous. I don't know if you've partaken in any of that, Michael. I know I got an early piece and I just got out way too early. Happens often, right? That's why we need the bot to sell. But
Yeah, I got
this
some
has been a
here.
run, man.
Simple, right? Simple trend following techniques. So a little bit of a breakout here. You just bought that. And it's kind of like I mentioned, it's the same thing I'm waiting for in healthcare, right? This, if you look at these charts, it's the same kind of thing. This one just hasn't broken out yet. And as we know, again, breakouts are going to have a sub 50-50 win rate. So you're going to be a lot, you're going to be wrong a lot, but every now and then you get like an XLE like this. And then same with biotechs. XBI is interesting. And I don't know if you covered this news before I got here, but did you see like the big FDA trial change that came out yesterday? Could be amazing for biotechs.
Yeah, bring it in. I didn't touch that on the news. I was earnings driven. I still didn't even get to all of them. There's still so many earnings out there right now.
So it's so weird, the Perplexity. It's like, so I asked Perplexity about it, and then right above it is, this mango looks weird. Is there anything wrong with it? So that's what my Perplexity looks like. But yeah, so this came out yesterday. So this just got flagged for a move on XBI, where they're no longer, before you needed 2 phase 3 trials to prove And now they're shrinking that to one phase 3 trial. So just across the board should be insanely bullish for any company out there that is working for it through its first phase 3 trial. Like this, that's a very easy, I think, look at the companies that you think are going to benefit the most. Look for things that are in a phase 3 kind of trend, and try to look for price action confirmation, because that's
Yeah.
super interesting. But for me, it's mainly because I've been watching this XBI. So just like we talked about with healthcare, this XBI chart was an insane breakout. We were talking about this last year, got a decent move here, and then it's just been consolidating quite nicely. So could be some catalyst to end up breaking us out. That would be an interesting sector to watch. And of course, you can trade the sector, and that's probably a good thing for more, I guess, passive people, because trying to pick individual stocks like that can be very hard. But it's one of those things that I think it's way more fruitful if you can kind of go through the individual companies and just say, okay, who's doing the phase 3, because those people just have an automatic benefit, because instead of having 2 phase 3 trials, now they only have 1 phase 3 trial, and they can just kind of go through and say, okay, well, that means less cost. That means whatever drug they're trying to get to market, if phase 3 is successful, which will obviously be the risk, they can get that out way faster, in like probably a year or so faster. So just a net benefit to that. Whether or not you want drugs rushed to market, I think that's a different conversation, but it's happening. So right, might as well make some money off it.
And that tells me more and more. Look into your mental health companies that are working their way into phase 3 studies, right?
Well, that's how I got flagged, right?
Dude. Your mind med.
I have a little
I
bot
think
that says,
I think it's
"Hey,
time
tell
to
me
see
anything."
mind med do an undercut and rally here. So it looks like it's like holding on the trend line here. Um, so I would love to see this thing kind of just dip towards 7. And yeah, let me know, because we're gonna start loading the boat on this thing.
Remember, it's changed now, right? So it's DFTX. I think it's
Oh,
a dumb name, but yeah, they've changed the
yeah, there it is. I was wondering.
ticker.
So
So it had a great day yesterday, because Compass actually came out, and their results weren't great, but they were good enough to get improved. So CMPS yesterday or 2 days ago. So I had
it's
a nice little
crazy the
gap up.
moving compass, right? I mean, this thing's up 439% from the bottom there.
Yeah, a lot of these things, right? If you look at ATAI, it's up right huge from $1.50 to $6 off the lows, right? Again, MindMed, you don't see the whole data here, but go grab it here, which it does the DFTX, does the adjustment, right? This thing was down at like, what was it, like $4 at one point. Now it's up to 17. So yeah, a lot of these have been really, really rebounding off the bottom. And this is so, right, you take the ones that are in phase 3, right? Not just these, but anything you can find that's going through phase 3 trials, and you say, okay, well, they only have to do 2 instead of 1. And remember, phase 3 isn't safety, right? Safety is, I think, phase 2. So phase 1 is just like it doesn't grow your third arm. Phase 2 is that it's safety, that it's safe enough for people to use. So they still have to go through multiple phases of that. And then phase 3 is does it work, right? So that's why CMPS bounced, because again, their results weren't as good as MindMed's, because it seems like psilocybin's a little worse than LSD, but still like way better than what we have currently. So enough to get approved, which is enough to pop it.
So I got one on the long-term radar now. You ready, Michael? Help.
Yeah, that was something else changes Cybin. Yeah. Jeez, they got no love.
Cybin, man. Cybin. But believe it or not, I know the medical data here. They got the data, dude. They have the data. So I would take a bet here, because if the industry does get hot, then you get this one at the bottom as a lag.
Yeah, I got a little bit of this, right? So what I've been doing is I've just been ranking them by relative strength. So right, obviously the most relative strength in in MindMed, and then it was followed by CMPS, and then ATAI, and then also remember we had the guy on. It was a great conversation for the PSIL. If you just want to cover all your bases and go from there, because it's one of those. I don't think there's like a winner and a loser. I think it's one of those things that all of these things will have a place. Maybe the guy with like the least efficacy gets kind of bumped. Like most things, buyouts, right, happen.
That's just what it is. It's just who's going to get bought out by the bigger company.
And I'd bet I bet not all, if not all, most. I mean, you're not gonna if you're a Johnson and Johnson, you're saying okay.
Oh, did your mic just go, or is it just me?
Oh,
No, it's back. It's back.
okay.
It just
There
like
you go.
it had a little hiccup there. I don't know what it was. My ears, or the chat will let us know. But I mean, there's also some other ones. So I'm looking through like phase 3 data, like things that are important this year, right? There's
Yeah.
neurology stuff. So that's going to be kind of progressive multiple sclerosis, things like that. That's going to be your MINT trial. So there's some things to look into there, pain management. The key here, though, is really that it's for some new drug approvals. So it literally is just going to be if the FDA wants to do it for this company, they'll approve it. There's no specific guidelines here of which drugs will get the 1 phase and then which ones will get the 2. Because it's not all of them. It's saying that it's going to consider some new drug approvals. So that's the hardest part here in the news, Michael, of like deciphering, right? Because you don't know which ones. So what I would say, the ones that probably have the biggest pockets. So
Yeah,
you
well,
look
it's
at the
dependent on
big
your
boys.
relationship.
Yeah, you look at your big boys, you look at that leverage. I think you just also look at the XLV. We've been talking about the XLV, how it's been stuck here. I know money managers are watching this like a hawk. You know why? Because I hear it on CNBC almost every day. So they're waiting for this healthcare move. Could this get the trigger to get it started? Right, you're talking biotechs. I'm with you, but I think if it goes with biotechs, it probably goes also into just the XLV overall. And we've talked about it. If Humana can just lift a little bit, if stop being the anchor in the sector, right? There's an anchor in this sector, then that's what's holding this back. This chart looks great, but there's been that anchor of Humana and that like ugly look. If it can just stop going down and just go sideways, just even that action alone might be the thing that we're looking for this to really get going.
Yeah, that's if you look at these charts, right? You look at XLV and XBI, they're always insanely correlated because they're the same. You know, it's one of those things that sectors become really hard to really peg. You know, is Eli Lilly a healthcare stock or is it a biotech stock, right? They sell drugs, right? It's like one of those muddy, like with something like Amazon. Is Amazon a retail stock or a tech stock? Because half of their money comes from delivering things to your house and the other half comes from having the CIA's documents on site. So, yeah, look at both of these. They go together. Again, grab some individual names or just the ETFs. I'm sure there's leverage versions. What for XBI, it's LABA and LABU, I think, are the LabU. Is that the, yeah, so that's the 3X biotech. If you want to go crazy, you get 3 times the juice there in the biotech sector. But got to give TAC a little round of applause. He was kind of pounding the table yesterday to look at FIG before earnings, and they had a nice little pop up, giving some of that back right now. But nice little move there off the rip there. So congratulations, TAC. If you end up getting some of that and holding it, that worked out really well. Figma. So there was some. Was it? Yeah, it was earnings, but then there was also some OpenAI or Claude announcement with that. So they have. Oh, that was Tuna and Crow. Okay, well, I'll give them their props as well. But yeah, it was a decent report. Again, it's giving some back here. This might be one to watch. Do they come in and look at this pullback as a little bit of a gift? They miss the huge spike from there. Obviously, a very oversold chart that's been basing out for a couple weeks here. But man, this would have been rough if you picked this up on the IPO at 135 and then just watch it bleed all its way down to $24. That's certainly not fun, but interesting. So it's on the list for gap fade, just like they all are. But Randall's talking about Carvana. Yeah, that may have finally cracked. This has been like the best performing stock in the last many number of years, but gapping down a bit. But I guess I didn't look at it this morning. It's kind of doing the opposite here of Figma, where it's kind of bouncing back up. So it had that initial sell off, and now
You
it's
guys
coming
gotta
right back to it.
understand, this is the company that makes money. That was just a big opportunity for anybody that was long this name in the institutional space. So you're betting on a company that makes like this is why like sometimes you really got to know the company, the space overall. Used cars are not going away, guys. New cars are too expensive, and now they want to do even more expensive new cars. They're doing all this new hybrid technology that they're trying to push now, and guess what? That requires all new kind of shifting of research. They were all focused about going electric. Yeah, the hybrids might make more sense efficiency wise for the time being, but that means more money into these. Why? Because batteries go into these now more. And batteries are super expensive. It's the reason why Teslas are so expensive, guys. So in the long run, used cars are still going to win. Because if you go to get a new car right now, and they hit you with that $1,000 price tag a month, not too many middle class can afford that right now. And I think the middle class is slowly but surely getting priced out of new cars, which is a big issue in the long run.
It was interesting. So I was listening to Odd Lots, which I really like, is just a background noise while I'm working kind of podcast. And they had this car expert investor on, and he was talking about how he thinks that's just going to be the way going forward. And the main thing being that they just make cars way better than they used to, right? Having a 6-7 year payment on a car, or it being worth more when you sell it, just makes way more sense. Because I know you remember back if you had a 10-year-old car back in like the 90s, that thing was a piece of crap, right? It was probably like had holes rusted out of it, and maybe not where you are, because I guess you don't have the salt on the road that
Yeah,
we
you don't
do,
got to
but
worry too much about that. But it still happens to the cars in Colorado. I'll tell you. I lived in Colorado. It still does beat down the cars. I don't think that's really true. If anything, I think the cars are worse because they're built by robots that kind of do like really kind of, it's kind of like mass building of houses, right? Like I'm in one of these mass building of houses. I'm in a little Lennar home, man. They build like, hundreds of homes really, really fast. Are they going to do it well? Probably not as well as someone that was custom building your house, right? Same thing with cars, right? The truth here, it's all about the price tag. The price tag was what? Michael, you could have got a Camry, right? Even let's say 8 years ago for $13,000, brand new. Or a Corolla, I meant a Corolla, the really cheapest Toyota, right? $13,000. That same car is more than double now. It's like $26,000, $28,000. So that's incredible to see that kind of shift, right?
Well, I just don't know enough to know how wages have changed.
They
en
haven't
masse in
changed that
period of
much,
time.
right? Like I don't know about you, but I'm not making double the money.
Well,
You know
that's
what I
going to be
mean?
to each their own, right? But I'm just thinking on average, right?
On
It's one of
average,
those like,
it's an increase,
even
but
in 2020, 2021, everyone was railing on about inflation. But if you looked at the numbers, on average, people actually had more money. And it's why we're seeing like record amounts of cash on hand, is because it was like, yeah, things were getting more expensive, but especially for that period of time during the pandemic, like employee pricing power was huge,
here's the
right?
actual number, right? That's why we have AI. 25.7 to 26.3. So
Percent?
25%. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so it definitely didn't
Since
keep
early
up. But
2020. So I'm trying to do like a longer time frame, right? Because 1 or 2 years doesn't really matter. Like it's like since 2020, in the last 6 years, wages have gone up 25.7 to 26.3%. So
what does it say
approximately.
cumulative inflation's been for that period of time?
Yeah,
Right? Because that's
normalized.
one of the.
This is normalized for in inflation. So this study
Oh,
was
okay.
done. This
Well,
is
that's good.
normalized. So
That would back up the increase in purchasing power, right? Because if it's
yeah,
normalized for inflation, it means inflation's taken out. So
market's opening up. Just be
right.
careful out there, traders. Let's get after it. Let's see what we can do today.
Yeah, so
We'll,
just for
we'll
the
keep this
levels, right?
conversation going.
I just think we're still range bound, so we just got to watch any obvious levels of support and resistance. Right, we have pre-market lows here. We got yesterday's lows there, but remember, we've got Trump speaking right as the market closes, which is great. He couldn't wait till like after hours closes or anything like that. And then tomorrow we have a plethora of economic numbers coming out, like an absolute, you could call it a metric crap ton of numbers coming out. So you have to just know that that's taking place, and be ready for it. Whoa, what happened to my? That's interesting. Turn off the dark. There we go. Charts went a little nuts there. Yeah, so we have tons and tons of numbers coming out. So hopefully there's enough data. There's two worlds, that this is enough data to finally kick us out of this slump that we've been in for a long time, or there's just so much data and some of it's bullish and some of it's bearish and this and that and the other thing, and we're just back in a high quality range again. So for me, again, I'm waiting. It was interesting to note that my systems have way less to trade, and I'm kind of seeing that. So they're adapting to the choppy market where, maybe I'll have 30 to 40 potential symbols to trade. Normally, I think I had like 10 from I call my market maker systems, the one that are, buying dips and selling rips.
Ooh,
and
hangover and
thing.
play
So,
Ruby. Do you got Ruby?
are you BY?
Yeah, RUBI, I think.
BI.
UBI. Hangover. That looks pretty. I saw it open up here, and it's just been
That is.
pretty. I got a new account, guys. I got the 200K eval,
Ooh.
and I'm trying to play.
Damn.
Trying to
That's a
play.
big one. That's a big boy.
Yeah. I'm trying to start having some fun. I think it's all about taking bets, right? Sized up in the right way when I start winning. But that's what I'm going to be trying to do. I'm going to be trying to be small size, small size, small size. And then when I start winning, stepping up, looking at ways to step up on moving average pullbacks and trying to ride winners. We'll see what happens out the gates here today. Out the gates, you have energy leading the action to the upside. Majority of sectors down out the gates here. Basic materials down. Financials, cyclicals, healthcare, technology, industrials, and real estate. So really hard down action. Defensive's coming back. Let's go, baby. Defensive names.
IWM doing a bit of a bleed here. I'm watching yesterday's low, which we're right at. The SPY holding on much better. So when we see this divergence, right, we see the Qs holding on and the SPY holding on and IWM go down, maybe this is a bit of a revision into those large cap tech names that have been kind of weighing us down for so long. Maybe we're flipping the book here just a bit. USO continuing to crank higher.
Long some target in the swing account.
Target.
Trying to take some names like even Walmart. Like I think this is a nice recovery look for Walmart already. We're already back to 130s. We talked about this in pre-market. You got to have been trading this. It's already done a nice $5 move there in Walmart. I'm looking for Costco on the pullback. Costco off of the Walmart recovery. So let me go ahead and try to get that. I'm trying really fast to do this, guys. It's already jumping there on me. I hate when it jumps like this. I got to put the limit and look for the pullback, but it is jumping fast there. I'm going to try to get in on the bid. Any bid pullback, I'm going to take a shot there in Costco today.
Yeah.
Also looking for the XLU to see if it comes into play here. Utilities are up today, so NextEra Energy, one of the stocks I've been waiting for. Let's see if I can get this. Sorry for running things over.
No,
here.
no worries, man. Just talking about Tesla. It's a little sell off the open, trying to bounce here. Tax talking about short a little bit as well. And yeah, so that's an interesting wick so far. We'll see if that can hold or if it just kind of lets go here. Kind of seeing, yeah, just a lot of little split in the market, right? So XBI that we just talked about doing well, down 1.4%. and RSP is holding up okay here. But IWM just kind of gave up the ghost, right? And it's right at yesterday's low. So that would surprise me if it just turned right here and bounced higher. You generally see them at least challenge the yesterday's low, get below them. And then if there's buyers down there, who knows? But
Looking for one more dip in NextEra Energy to kind of jump in there. I would love an undercut under 91 today. That's NextEra Energy looking for the XLU to recover today. It is recovering and it's looking good. Communication services also bouncing back. That's your Verizon, your AT&T trade, your T-Mobile. Best one looking right now, I would say Verizon and AT&T off the 9 EMAs rebounding fast. I'm going to go for a day trade in one of those. Probably like an AT&T.
Our first short going on here in MGA. This was from the hangover list. You can see a big push up here and then hasn't been able to get going each time. So just looking to see if we get a bit of a flush there on that one. But you can see a slow-ish open for me and the bot. And it's like I talked about this morning, there was just way less that it was looking at. And I'm totally okay with that. Younger me would be trying to force things, trying to push things, and this is just my system's way of saying just for what I'm doing right now, it's just not the move. So IWM pulling back still. Again, we're well below yesterday's low now. We've broken that, but I can see some buying coming in right here off the open. So let's see if is it an undercut and rally, because again, I don't trust a sell-off. I don't trust a rally. I don't trust any of it.
Got some AT&T, and I'm going to look to also play some Verizon. Just looking for a pullback in Verizon here.
Tax looking at the dollar. So UUP.
All right, got some limits in to if I get a pullback in Verizon. Playing AT&T right now. I got 300 shares. Looking for this to lift above the 2830s. Really start to get going back through a trendline approach. You guys know I love trendline approaches. That could bring it back here towards 2850s, and then really start to get going here. So might take a quick step up and look how that starts to work. There's a pullback in NextEra, just holding in well there. I might take the shot here. It's the spread that worries me. I've been trying to get an undercut near the low, 91. 91 held out the open here. NextEra Energy.
IWM, interesting bottoming candle there, right? Really undercut. I can just mark this up. Right, yesterday's low, right here, and trying its darndest to reverse there. We'll see if that holds, but yeah, that was a pretty big flush off the open. We were down, I think, 1.2 or 1.3%, and now we're back up to 0.8%. So interesting action. Take a look at the SPY, kind of the same. Let go the pre-market low anyway. Trying to put it bounce back up. Again, I don't trust any moves that are happening on anything right now, just because of all of the Trump stuff and the economic reports and all of this. I think it's going to be one of those where it's a good time to probably take your bets and have small enough size that you can hold them through the craziness that's coming. Wow, SPY pop there. It's about to go green on this candle, not on the day, not yet, but yeah, pretty interesting pop there. So let's take a look on the streets, see if that's a thing that happened.
Okay, I'm going to try to get some NextEra Energy. I'm just going to go a little softer here, look for a little bit of a bigger move. It can get about a $3 move up, so I can go a little smaller and try to get a bigger move here. I'm going to go with about 20 shares on a pullback back towards 9140s or 9130s. It's just strong. It just keeps breaking the offer. So we'll see what happens there. It did take the ad there in AT&T as we break the 2830s, looking for the break above 2840s today. We'll see what happens here. You can see it on the left-hand side, and you see Verizon. I also got limits to buy pullbacks in Verizon. And what am I seeing leading? I'm not seeing that growth move again. If this comes back into play, then yes, but this is where the downside's coming in: healthcare, technology, cyclicals. So I'm trying to play fast into value, fast into value. That's what I'm trying to do. Energy's too far. I can't play those names. I always get caught with my hand in the cookie jar whenever I go into energy like this late. I know Michael probably feels the same. So we just let it keep flying, but we use it as an indicator to understand the market, right? So
Yeah, and it's important to note, right? You've got to know when to, hey, it's had its breakout, it's had a great run. You just say congratulations to everyone who got the breakout. Nothing for me to do. Not gonna. It's the same thing I was saying with silver before it cracked, right? I'm not gonna just short it because it's gone up a lot. That doesn't make sense, and I can't buy it because it's already gone up a lot. So you just look at that and you say, well, nothing for me. You know, congrats to everyone making a bunch of money. Hopefully you buy me a beer if you see me, but you just move on to the next thing that hasn't quite broken out, which is again why I'm watching XLV, which is not doing well today at all, and XPI to see if these things break out. XPI is down like 2%. That's why the second I bring up news, guys, just fade it. just know what's Mike doing looking at the news here, but getting a bounce across the board in the rest of it, right? We got IWM now, really sizable bounce. So I think, you know, if you're bullish here, you get pretty easy trades because all these markets kind of sold off and then bounced pretty strongly. And you could just buy them with a stop under the low and say, okay, let's see what happens, right? If it ends up,
wanted to answer a question from the chat here. Shah asking, is this the first time that I go for the 200K? Yeah, it is. It is the first time that I go for the 200K. Been funded on the 50K and, well, I had to pull back some trades there, so that's where I've kind of struggled in before in the past, the 50K. But taking the shot to see what happens here. Next era energy just keeps going up, man. Maybe I should have just bought it on the offer, but I hate. Lately, I've been keep getting caught like jumping too much, so I've been trying to tell myself, just wait for the pullback, right? So I'm gonna wait for the pullback on that. We'll see if I get it. If not, if I miss the trade, hey, so what, right? Keep going. Target taking off for me. Costco already taking off for me. So that's looking good there too. If you guys are looking for that trade, I'll show you guys that trade here on the right-hand side. You see it's back above 1,000. I bought this dip, 5 shares this time. I stepped up to the plate a little bit. We'll see what happens on Costco. It's starting to push. Got to focus in, guys. Let's keep doing it. Coming back to you.
Yeah, IWM trying to bounce again. So came back again. This line right here is just yesterday's low. So if we go to the daily chart, you can see that. So undercut yesterday's low now twice, just a bit. Trying to put in a nice bounce here for IWM. SPY, same thing. It's not yesterday's low. Well, I guess kind of did that a little bit, but more. This line is the pre-market low that you can see right here, and undercut that twice, putting in some bottoming tails. So far it's been, I wouldn't say a dip and rip, but a dip and they bought. So let's see if that holds, if it continues to kind of push higher. Again, I expect more of what we've been seeing all week, which is a potential rally here, and then right, the rally gets reversed, and then we get another rally, and then that reverses, and so on and so forth. And then tomorrow, probably tomorrow afternoon, the market picks a direction and moves from there. Oh, it's witching tomorrow too, Tack? Man. Yeah, okay. So we got Trump talking tonight, and it says about the economy, which is great. And then we have like 5 economic reports. It's probably really pushing here now. We have 5 economic reports plus tomorrow. And then we have witching. So, yeah, this is like a wake me up Monday. I'm going to probably take lots of naps tomorrow and just avoid the market entirely. Big push there in the SPY. And then IWM, that was down like 1.5%-ish at one point when it was down at the lows here, is starting to rebound as well.
All right, we'll see what happens there, guys. Seeing value out the gates, and that's continuing the lead. I'm trying to continue to play it here. I look in defensive area. I see household personal products and farm products taking off. Of course, you guys know I love Archer Daniel Midland there. That's going to be my bet for the day. I'll take another shot there. That's a nice little 9 EMA pullback. Weekdays, last 2 days could start recovering. I've been looking to see if this farming play would really take off. Monthly chart is pretty. I need to get some Archer Daniel Midland today.
Another short just came in here on, oh, I double clicked, so now it's gone. Whatever an ETOR is, I should be short that one for a little bit of a hangover kind of sell there, but I double clicked instead of single clicked, so she's gone.
Oh, what's going on? Nice little green on the upside, break to the upside, and value names. I'm getting BJ's to rip. I'm getting Target to rip. I'm getting Costco to rip higher. That's looking all great here. Trying to grab a little bit of ADM. I'm just going to have to step up to the plate. It might not fill me. I'm just going to grab it 68.16s, ADM, jumping into value there. Looking for value to keep going here. AT&T now looking like it wants to break the 2840s here. I already have about 800 shares in that one, so I'm going to hold off on the ads there. I think I have a good enough size there for a AT&T to really take off here. I'm going to let it try to do the breakout. I'm going to hold break even, but I'm not going to show my hand. I'm just talking about it here so that you guys know where I'm looking at. If you guys see any other trades, CDIO, Steph, I'm willing to trade these small ones with this account, and I'll take some small trades there, but getting after it.
RBNE, a little short at it there. This one's just a gap up. It had a huge run off the open, and it's kind of looking to reverse there. And yeah, really strong reverse here in the markets overall. Was looking really bad there, and then all of a sudden the market just kind of came back in and bought it up. So CDIO, Steph says. CDIO. Yeah, that's a crazy one. Not as crazy as your normal, but that's kind of hangover-ish, I guess. Had a huge spike yesterday from what, $1.20 to almost $3, and now it's giving it back just a little bit here.
All right, good looking action. How's the market looking here, man, as we hold on there? Will we get another kind of rip here higher in some defensive names? Starting to get a little bit of some pullback, looking for that to continue higher in Costco, Target, and looking for Walmart to keep pushing here. Energy continuing to push here, but I am seeing everything go a little bit red. Are we seeing a quick dip there? I saw a crazy VIX bet, man. I retweeted it. It was pretty interesting. It was like $1.2 million for a VIX to 70. Holy crap, man. What do they know that we don't know, Michael? Not too many people put a $1.2 million bet, but who knows? Who knows? It could have been.
I was about to say, or a market maker just got so lucky selling him that. He's so happy.
Oh, yeah, that market maker is happy. Well, we know he's happy regardless, right? He did his job.
Great. I'll take that and I'll hedge it on the other end of it, and right, unless this thing goes to like 100. But what a 70 would be, 70, and again, I think you divide it by 16. That would be a 5% daily expected move on the SPY. That's like, I think they lock it down if it moves more than that to the downside on the market. So that'd be like a catastrophic kind of event, which maybe he's new and he thinks that he hasn't heard me say, if this Iran conflict happens, you buy the World War III when it happens. You don't sell the World War III when it happens.
You don't?
What are you going to do with your money?
Archer Daniel Midland recovering there. AT&T kind of holding in here. We'll see if we get that continued upside action here. It's right in on my entry as I've added along here, but it's still holding in well. We'll look to see if we get another rip higher. I think T-Mobile could also be a nice little play there. That's continued to 218, so I can maybe try to scout T-Mobile or play a little bit of a longer pullback to 216. That's what I'm going to play there. So I'll be looking to see if T-Mobile can pull back to that level, 216, and I can play a little pullback there if I get washed out in AT&T. So just trying to play the space here and play the basket approach.
Whoever Kashkari is I guess talking about
Yeah, the Fed. That's a voting
Fed
member. Fed.
Fed balance sheet could not sure the Fed could shrink the balance sheet without fundamental changes.
That's what's going to happen anyways with the new Fed head. Have you heard him talk?
No, but you said he's not nearly as, we'll just say eloquent as
Dude, did you
Jake.
hear? He was poo-pooing his own people. He said that they needed to be disciplined.
Okay.
That was the word he used, Michael. He said that the paper that the New York Fed put out, that whoever made it should be disciplined. Like if they were like 4-year-old children.
What a world. I guess Trump is talking right now. Just FYI.
We'll see what happens, guys. Trump's on the move. Trump's on the move. Watch out out there.
President Trump participates in the Board of Peace event. So,
good Lord. The Board of Peace.
Defense stocks, I guess. Maybe take a look at what ITA, things like that. We'll see.
Defensive names, I mean, could get a nice little lift. We've been waiting to see what happens there. Lockheed Martin recovering up about 0.73. It was kind of getting hit hard yesterday, so a nice little spike to the upside, pull back there to the 90 MA on Lockheed Martin.
Yeah, so, with him and with, I guess, all presidents, just because he's talking about the Board of Peace stuff doesn't mean he's not going to go into some rant in some other direction. So just pay attention. I'm going to just I'm keeping open here our boy Walter Bloomberg, because no way I'm going to watch it, but he's going to obviously tweet if he says something crazy.
That hangover short. I know Kevin's out there yelling when I was talking about Ruby. Look at that Ruby now down to $3. That was a nice hangover short. Like that was a good one. The huge gap up today gave you a nice opportunity there.
Hopefully you got it.
Yeah, hopefully you got that one, man. Shout out to Kevin, man. Let that man keep banking. He's been doing well. Talk, a small stock making a move today. Talkspace. This one trying to break $5 here today. Had earnings. Health information services breaking out to new highs there. Talk.
And that's a pretty good daily chart too.
Yeah.
Pretty big level it just cleared there.
Yeah. Not a name I knew before, but Talkspace. I guess you gotta talk on the space here. Earnings came in pretty good. That's a nice reaction out the gates here. We'll see if it breaks 5 and wants to keep going here. Not a bad look to maybe take a little scalp there, but a little higher quality. Could also be fading back towards 460, right? So it's been playing in on that 460 a lot.
I've heard this that quote my whole life. World War III will be fought with nukes, and World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. That's
robots. It's robotic dogs, man. Get out of here.
That's one of those things that just like they've been saying that my whole life, so I'm not paying any attention to that. All right, I'm an old man, so if I've been hearing it my whole life, it's probably just fearmonger stuff. Got to remember, right? That's what gets the clicks and the internet points and the doots. So, so this is interesting. This is something that I was watching. So, retail has been buying just in the software space like aggressively, and that to me is just mega interesting, because we remember the last time that retail started buying aggressively and the institutions didn't was way back here in April. We were highlighting this on the show. Retail was just plowing money in, and the institutions were shorting, and we got one, right? So I wonder if we're going to get another one where, right, they're saying into the software space, and they're just looking at inflows, and the way they track that is they just say inflows under a certain amount in the software space. So if they're continuing to kind of plow cash in there, that to me is pretty interesting. That okay, so maybe it's getting near the low there. Who knows? But that's just
Taking some AV, looking for pullbacks to add. Just want to mention that.
Yeah,
Drones doing really well. Arcat, remember I mentioned that one yesterday. Looking for that one to continue making a move off of the Ondas move. So AV, the whole drone space is really kind of popping. You could also start to see names like Archer get a pop there too. So I'm looking to play drones any way possible. So what I did here is I took a starter in AV essentially to look for the pullback. If I could get a pullback to 272s, I'm going to take a bigger bet here. But looking for some pullbacks and some drone players. Arcat breaking highs at 1288, almost to 13 out the gates.
so yeah, that very much could be this is what's getting talked about today by Trump over all that stuff. So yeah, pay close attention to if he's talking at a defense summit, anything defense related type of thing. Stuff's talking about RXT, rack space.
Let me see if I can put the indicator on here. Yep.
Oh, that's an interesting bleed there. So that one had a great run yesterday and then just kind of falling apart today, giving it all back.
1,000 shares of Archer there.
Yep. Yeah, and we mentioned that Trump's talking now. So again, this is a defense related thing, and then he talks about the economy later.
I want to have a little bit of a growth trade on there, so I'm also going to take Archer in my swing account here. This looks pretty good here on the break. I'm going to take about 50 shares here, try to risk off the bottom today. Well, I'm taking some trades out there. I'm trying to push.
I've got my two, my MNGA and my RBNE, and right, whatever will happen will happen.
Archer
CDIO.
trying to add into that. We'll see what happens there. Looking to see if I can get the ad there at 7 and then look for that to keep pushing. There it goes. It got the ad there. Looking to see if this starts to keep pushing into the 705s. I'll take another ad there. So looking for a real push here, like maybe a 30, 40 cent push here. Going to add into the pushes and look for that to keep going. So only adding if it's making a new high and showing me volume coming in with it, right? So also, you guys see the 5% volume indicator. Have you guys been using the 5% volume indicator, guys? Let me know what you guys think about it and how it's been working for you. We want to know because that's why we created it for you, right? So take a look at that. I'll make the line a little bit bigger here so that you guys can see it. Let me set it as default. Apply there. That's the crosshair. No, that's not what I wanted. Trying to fix that indicator there. Settings. There we go. Line properties. Let's make that thick. There we go. Now I can get up to 4,000 shares, right? So you got to really watch those to be the areas where you're kind of sizing in on a bigger account, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, the trade that I got to start worrying about, right? Always worry about what's in the red, right? So I'm going to go to AT&T and see how that's working in here. We are starting to bounce there in the defensive areas. I'm seeing communication on a little pullback, but it's what? Holding in at the top end of the range. So I'm not really too concerned about that AT&T. If it breaks the low, I'll go, but this gives me the opportunity to actually look to see if I get a T-Mobile pullback entry or a Verizon entry, right? So I'm more than willing to take those on pullbacks. I'm going to look for a little bit deeper time frame pullback and then see if I can jump into a Verizon trade on that, right? So back down on Verizon and T-Mobile, I'll get filled and I'll get cut out of AT&T. We'll look to see if we get a dip buy there.
SPY getting very, very close to going green here. That might be an interesting price to watch where
XLU
at one point
also.
we were down 0.75 or something. Now we're knocking on the door green, which again, don't trust the rally. I didn't trust the sell-off. We'll see what happens after all those reports. But we flip red to green day. That's interesting here where we can push up from there. It just shows that the dip was bought again.
All right, going to take some NextEra energy. Long some NextEra energy here on the swing account. Setting the stop. Set it. Forget it. Keep working. Let's go. I got 7 positions on in the swing account now.
Yeah, tech. The other country ETFs have been great, and like one of my favorite just to look at, U.S. versus the rest of the world is just ACWX. That's
Yes.
the ACWI. So it's what the rest of the world's been doing except the U.S. and it's just been on fire this year. And I don't think it's a U.S. versus the rest of the world thing as much as I think it's just, you got to think about where does the rest of the world, what does the rest of the world do, and they generally make things, right? And the U.S. is mostly kind of large cap tech for a lot of their indices. So just like we're seeing here, I'll grab the chart here. Right, ACWX. So this is the rest of the world minus the U.S., right? So just think it's got a lot of Canada and Japan and Latin America and Europe and kind of everywhere else that's not the U.S. And yeah, this chart has just been on fire. So it just shows that, if you, just like we talked about, you got to get over your bias about large cap tech. You got to get over your home country bias of, hey, I'm only going to invest in the U.S. because I'm U.S. based. The beauty of these is, it's traded in the U.S. This is traded in either the NYC or the Amex or something like that. So you can just access this from your U.S. brokerage account. And then, on top of those, you get like EWC for Canada, right? We've been just lighting it up because of all the gold, silver exposure, just look around. Right? It's a good way to trade, because if you looked at our one tech company with Shopify, you'd think we'd be having a real bad time. But the rest of us are doing just okay. And again, we have a lot of financials, we have a lot of industrials, we got a lot of metals, and you can see you'll see that across the world. So I have a little list that I go through every night that has a whole bunch of different of these go, right? And you're talking about EWJ, so that'll be Japan. There's a couple. There's like a Japan value and a handful of Japanese indexes that are good. But it's the market to expand your horizons. That's the biggest thing, is get outside your comfort zone and potentially what you're normally used to trading, and kind of go look and see, is there other places that you could potentially benefit from.
All right, seeing that hold there in the XLU, we'll see if that we see some change here. Now seeing tech get a little bit of a bounce here. Where's the bounce? That's the important thing. Consumer electronics, value names like Apple, Sony getting a little bounce there. LPL, LG displays. Yes, you heard me talk about LG displays. Look at that chart. LPL. Not a chart you talk about always, but hey, consumer electronics.
That's South Korean. That would go well with what we were talking about, the rest of the world being on fire.
Yep. And that's the thing you don't think about, right? Look at this smaller cap one, Rime, RIME. This looks interesting, man. I actually really like this. No idea about this name, but the chart itself speaks to me. It's interesting. This RIME chart.
Rime, yeah, this one was one of those insane ones. Yeah, 80 cents to $4, and then just kind of fell apart there. But looks like it's digging in a little bit here.
Oh, yeah.
Trump's talking about, right, deals with Iran and China and all that kind of stuff. So nothing.
I like the sizing I can get on this name too on Rime. So I'm looking at these dips right now to see if I can get a quick dip here back towards like 290s, 285s, 280s. So I can really kind of load in this name. And this has some legs here on Rime. Algorithmic Holdings Inc. is the name. So I'll play that. I'll play that name. I'll play the name.
When you have a very obscure name for a corporation, it's usually something you gotta play and be right out of as soon as you can, right? Both hit that green mark, right? We're 0.3%, 0.03% away from going green, and again, we were down pretty significantly, like 1 and a bit percent today. So if that just kind of reverses entirely, it just shows some good strength. Trump just ordered 22 more B-2 bombers. So who makes the B-2 bomber? That would be the not Boeing. Or it's old news, I guess, could be the other thing. So he's up there. Oh, Trump saying we have peace in the Middle East. So congratulations, right?
Ah, peace in the Middle East. All right, getting that pullback here in AT&T that it's going to get me to at least drop my stop. My stop is going to be at $28. So
A good question. Mike, given your type of trading, what time frames do you find most profitable? Swing tradings, it just cycles, right? So sometimes, like yesterday was a good example. In my day trading, because mostly short, I got kind of smoked. Swing trades were amazing. So net was a great day. So that's why I trade the multiple systems and I trade the multiple time frames, because I just never know. Because I never look upset, and that's part of it too, right? I've just noticed over time, and this goes all the way back to trading at a prop firm. Is you would watch these people in like an actual physical prop firm with good guys out there. The animated dudes, the guys who got really happy when they won money and really mad when they lost money, and got really animated with the "I told you so's" and all of that, they would come and go, and they never really made money. The main guy who made more than anyone else in the office, I never knew that he made that much money until they started to publish results, and he was just like 10x better than everyone else, because he just came back and sit in the back of the room, and he would pound some buttons, and he'd never get like super excited, and he'd never get super mad, and then he'd leave. And yeah, just watching that guy and just saying, okay, well, he's just he was the first, even though back then there was no like robot trading or anything like that, but he was the first to have a very simple, systematic approach that would just kind of over and over and over again do well. So that was my first kind of foray to, just a lot of people say, hey, don't get too mad. But at the just like you don't get too mad, you don't want to get too happy, right? And a lot of people don't worry about that emotion. But if you do get really, really excited when you're making money, I think that's like just as bad, because it should just be like you should be proud that you executed your system effectively. And then whatever the result was, sometimes going to be good, sometimes going to be bad, right? And there's nothing you can do about it.
Just try not to attach it to the dollar signs, but
Right.
more your execution of system. Because if your system's just killing it, dude, it's okay to be happy.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a bad thing, right? Just
You should look at it and say, I did a really good job of my system told me to do X, and I did X, and I did that perfectly. And what that will do is it will say, okay, if you lost money, that's fine, because you did the perfect thing. You executed the system great. And then if the system made money, great. You should still be happy because you executed. So then you're saying, I am happy when I did the thing that I laid out to do that day, whether or not it ended up showing results that day. And I kind of look at it like the gym, right? If you go to the gym and you put in a good workout and you follow your plan that you have at the gym, it's great. You're not going to notice results that day. But if you find the happiness in, I went to the gym and I did the thing that I was supposed to do at the gym and then I left, then that ends up being an amazing kind of self-reinforcement mechanism, because then you're rewarding yourself based off how well you did in your performance that you can deal with. And then you can then objectively say, if your system's making money over time, then it's a good system. And if your system's losing money over time, it sucks. But you've taken yourself out of the equation because you're really good at executing the system. And most people I find who are failing at trading, they just don't know. They don't know if they suck or they don't know if their system sucks. And you could, there's the meme that I talk about all the time where they say, oh, I just got to fix my psychology. But they're trading a system that just will lose money over time. You could be the greatest psychologist, Buddhist monk in the world, but if your system is unproven and sucks, you're not going to make any money. So if you just reward yourself to say, okay, I did the thing the system said, and you record the data, right? And you're journaling that. And again, journaling doesn't mean this is what I had for lunch and my wife was mean to me and my kid stepped on my
What?
toe. It's the
Oh, I thought
this is
that's what it was.
right. I entered here because this is what my system said to do, and I exited here. This is what my system said to do, and right then eventually if you're losing money and you're doing the thing your system says every single day, then your system sucks, and that's great because you just got to find a new system, right? And if you're making money and you're following your system, that's great. That means you got an awesome system. But if you're doing just kind of whatever based off what it feels like, then that happens from there. Yeah, that's Crow Deer Diary. So many traders I talk to, and I talk about journaling, and that's what they think I mean. That's why I always like reiterate, especially for systematic traders. Journaling means, so I upload. You can download right from Trader Evolution, and you can upload right to TraderView and say these are the trades that we're taking each day. You go in and you tag them based off. Every strategy should just have a name. We have the hangover, and I've got the gap fade, and then I've got the market maker strategies, and I just tag them all, and then eventually over time this is all the data, and then once a week I run the back tests, and it said you should have taken these trades, and I just reconcile them back to the trades I've actually taken, and whether or not I made money or lost money, if the trades that I should have taken closely resemble the trades that the system told me to take, then great, I'm happy, right? And then over time I can just adjust the rest of those things. So
All right, am seeing those other areas starting to get a little bit of a balancing, right? This is why I watch change from the open and change from like the last like 10 or 15 minutes. And this tells me more and more we're starting to get a little bit of some adjustment there, right? In the last 15 minutes, you got healthcare, technology, basic materials. So that tells me that we got a little bit of a bounce there. Right, so now let's see what plays in. Look at how IGV held on this trend line today. It's just pretty. It's tried to break down right to it and hold it to the key, right? It tried to break into the 81s, held it to the key, right? Literally 80.99. You don't think there's a wall put up there by buyers? Yes, there is. Buyers are buying the dips in the IGV. The question is, will it hold, right? And if you want to take part of that trade, we talked about it in the open. It was the chart of the day. Will we see the rebound? Literally described it to the key. Now the question is, will we see the up action through the kind of like the 83s? If you get back through the 83s, I think you get software names to really lift off. So you could also watch the software names, see how they perform today. Oracle is doing well. Salesforce is on the red, but App really pushing. That's another name that leads a lot of the IGV. So names that I'm watching, Palantir up also, right? You got Now starting to get into the green. Where's the drag in IGV today? It's cybersecurity. PanW, another leg down lower off of their earnings, almost breaking the low right now. We'll see what happens there, but that's definitely dragging. Adobe dragging, Intuit dragging. So there's some names still leaking and some names holding things up.
Yeah, that's
The chop.
This chart, right? Again, I think this chart highlights it perfectly. Right? We have some sectors going down, other ones ripping, and that's what's making this incredibly choppy market. I do feel bad for people who are focused on just trading the major indices or investing in the major indices. They must be frustrated as heck to try to figure that out. So KNRX, Steph's giving you all the crazy stuff today.
Yeah, that thing's absolutely ripping. It was in a halt now. Did it open up yet? Oh, you did. It did.
Yeah, he said it opened back up. So
yeah, it did.
Nutso.
I like it,
These
though.
things are crazy. It doesn't look like, unless we don't have all the data, it doesn't look like it's one of those that was like $1 million at one point in his life. Just IPO'd at, what, $3.95? Let's see if that's right. KNRX.
Looking for that quick dip and recovery here. It's holding well right above the $3 spot. There's some buyers stepping right back in on that $3 spot. Went right there to the 318. We'll see the takeoff there. 330s came in real quick. 340s. Will we go for another rip, another breakout, another halt here? 331s. I'm looking for the dip underneath 3 back towards 289 here, but we'll see what happens in KNRX.
She's ripping. So that, $3.95, $4. That's the IPO price. So
get it, Steph.
That would be interesting if it gets that IPO price. Imagine right? You bought this thing on IPO at $4, and yesterday, right, you went to sleep and it was at 80 cents. You lost what's like 70-80% of your net worth that you put into that, and then you wake up today and you're back to even. That's a good day. Right? That's probably hey, let me get out of this or out of part of this at some point. So that, I think that zone will be very important if we end up getting there.
All right, I'm seeing. I'll take one shot on a penny shot today. The shot that I'll take on is I'm seeing this CISS, but I'm looking to see if it gets some volume right here. It has a good little setup here to pull back and then take off. CISS, we can call it.
Jeez, what a weird chart. Is that right?
RCAT continuing there, guys. I'm stepping up a little bit in the day trade account on AVAV. RCAT just pushing, guys. That's up there to 1320s. Very little pullback in that one. Ondas pulled back today out the gate, starting to push again. So those drone players are doing well here. I'm going to start stepping up to the plate in Archer as we start to break back through the 7 spot here. I can take another 1,000 shares.
Maybe CISS can get back to $1.5 million a share where it was before. So just buy, right, 2-3 shares here, wait for it to get back to 1.5 million a share, and you're done. Retire.
All right, everything kind of getting into the green in the last 15 minutes. Now we need to start taking a look to see what leads from the open, right? Communication services still leading there. So I'm still kind of hanging in the AT&T game. We'll see if it starts to break back to the upside. But now we'll start taking a look to see if we get another push in these names. So might take a shot there in T-Mobile, might take a shot there in Verizon, as these are not pulling back to my limit buys.
Trump, just more like Iran posturing, so maybe take a look at oil. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We may have to take it a step further. I don't care about the Nobel Prize. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so let's, oil.
Healthcare bouncing a little bit.
I wonder if this oil drop was he said something good, and then the oil popped back up as he said something bad. So that's kind of one way to watch. I don't know any Iranian stocks on the U.S. market. There's probably not any. It looks like there was no movement from, ITA or defense really at all. Just kind of chopped around the range that whole time. I think he's done. Let me click here. Yeah.
Lilly with a nice bounce there. Eli Lilly looking interesting, but healthcare still really red there. Looking to see if defenses will get the bounce here.
Yeah, he's still hanging out there. So there's still a chance for something crazy to go. XLK looks like it's trying to go green here, and then the Qs are very close to green as well. So we're getting a little bit of a bounce back here from tech. Get a little bit of a bounce back from everything. But yeah, tech is starting to come back here. XBI was down pretty bad earlier today, but trying to bounce back here as well. So a little undercut and rip again. Just excuse my lack of enthusiasm because I don't really believe this at all.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to believe it when it keeps being that chop, right? The ping pong ball. And that's hard to trade, right? And especially in day trading, I think even harder.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you really have to be a scalper, right? You have to be someone who's just, I'm gonna take my trade and get out pretty quickly, or again, like the stuff that Steph trades and all of that is probably completely uncorrelated. But we've got this triple witching that's going to be crazy. On top of triple witching, we have all of the news, the Trump talk, the whole.
I missed it, man. Why'd I look away? I looked away from that KN RX, and I said dip back into the 290s, 280s. It dips back, comes really quickly buying into there. So I just shouldn't have looked away. That was a good little 9 EMA recovery right there. We'll see if it takes off. I just don't want to buy 30-30s here because the whole idea was to buy near 3, and that gave you the ability to risk towards like 260. If you have that ability, you're feeling really confident into the high of the day move versus buy the high of the day move here, and then any dip, you feel like panic instantly. and it's 10:19. Today's been a little bit of a busy day. Maybe I'm just busy, and that's why I'm feeling it. But
Well, you got that bigger account, so you got more potential trades to take.
yeah, a lot going on, right? And I'm trying to really focus in on the swing, right? Because that's what matters the most. But just watching things worked here, and it's one of those days where things are really kind of mixed, right? I'm getting pullbacks, but very small pullbacks into defensive names. So I'm looking to see if we get another rip higher in defensive names.
CDIO has been battling, been trying to break through that pre-market high, not been happening. Let me actually see if I can find. I don't know if I can.
AVAV going into the green. I'm gonna step up there.
So I've actually been testing a pre-market high break system on some of these crazy guys, and raw it looks okay. Not something I would trade off the bat, but let me see here. But yeah, it's been it definitely what I did proved that simply buying the pre-market high on these strategies with a stop at the low of the day over the long run works. And again, it's not a smooth enough equity curve that I think I'd be very comfortable running it, but sometimes you just got to get to the point where it's like, okay, it's enough that it's interesting to me, right? It's enough that I want to then explore the idea a little bit further. So many reports. Holy smokes.
All right, we'll look to see when I get the trigger to add on Archer above 7. Verizon now holding in there. That's starting to look a little bit better for me. Might take a step up there in Verizon. Take a shot there. Trying to make some money in the first day in the account. Got to push. Got to push. Let's see what happens. Taking a shot here in Verizon. Just added into that a pretty good amount. Let's see if we can get this to start rising here. So now I'd want to see AT&T really start to push. And now what do I want to do? I want to tighten down on the risk on AT&T. So I'm just going to put it into the recent 30-minute low and then just set it there and forget it. That's it. That's the idea. Trading a little bit of a deeper time frame, getting after it, and then just making sure that we're sticking to a certain amount of risk, right? It can't just be unlimited. With a bigger account, you really need to be careful about outsized losers. Now I'll look for AVAV to start taking off here. Let's see if we can get this to start taking off. It's been holding really well. I think this is the time for it to start making a bigger move here.
Will this work if I do that? Nope. Let's try this again.
There we go, getting into the green there, and some names here. Now Archer starting to get to the 7 there. So that looks good. On the swing, I might add on Archer. I might have break even here, so it wouldn't be a bad add. But
so yeah, this is the back test that I was talking about. So this is essentially the premise behind this is you're just buying stocks that I think have gapped up over 6 or 7% on the day, and the 5-minute candle isn't too crazy, but you're just buying the pre-market high break, and then you're putting the stop below of the day, and you're targeting 1.5 times your risk. You can see it's this is 5 years, so a lot of choppy action, right? You'd have to deal with some hell of a drawdowns throughout there. So that's where kind of the next phase of optimization comes from. But the line goes from the bottom right to the bottom left to the upper right, and that's the main idea. That's the main point of what we're trying to do. And yeah, it seems to be working out fairly well. So this is kind of the next premise, the next thing that I'm going to look to do. And again, I like that when you test something that's very, very simple and it works.
there's 7 on Archer.
This isn't a complicated strategy. So for something like CDIO, you probably would have gotten in and then stopped out pretty quickly here.
Stepping up on Archer here.
Break.
So getting a reversal trade in, I believe that's Wayfair that's getting that reversal here. Yeah, reversal in Wayfair. I talked about how the earnings were actually pretty good, and if we could have a day where these would be the names, these like kind of names could start to get going. It could have a really good day. Look at that chart. It's a really nice bounce back chart.
I think
Wayfair in
it's
the dumpster today and right back up.
pretty heavily shorted too here. So
Yeah, that's perfect.
16, 17% short float. So nothing insane, but it's they're betting against it for sure.
Would love to see a
And yeah,
pullback here, but
they've been betting against it all the way since it was $25 and now it's 85. So might be some people kind of pushed.
all right, there you go,
What's
guys.
up, team? How we doing?
Oh,
What up, dude?
we're pushing, man. We're pushing.
Mitch got the big boy account. He's got the granddaddy.
Ooh, what?
He's got the
You got the
200.
200, huh?
Yeah, look, I'm trying here. You guys see 3-4 positions on. I got Verizon. I got Archer 4,000 shares building up there. Really looking for this to break above the $7 today and keep going. The drone stocks are hot, hot, hot. A lot of the Iran situation is really leading that. And so you want to know which are the ones you want to be trading. This is why Money Mitch always does the research, guys. And I'll tell you what, I'm bringing a little added bonus here. So let me bring a little added bonus here. Let me pull up the files here. The pictures. It's all about the pictures. Dude, you got the picture, Mitch.
Got the
Tell
What,
us.
what are you confused about, Tack? It's Thursday. I think Tack like hit it real hard on the long weekend. He's been confused about what day it is like all week long. No idea. Let's go take a nap, man. But no, it's one of those. It gets me too. You get that one day off, and I'm late putting the garbage out on Wednesday. I don't know what's going on anymore. You screwed up my routine.
Oh, I got to pull it up. I'll have to get it from chat.
GPT.
How we doing, traders?
Well, pretty much, you got to know the defensive areas. Ondas and AV are your big defensive players. That's on a little bit of a pullback today. Ondas today. We'll see if it gets the love as these are pushing. Did you play the Hangover in Ruby, man? I saw that one out the gates, and I was like, "Oh, that had Hangover all over it, dude."
Dude, I was just looking at that as you said it. I'm sitting here beating my head into my desk. Because if you didn't catch that, look at the trend crack. That was just so beautiful on this thing.
Oh, this was a pretty one, man. I saw it
It's
right out the
like,
gates, but too late. Like, I'll be honest, I saw it at 380s, and I can't jump at it there. It would have been that 420, that magic 20 on this one was pretty, man.
yeah,
I had it loaded down to 2.5. So that was my. I figured it'd get down to. It got lower than my last target. So I figured it'd go all the way down to 2.5. But that was my home runner for the day right there. That was.
you get nice, very good.
AV taking off, man. That thing's doing really well here now. Should have got maybe more shares.
That's funny. Smoke tuna. I took it like the opposite of what tuna got. I got it 2.5. That's funny. Tuna. We went 2.7, 2.6, or 3.6. I went from a little bit above you to a little bit below you there. So yeah, you got one end up. I got the back end down. That's awesome. You took the elevator up, and I was like, hey, I got to go down. I'm out of this building.
You got to do it sometimes.
Yeah, so we have. Did you see Mulek too? Muleki's still been in play.
Oh yeah.
So this has been. This is real reminiscent, traders, of the illiquidity trap. If you can recall some tickers like AFJK, like Rich Sparkles, ANPA, where you this was essentially it was a short squeeze day 3 after it had made a move, Muliki, and then shorts are unable to get an exit. It's just so thinly traded that it turns into that. And even right now, it's like we got that pop that we were. Over on the green team, we were talking about this. If you take a look at the watch list, we send it out, trade the pool, and on X, and it got that morning spike. And now what is it doing? It's so thinly traded that we're just kind of going sideways, and shorts are just praying for any kind of an exit on a pullback. But it's doing exactly what it did yesterday. So Mulek, keep it on your radar moving forward on a back burner.
Yeah, and the market maker's having fun with that, and so it's really weird. The of course a huge spread, but it doesn't halt that much. You think it would halt.
I know.
It really doesn't. It looks like it's going to, and it doesn't. It looks like it's going to, and then it doesn't.
What do you guys think about that KNRX trade today? That one's been holding up here. We'll see if it makes another move.
I took a couple losses on it, so I'm kind of trying to avoid it right now. Try to
Like, avoid it like the plague. I hear you, man.
short. Yeah. Well, it was kind of spready, and so
Yeah.
difficult to get involved with it. But yeah, 2.8's holding up right now. I did see it right. I saw it right when it halted up because I got my eyes on that scanner, halt scanner. Because yesterday I had a big play just based off of this ticker just came out with an offering. It was pretty much pending the news. So right when it comes out, I'm like, I'm smacking this thing pretty much towards that offering price. Ended up being a nice trade, Chinese ticker. And so I saw that KNRX this morning popping up. I was like, it's not up much. So it fits the criteria of a lot of these chat rooms where it's not up much and it's got some good news behind it. And so, yeah, as soon as it came out of the halt, just massive squeeze up, was looking pretty much for the panic down to start taking the short position. We had panic down, but it resumed and kept going. It pretty much your dip play strategy, right, Josh? I mean,
Yeah, it's weird because that news came out at 7:30 Eastern, didn't do a thing for 2 hours in pre-market at all. It had it actually PR this morning, and then it just out of nowhere just explodes at the opening bell. So I get your thought process of the let's go short. Why is this all of a sudden spiking now? And actually hit it holding up the way it has. So little sketch business right there. I left it alone just because I'm like, what, you're popping now? Like really?
Yeah, I didn't mind the long on it, but I just it after that halt up, it spiked from what it was $1 up to $2.80, $3 now. It's like, okay, we're up hundreds of percent. This is a tough buy up here. But if you have look, you got the 2.8 holding up there, so that's your risk level. Just keep it tight if you're trading on that side of things.
Battle oil's up today too, so we got Battle up, oil. Yeah, so Battle's a nice little move too, as well for other small cap traders out there. I like Battle, BATL.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was talking before you guys showed up of a little system I'm building to maybe go long some of these. So we've got some short systems and they're doing okay, and then flipping that around, trying to get some long systems up there as well. So. And that's basically so for like BATL, it would just be buy the pre-market. That's the strategy. Super simple, right? The pre-market high break. So that's what, like 360. You buy that, and your stop goes low of the day. You target 1.5 the risk, and it works in the long run. The equity curve's not pretty enough that I think I'd be comfortable trading it, but gets you started, right? Gets you to the point where like now you can start to think about how do I optimize something like that to make it look a little better.
Yeah, especially in a hot market right now, you just go through the top gainers of the day there, and you're I mean, you look at Muleki, like he was talking about MLEK, KNRX, you talk about over pre-market high. Even the little small gainers like NAM I have on my list. NAMM, it's only up 13% on the day.
ITA takeoff.
What'd he say? So yeah, we got Trump talking, just FYI.
Okay,
At like a war summit thing, so you might start to see some crazy moves. But yeah, and I love how like I was saying before, the thing I really like about this strategy is it's bone simple and it's something people have been doing for ages. Right. You're just buying, you're taking something that's gapping up on the day, and you're buying the pre-market high break, and you're trying to scalp a little bit out of it. And when something is that simple and it works, that makes it really easy. Like what I always talk about, you're not building the system for the trader you are now, you're building the system for the trader that's in a drawdown and has to come and hit the same button every day. And the fact that it's that simple, that's interesting to me.
All right, guys, interesting. I'm seeing we might have a play on our hands. CORT Therapeutics. This is, again, why I love looking at the halt scanner. This just halted down, and it looks to me like, let's take a looky. Let's take a moo licky. 819 Concept Therapeutics investigation alert.
Woo! That's good. Love to hear that.
It's for a drug company. Yeah, that's
ONDS taking off.
Did you own shares of Corcept? Have you guys gotten those letters in the mail? Like, did you?
Oh
own
yeah.
shares? Yeah. You
it's
might
like
be
did for 5 seconds, like 2 years ago. Like,
yeah. Did you lose your money in an investment? Okay, I don't know entirely what's going on here, but an investigation alert. That's in all caps for CORT. So resumes at 10:36. It's going to be opening 32.85. It looks like I'll be monitoring CORT.
All right, guys,
Yeah,
got a
true,
big
it's
position
possible.
on, starting to really win in Archer here, up about $200, up to 140s and AVAV, that's taking off. And with the ITA takeoff here, I'm riding the right wave and I'm just trying to focus in. I'm honed in. I'm in trading in the zone moment. So you got to stay in the zone and focus, make that money.
Steph, thanks for that donation. You're welcome. You're welcome. Good work. Good work, Steph, on that. Yeah, that was
Is he done? That's what I'll. I don't know if he's done. If he's up. Yeah, I see someone else up there. I don't know. Yeah, so he's done. So he's done talking now. So that might be one of those things we talk about all the time. You wait until they're done chatting, and then right off to the races. And everyone kind of
Archer,
holds
off to the
their
races
breath, and then from there. So
See if we can make $1,000 today.
so yeah, Ruby, that was a reverse split last week. And
Yeah.
apparently the shares of the oil and gas companies were trading higher after Vice President said that Iran did not address the U.S. red lines and nuclear talks. I know that. So that's what we've been seeing a lot. And Ruby is it's a shipping company, vessel shipping, I believe. And so, yeah, so I was like, man, I was like, this is, and it was actually trending kind of well in pre-market, but it's when it snapped, it was done. Battle higher right now, guys.
and
BATL.
there's the news. U.S. contributing $10 billion to Board of Peace. So that's what's going on. So they're dumping more money into.
I'm taking
into
along on the
defensive
VXX.
names.
Oh,
KNRX in a DT right now, traders. Let's see what it's going to do on this 275 level.
I'm on the day trade, pushing on the VXX now, expecting downside in the market to come in a little bit here. So we'll see what happens. The VIX, the SPY was jumping on there, but there's a lot of topping right on this trend line. I'm going to give it just the smallest amount of room here at $50 on this big account and see if we just get a lift off.
Shoot.
Hourly support playing in here. That's why I'm taking the shot on the VIX. I'm just off the hourly chart. I'm trying to be purely technical. Be like, nah, it's not about betting on the end of the world. It's more about betting the technicals, see if it comes right back in.
Court missed that halt open, but yeah, she's halted again down. So the court is not looking too bad. We're getting some downside on that investigation.
Gonna put a stop on my Lockheed Martin scalp. I was up about $80, trying to get like $100 on that scalp. So scalping a little bit of Lockheed.
Yeah, John Deere. That's a good call, Tack. That's just been pushing up like relentlessly all day. Very kind of buy program-ish. 1 second here.
It's a party. It's a party at Michael's house. Let's go, guys. I'll give him a second. I'll bring him back. It's a party. It's a party.
Kids and dogs. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Sounds like a good life.
Kid,
Right, Josh?
Yeah.
Just got to get you the kids part, baby.
Yeah.
KNRX, something's about to happen here. The ask is lining up there. KNRX, something's about to happen. Something 275 though, really key area. Let's see if volume comes in to push it higher. Volume tells the story. I pronunciated Money Mitch. I put the pronunciation.
I love you, my friend. All right, guys. Archer's starting to get in the green there for me. NEE starting to get in the green there for me. And on the swing side of things, now getting VST to start pushing to the upside. So I love this type of betting that I'm taking here on the day trade side too, because there's some bet to the downside, there's some bet to the upside. You see me mixing all around uncorrelated areas, something that Michael always talks about, right? You can take all this information, apply it to your system, whether you're systematic or not, right? Think about some of the things that we talk about every day. Uncorrelated areas, looking at sectors and industries to try to judge rotation, right? That's really what the best traders and the money managers in the world do anyways, right? So, hey, you can do it yourself.
The holy grail, the closest thing you can find to the holy grail of trading is multiple uncorrelated systems. It's just the closest we'll ever get, right? It's because
Hold on. I think we got to get you a little bit bigger for when you say things like that, my friend. We need a little spotlight action.
Well, and that's just me stealing that from Ray Dalio, who said it ages ago. But yeah, the more, and you can just run the math, right? You take two average systems that are uncorrelated in nature, and you throw them together, and they're just average systems. The win rate will go up. The risk reward will go up. Your drawdown will go down. Your rate of return will go up. So just the more uncorrelated systems you can. So that doesn't mean you're necessarily long and short, but if you're doing something that's like a breakout and something that's a mean reversion or something like that, right? It is closest thing that we will ever get to a holy grail of trading.
Oh yeah. And that's what you want to be hearing, things like that, guys. And that's what really that's what we can give you guys, right? We can't give you the keys to the car, but we can give you how we got there, right? And so things like this really give you that benefit. When does the halt finish for court? Did you already talk about that? I'm not sure if we
1041.46, 1041.46 resume.
Right.
I'm seeing $32. I am going to be paying attention to that at that time. So Carlo in the background making some money on KNRX. Love it. Getting the bounce and banking on the 3. He's been yesterday was RXT. He's been putting in some work. I saw. Did you guys? So the 5ers put on their 10 years. Carlo made his debut there too. That was fun. That was a good time.
Resume time would be 41:46. So if we go live, it would be about 40 seconds from right now. 41:46 for court.
Yep.
Yeah,
Court.
Man, look at that bleed.
Yeah, go back to December. Like Tack, look at this. If you go back to the daily, go back to December. Oh my gosh, it is nasty there. What's happened to this particular?
Yeah, 70 down to 35, and then 35 down to, or 40 down to 30 right away. And who knows when this is going to stop, right? Like,
there's a 31.75 resume price I'm seeing. Who's catching the knife here? I
Target
out YOLO.
There. Or
hey, Mitch has got a 200K account. Just slam it all into court.
Yeah.
Oh, lower.
Hero or villain? It's going to halt again. Look at this.
It looks like it wants to. I may.
A lot of volume coming in there. So there's some covering going in there. You saw 100,000 shares really flow. There was a 60,000 share order at 32. Those are the types of things that I like to catch, right? 60,000 shares covered there.
I did actually stab at this. I'm in right now.
Oh, so that was you, Josh, 60K.
60,000 shares, huh?
It hasn't halted down. Oh, I'm in it too, Josh. But this is like, grab a piece and get out. I want to see a halt down. If it starts pushing higher, this is like a right out trade for me. I want to see it go down further into a halt. If it doesn't, I'll be taking it off. What are we doing, Court? She hadn't made up her mind.
I'm in at 31.83 here.
Long?
Short. No, I grab the knife and I keep stabbing.
Yeah, I was about to say you be careful there, sir. This could be.
Oh, come on, stay heavy here.
Yeah, it's looking like it's trying to find a reversal down to that 28. That 875 rule I've talked about for so long. It is the weirdest thing. I'm still in 100 shares, but that's it.
Woo. Let's go, guys. Let's go pay ourselves a little bit up over 200 on AV. Archer really kind of driving the boat there too. So on AV, I'm going to go pay myself a little bit here. Just try to get some cash off.
Yeah, bouncing here on court. Pretty good.
See if I can get 283s, 283.50s here, something like that. 283.30s.
Talking about the American Rebel Holdings. Is that what that one is? ARB?
Oh, no.
EB Crow. All right. Yeah.
No!
Back to 20 cents. Holy smokes. Gap up and just complete destruction. Oh, man.
That stock that's the death of me right
Poor
there.
Poor guy.
All right, guys, looking to see if Lockheed Martin, I can cash in on that scalp at this point. Won't lose money. I'm setting a $60 in the green, scalping Lockheed Martin here, guys. Lockheed Martin, ITA, impending war. Seems like is the battle out there in the talk right now. So SPY's going up too. That's the fun part. And I'm taking VIX bets and looking to see what happens here. It's going to be a fun action day, guys. I got a lot of defensive actions that I'm pushing on. Communication services still kind of pushing. Basic materials and industrials, though, taking off. So industrials, though, that's where I see the strength. 3.4% on farm and heavy construction names. One name I gave you guys, CNH, was on my radar. Going to look to see if that can break 13 today and start a drive. CNH is an industrial play.
Over under 31 on core as I'm going to take it off. Over under 31. I'm just seeing if it's going to hold that level. I'd like to see continuation on the selling pressure here, but we'll see what it does. If it panics further, I'm going to size it a little bit. I'm half of what Josh is, but it's maybe trying to find a base here.
Yeah, I took most off at that. When it hit the 29, 28, 75 here, I was trying to get off as much as I could in that area. It looks like she does want to go down a little bit more. She may engulf this lower shadow, which I'm hoping and she does. I'll start scaling out some more here as she gets into that 28, 75 roll area.
All right, more than enough trade.
Good job. Thank you for bringing this up. That was awesome right there.
Dude, like some of these the halt scan I've been monitoring has been just bread. She's been paying out just because you catch these investigations or offerings or whatever's coming out.
Right.
All right, just cash some there. Now setting a stop at pretty much $90 there on AVAV. Really good $200 winner. Riding the wave in Archer here, guys. So not a bad day at all. You guys see AVAV still there. Cash some. Now up almost 400 in Archer and looking for this to keep running, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's make some money here in Archer. Going to watch for the break here towards the 720s. And once that gets going, we could actually drive here. So this could be within itself, a nice $500, $600 winner here. Pushing and pushing, guys. Trying to stay focused. You guys hear it in my voice. Let's get after it.
Yeah, I saw a misprint on. I thought Battle had a pullback. I have orders in on Battle at 382, Anyway, I have a misprint on Thinkorswim where it swept down. It looks like, but it's just a misprint, like of the candle there, because it's not obviously. Yeah, I was like, oh no, I didn't. That's why I reacted. I thought I got filled there. Looking for a bounce play, though, so I am on BATL, 380, 385, 390, somewhere in that area for a dip buy. So just letting you know, that's the only other play I'm really liking right now and have been waiting patiently for.
There we go, guys. Up about 500 now on Archer. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's get this breakout right here, and then I'm going to sell some into this, right? And what was this? Sizing in, then putting a limit down and letting the stock work for itself, right? You don't let stocks work. That's how you get cut out. I'm probably going to get cut out of the VIX trade, but I told you guys I'd keep it to like 50. I had it at 60. I brought it down a couple more pennies, but I'm just going to cut out. I'm not going to try to push it there, even though I think it's just like they're trying to get me out right here, and then they're going to send the VIX. Well, that's fine. Let them take that little money that I gave myself a little cushion on a hedge bet, right? And then just ride where the money is being made, right? You hear this from Michael all the time, right? Trim the weeds, keep the flowers. Yeah. Let's keep the flowers out there today.
I like it.
This cord is trying to dig in here. Trying real hard. This SPY has done like nothing for the last like hour and a bit. So we had that little undercut, and then we had a pop above. We turned green for a second. Now we're right back down. So we're just inside day, stuck in the range until all of this nonsense that we've been talking about with economic reports and witching and all that kind of stuff is all over and out of our way.
All right. Starting to get some stop outs out there. Stop out on that VIX trade, right? And so now it's starting to hone in here and get into profit-taking mode, right? So
profit-taking mode.
All right, I want to crack and stay under 30 here on Core soon. If not, I'm taking it off. We're going sideways. Let's stay under 30 here soon.
Patience. We got this patience.
Yeah, name that I got. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I was just agreeing with that. I mean, it is in a volume's kind of slowing down here, so we could see that next level down.
XLU recovery, guys. So utility names recovering. I took Nextera Energy on that dip on the swing account. So this is looking good for the XLU and names that are in the XLU. We'll look to see if the utilities start to take a little bit of a lead. Look how it's all green, at least on my industry outlook. Regulated electric, independent power, regulated gas, diversified, even water. Is up on the day. I'm going to actually look to see if American Waterworks can get a little bit of some love here at the 4-hour support, which I've been trying to use more of. 4-hour supports, guys. I feel like when we get into these volatile times, when stocks get a little wild, let's try to hone in on deeper time frames to give ourselves the ability to get outside of that volatility. Or you go smaller size, right? But that you just have to give yourself that.
Right,
so when things get crazy, we usually have a tendency of doing what as traders? We want to size up because we want to make a lot of money. But what really needs to maybe happening is just understanding that what's happening is a widening of ranges, ATR expansion, right? And then with that, when ATR expands, a lot of the time you can start getting run over with smaller size. Even you think it's small, but it's probably not small enough to get around the ATR moves, right? So you got to be looking into things like that. Of course, if you guys don't know what ATR is, maybe do a little research. But of course, that's average true range. Look into that. It's a really good indicator to have on your charts.
That is the most common indicator for not just me, but I think for all systematic traders, right? It's how 99% of systematic traders will size positions or understand when a move is unusual in some way. And yeah, just comparing, this is how much the stock normally moves. And it's just super important to know because, you know, if you're trading something and the stock normally moves like 10 times as much as you think, then you're going to size yourself poorly, and vice versa. If you are, you're taking a trade and it's a great trade, but you think the stock has the chance to move $2 and it only just moves like 10 cents, well, you're never going to make any money on that trade. So yeah, huge indicator again, just for mean revision trades, for understanding when something's an unusual move, for position sizing. I don't think there's a single system that I have that doesn't have ATR as a reliant indicator.
Take it as you want it, guys. We'll see what happens out there. It's 10:51. Time to start the wrap up here and see what we can wrap into. It's been an interesting day in the markets, so we'll see how things go into the afternoon.
The ATL just broke out there.
Yeah.
You'd like the call-in show today, Money Mitch, because we're going to be going over mental stops versus hard stops. So get ready, trader. Yeah.
Grab your tinfoil hat.
Let me know so I can come with my tinfoil hat. I'm gonna go make one in lunchtime. I'm gonna make a big tinfoil hat and come on the call-in show.
That'll be great content.
Don't worry, I have water around the office. You know, have you ever seen the movie Rings? There's a reason why, guys. You know, have the cups with waters. When my wife asked me, "Why do you have water?" But you know, the aliens are coming, dude. We got to be ready for them.
Well, there you go. Yeah. I'm gonna go in my backyard and look for Bigfoot, I guess. Well,
there you go, my friend. Dude, you know Bigfoot is in Canada, right? Like, if there's anywhere that he's gonna be, right? He's got to be in Canada, right, Michael? Like, that's the only place he could still hide.
That in the middle of nowhere, Russia.
We ever watch Survivor Man?
That's what Putin sends after
too
you.
Old to quote Survivor Man?
I remember. I actually just saw. Watched some of that yesterday.
Yeah, he went nuts there because one of the times he was out there, he could swear that he hung out with Bigfoot. I think he probably just didn't eat anything for like 3 weeks and probably went insane. But yeah, I remember listening to him on podcast later, just saying, yeah, definitely, I saw him, and yeah, that's where he said is northern Canada.
I can imagine out there in the middle of nowhere like he did, like, you know, that because there's just nothing for, you know, hundreds of miles. God, I just couldn't even.
Those shows were nuts. Those shows were just insane. It was that and then Man Tracker right after on the Outdoor Life Network. Those were why you get home from school and watch. Those were fun days. Probably couldn't do that anymore. I remember he stopped because his doctor's like, "Man, you're gonna die. You just can't go and, like, completely starve yourself in, like, a desert for 7 days and then just think you're fine, like, a week later and go do it again."
Yeah,
Yeah.
people don't realize that's an easy way to age yourself 20, 30 years, right? Like those people that go on Naked and Afraid, I think like for like 40, 50K. I'm like, dude, you didn't realize what you just did to your body, dude.
Horrible.
Uh,
Apple is up at that $5 now, so
Yeah.
broke out and ripping.
Well, hey, I'll give credit where credit's due to Mr. Tuna over there. He's been calling for this morning. Now, this
that's
is the
Tuna.
area in which I get a little sketched just based on what has recently, had taken place. Normally, if you're going to get a massive breakout, you
I'll come to you.
need like Scott. Yeah, here's the chart on BATL. It's just got some resistance. What creates that resistance is going to be longs that were in this a couple weeks ago that are looking now for an exit. So these are just key levels here. Like from 5 to 550 is going to be the test. That's where I'd personally be looking at for a short against really over under 5.5 here on BATL, just based on this recent history. Normally, it's going to take months and months to reclaim and really hold these levels. So just be mindful that traders are in this from this 5 to 550. This is going to be a profit taking area, and for others, a break even area. Just be mindful of that.
Long-term outlook here for a stock. I love to give Michael some of these because I know he's like that. It's like, yeah, give me some of those. PCG, hated name. We all know why. All the California things that happened with PCG, but finally the chart has based enough and starting to show real strength here with an insane amount of volume within the last year. So I think this is one of those to kind of look at that was hated that could be changing tunes. PCG.
I love buying what people hate. That's my
They
favorite
hate
thing
this
to do.
name like no other because it caused some really bad destruction, right? But the truth is, you know how that goes, right? Destruction, all of a sudden it starts ripping. What's the Hawaii one? Oh, that one could get going.
I think it's just Hawaiian Electron.
Yeah, HE. That's starting to rip also. Another hated one that all of a sudden when the move starts going, everyone's like, oh, I don't want to see this thing go up, so I'm not going to long it. Well, that's how you easily make money while everybody turns away from it, right? So
You'll be chasing it, right? Eventually the capitalism will seep into you and you'll go, okay, well, I'm at now, let me chase it 2 or 3 times higher. Again, It's usually what happens, right? Same with, when one side hates Elon and the other side hates Disney and the other, right? When they hate these things, as soon as you get a little bit of price action, everyone kind of changes their tune pretty quickly.
VXX kind of holding in here. SPY not really doing much, but I am seeing the XLU start to lead here, and that's starting to push here. So XLU looking good as it breaks to 46. I've talked about this pullback on the XLU was a really good look here. It's starting to hold in here.
Yeah, look, this is today's SPY candle. This is why it's.
I'm going to cash here on Archer
on...
here, guys. Cash in on Archer. I'm going to take the 410, 370. I'll take that off as I got to get the heck out of here. It's about to be 11. One of the things I definitely don't want to keep doing in the account is trying to just leave trades on because I got to get the hell out of here. So I'll just take the cash. Wherever I'm at, just take the money, run, get out of here.
Good work.
Yeah, it's I think time
some
constraints for your trading are as annoying as they can be are actually a good thing in the long run.
Yep.
To say, right, I've only got an hour, so I'm just going to focus. Whatever happens at the end of the hour, away you go. And especially for discretionary traders, focusing for too long is just going to kill you, right? So just having that, this is my time to shine, and this is the time that's the most busy time of the day. And I'm just going to take that and focus in, and then just kind of let whatever happens.
Yeah, I still got it on the swing, right? I have the Archer on the swing there. We'll keep it holding on the swing side of things. So that's what I can do there, right? I can just swing it and sell the day trade rip, right? So nothing wrong with that. Now going to look to see that the XLU kind of leads the day. And I'm starting to look to see what kind of stays into the green. Real estate, utilities, energy, defensive. Does that show value? Yeah, that's what shows value. That's what I'm focusing on, value trades here on the pullback.
All right, guys. So I'm going to go and cheers
Let's
myself.
get out of
I was
here.
joking before.
Give him some good
yeah.
love.
I showed you this one full on Tuesday, and now I gotta hit the store and get some more. I'm holding it together. So hopefully by Monday when we hang out next, I'll have beaten whatever this is. Just in time for the kids to. The kids will bring something else home. I'm sure. I'll heal up from whatever this is, and they'll hit me again.
I hear there's something a lot stronger out there that can cure your illness too.
Oh
PP
yeah,
up, man. Well, he's in Canada, right?
yeah. Well, I'll be hitting that store as well, right? I just need something.
The CBD gummies, man. Some CBD maybe. Give you a little love in there.
Absolutely.
Hey, we'll see what happens out there, guys. Cutting out of some trades. Had some fun time trading with the big account. Look for more trading right here, and time for the big boys and the small cap boys to take over. Big boys, small caps. Go get it, man. Go get it, boys. Get after it. Have a good one.
See you, boys. Get better money. Yeah. Mitch. I should say get better. Mr. Nas. Poor guy. I forgot about that the other day. Still swallowing that NyQuil, Dayquil, whatever it is.
2 boys, 1 small cap. It goes like that. Right. Something like that.
Right. Hell no, I don't know. Come on now. Let's not, nothing weird there. Nothing weird there with that one. But,
2 men in a truck. There's 2 companies out there. 2 men, 1 truck. 2
Kevin.
2 boys, 1 small cap.
And we'll be back after this. Sprite messages.
Yeah, exactly.
Have fun, guys.
Appreciate your money, Mitch.
Large cap 2, Tesla's ripping right now. I had that up on my board over here, my 4 board. FJet's moving pretty good today too as well. So FJet, former runner there. So FJet, I have that on the watch list. It's up about 22%. It and Battle, 2 plays you wouldn't particularly look at day in, day out, but are up pretty decently today. And very similar charts today from FJet and Battle. So I like those tickers. So what I'm looking at, what are you looking at, brother? And of course, still looking at Core. Thank you for bringing up Core too, by the way. That was there. I got about $1.50 out of it. Got in at 31.83. My best exit was because of the spread was 29.87.
Yeah, good work on that. Good, just quick scalp out of that haul. Those are I love those kind of setups. Right now, I'm looking at I like this ATOM. I know it's not on a ton of people's radar, but this is a day 3 climb here, ATOM, and I think it's a decent swing. I know you got a swing account. I'm interested in getting one too. This as far as playing some of these go. This was on earnings, if you remember, a few days ago, but she's up from like 2 to now nearly $6. Yesterday, it tried the green for a day 3 climb and then gave most of the gains back. So it's just hanging out here. It's not looking bad. I'm still eyeballing Mulek because this one is bleeding off. She is bleeding off a little bit. Going to see where she goes. And then I wanted to look at RIME's been in. You remember RIME, the hangover the other day? And then RIME was an insane hangover, but she had 20% short interest and she still bled. Now she's been basing out in the 190s. Yesterday, dead cat bounced a point and still really holding some of these key levels. So those are a couple I'm watching. Well, INTS, this was a now disregard. There was a couple reverse splits I was eyeballing, but they're not doing too much this morning. So really, Ruby, it's just
Ruby. What a dump! What a dump!
Oh, KNRX dump a little bit again.
Yep. I just took it off my watch list because there just wasn't anything there for me. It looked like it was going to die off, and sure enough, it's starting to get more of that pullback. It did get a better run than in my opinion, better run than anticipated from KNRX. Like I said, that when you see that news come out in pre-market and then it goes over to an hour or two that does nothing, I get a little worried when I see that. So I usually just stay away from those plays, but it ran pretty nice. NAM I'm looking at too as well. I like these plays that staircase up. FJet's got the staircase up today. It's got a flat plat for you to go take a bounce play at 1060 area. You can go to the bottom side of it too if you want to be a little less risky. You can go to 1010. I like Battle. It's got more. You're not supposed to go up. You want to come down and get a bounce play is what you want to be doing. Come on. Oh, man. And right here with the 50 and the VWAP, they're lined up together. So, unfortunately, not going to get that, it looks like, unfortunately.
I'm going to take a short on it, BATL. I like, just a little small, couple hundred at 5.2, Magic 2. We're up, a couple points on the day. Again, I like the analysis. We'll see if it holds true. Over under 550 is kind of the key area for me based on the past chart history. But I'm going to take a short on that pop right there.
Yeah, I was trying to get filled on the bounce earlier. I thought I did get filled, but I didn't. Like I said, it was a misprint on Thinkorswim, but it's a good long play. Yeah, that short right there. Again, just what I always say with a lot of these trade. When I see this on the staircasey pattern, just be careful shorting at the tops because a lot of the time, you'll get the reversal, but they're more short lived than long lived. So to me, this really works out well when you crack 480. You crack 480, you're going to be in heaven, my friend. You're going to be going, yes, yes, keep on rocking in the free world. I'm going long on it right now, wanting to go long on it, but I like the 480 or 420, 430 area down $1 below where you're looking at right now for the bounce.
Little higher she goes. I mean, it got bought up. It got really bought up on that pullback right there. As traders were looking for that.
It's the runner today. Yeah, it's the runner today. KNRX, it just doesn't have the juice, in my opinion. It just, and again, notice that when you come out with a PR and you're doing nothing in pre-market and then out of the bell, it did give you some good love. If you took advantage of it to the long side, there was a couple of decent quick shorts, and there were some bounce plays to be had. But yeah, my point being, these plays don't hold up. Generally, a lot of the time, they start to crack back on down. So wouldn't be surprised if we do see this, honestly, back. It probably doesn't get any lower than where we gapped up from. I'd say 180 to 2 is where she finds her way back down. Speaking of 2, that's where she'll go to.
Yes, all the volume has died on KNRX, heading over to battle. My over-under risk is 5.5, guys. I'm going to hit it again up through 5.5 on a fast steeper the move, the weaker the trend is. But outside of that, my plan is to take the short and give Mr. Josh the shares down at like 4.8. Is that where you're looking at?
I would love it to go back. Yeah, but I don't think it's going to at this point. Yeah, I think we might get it. But yeah, I want a bounce play. But yeah, I don't. She looks like she wants to run. But yeah, let's get back down to 4.8 for Kebo over here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Call-in show too. Don't forget, coming up, call-in show. I want you to call in mental stops versus hard stops. Hard physical stops. You putting them in? If so, where at and why? Mental. What you're doing. What you doing there with that mental state of mind. What's up, James? He's late today. How is the market? It's okay. It's been better. Got slow and steady movers. We got battle we're looking at right now. FJet, is a good slow mover here for traders. MLEC was one that we were looking at earlier in the day. It was fun yesterday into today. Not really too much after that. You're getting into some slow and steady eddies for plays that are just down for the day.
KNRX is painful. It's painful for me because I top ticked it. I was a little oversized on it, Josh. So that was a little painful. But yeah, there she goes. You gotta weather through those storms. Again, on the short side, you gotta have the plan, because normally if you are shorting Euphoria, you are going to be red initially on the trade. Very high, very likely. I mean, that's how your CR trader, that's how he operates too. He's like, I'm going to put multiple orders out there and I'm very likely going to be red on my first, second order. And then of course with full position size on that third with the 1, 2, 4, 8 methodology approach. So yeah, you just got to learn to be comfortable being uncomfortable to a degree if you're going to be slow scaling into that Euphoria, which KNRX kind of hit it a little too heavy initially, so that one's frustrating as she's selling on off, but not going to chase it down.
Paula, right now I want lower, but it depends on how long this holds up. If this holds up as long as the last flag did, yeah, then I'm going to want to go to 4.8. But if it doesn't hold up that long, then I'm still going to go back down. I love old resistance becoming new support. It just is one of my favorite go-tos. So I love the 430, 420 area. So I'm going to leave the orders in 420, 430 like all day. They're going to stay in. But this 480 area, it depends on how long we hold up in this wedge up top. So we're building these flags. We're building stairs, essentially. You want your stairs to hold up. If this stair does not hold up as long as the other stairs have, then you're going to get a bigger size pullback. So I want this stair to hold up for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes is great. And if that happens, then yes, then you're going to put orders at 5 and really heavy at 480. But if it doesn't hold up and we come back here, which it looks like it's going to be holding up here, then I'm just going to stay down here. Regardless, I'm staying down here. I love the 420, 430 area. This 480 area gets juicier and juicier the longer this holds up. And the main reason why I don't want to form a head and shoulders, right? What does this look like it's starting to form? It's look like in the 1 minute time frame, it's starting to form a little head and shoulders here. That's why I don't want this to come down now, because then it forms the head. And then there might be a small bounce back up for the second shoulder, but it may not be that big. And so that's why I would just rather come down here. But the longer this holds up, we build a stair, not a head, if that makes sense. Don't want to be building no head and shoulders. Let's build some stairs.
Love it.
That could be
Random
need a quick lesson on that. Building a head versus shoulders. Whatever.
Yeah. It's like you're build a bear of the stock market. You start with the head.
Yeah.
Random play, Jay-Z kind of popped up on the scanners, guys. Jay-Z, I'm monitoring that. It looks like a Chinese little pump is holding its gains right now. I could see some action volatility on Jay-Z. Eyeballing that.
Might want to watch for Tupac or maybe let's see what when you said Jay-Z, let's see Nas. Maybe I just thought of the rapper immediately. I was like, Jay-Z's popping, huh? Oh, gotta have a little fun there. And that's a lot again, like with the tickers, just like I keep calling FSLY Fastly instead of Fastly because it's it is a small little Seeing a lot of this too. This right here, this reminds me of KNRX. I mean, the gap, the halt, big gap up, and then chop around. Now, that KNRX did go into another halt up here, as you can tell. But yeah, it's seen a lot of this kind of choppier action. Now, that's why I was like going back over to plays like Battle when they do start to form these stairs. I just try to find stairs on days like today. Got a lot of those. MLEX, another one of those kind of halty, choppier. And I had this out of the gate, like I'm sure you were even talking about. This looked like it wanted to squeeze going back from yesterday's chart. And here we're just uptrending with really low volume. And right out of the gate, we squeeze up and we chop around and channel and go for more. And then again, going to stairs right there, stair 1, stair 2, stair 3, which is nice to see. And then you get bounce plays on the way back on down. You can see the bounce play here for this area pretty much lines up. And then we do get old resistance become new support. And this is kind of like the battle play and the bounce play I want to get there because you could have even gone long here. 1875 roll. There's that magic number coming in again. 875. Take that back up to 20. There's $1, bounce. That's pretty good. Then we come down and still try to hold that area. This is an old plateau. So finding stairs on days like today, and then letting plays like KNRX when I see them just myself. Like Kevin, you got to size appropriately. That's where we have already had that essentially call and show lesson of how do you size and size appropriately, just like these guys are talking about at the top of the hour. And the last hour was that sizing. And this is key, where you get into these plays, you want to step into them, but you understand, like even back to the TCGL, which again, by the way, is still halted. I still check back, Kevin, pretty much like every other day.
Really?
QMs and TCGL both still halted.
Ouch.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in 100. I'm in 100. You're like, what? You're in? That's why I only took 100 shares of TCGL. Sketch. Hey, there's some room that could be run here. Next thing you know, I get $100 out of it. Was I expecting that? No, I was just expecting to just get a quick little kind of like court play. If you go back to court, you can see my entry and exits right here where I got in. And Kevin was so funny. So I'm trying to get out, and like you I was going to stop myself out of court. And when I stopped myself out, I had too many shares in, and I actually then went long because
I've done that. I've done that before too.
I was like, oh, long. Yeah, and then you could see the green candle right there. I immediately got out for a small loss, but it wasn't. It was so funny. It was only 100 shares or something like that. But yeah, I was like, oh no, whoopsies, get out. I was trying to take all my shares there.
Oh, I've heard a trade. Yeah, I've heard traders getting burned on that too. You got to be careful because you flip to a different ticker, then you flip back, and it's a different default like number in there, and so that's you can set those default. This default share size, just FYI, but
and I do. I usually when I'm scaling out, I drop it. I keep dropping them down, and I didn't drop it down this time, so it was like I go down like this. So it's like kind of like the 1, 2, 4, 8 approach. I scale out that way on the way down. So when I was at 2 going to 1, now I'm at 1 scale out left, but I didn't then. I didn't change the quantity, so I was still at 2 on my quantity essentially. And so when I went to get out 100 shares, I bought 200 shares. So I did sell the 100 I wanted, but then I bought 100. I was like, oh no, woo, no, I don't want to go long. It would be paying out about right now, but yeah, it was in. I think someone brought that up. Court wants to break. Yeah, Bert looks like it's and that little. I love these bear flags down at the bottom here when you start getting again. That happened earlier, like Kevin talked about with KNRX. Cracker, it's either going to be a crack or a pop, right? So you have the downtrend line, we break it, we pop up. KNRX, the same thing earlier. We were getting really tight in its wedge, and this downtrend right here, we're getting really tight, and then we crack back off of it. You can see the downtrend right through there. We just get to a point of, I always call it the make or break point, so to speak.
Yeah, certainly is. And sometimes you'll get a pop, then a crack. I mean, they can be trappy. And so you got to be mindful of that. BATL still kind of keeps flagging and getting that influx of volume to send it on up. So 5, it was holding, shot up to 5.3 again. 5.5 is
Magic
going to
number.
be kind
Yeah.
of that over
One
under
five
level
ten.
for me.
Yeah. 1-5-10. I mean, that's been taught for so many years for myself. And those are usually the big numbers that just naturally. Now, there's always talking about natural versus, like technical resistance that's built in, but natural, you just think about, I don't think there's ever a set rule, in my opinion, perfectly, but it seems like sub $1 plays running 5 to 10 cent increments. Then you get to like $1.50, and then they start running maybe about 25-cent increments up through 5, and then 5 you start getting maybe 25, but then maybe 50-cent increments. So essentially, 80, 85 cents, 90, 95 cents, $1, and then $1.10, $1.15, or $1.25, somewhere in that, or $1.25, $1.50, $2.25, $2.50. And then eventually when you get up to 3, 4s, and 5s, you may start getting 50-cent pumps, but still you can say every 25 cents naturally should be support or resistance. Now, is it always going to be that way? No, but generally a lot of the time it can be. And then that $1, $5, and $10 just naturally are going to be some of the strongest resistance or support lines that we'll have in small caps.
Yeah, certainly the case. Those levels.
That could even be less on the
probably.
I was going to say,
Yeah,
you talk about the magic, like the magic numbers of stock trading.
Yeah, really, that would be a good video. Yeah, we could. And I know, like we're looking at creating some more long form content for TTP, so we could really tackle that. I'm sure we have.
Talk about you and your magic for the 20, whether it's 420, 520, 820, 720, whatever. Then my 875 rule, it's 875, 1875, 2875. The threes, the rule of 3. How many Mitch talks about that, or of course I've talked about that many times as well. Just so many magic numbers, that you can, that's huge. Yeah, that would be a good lesson, and just showing examples of that over and over and over of where plays are hitting those numbers and levels perfectly, and either failing and or bouncing or breaking out of them or whatever it might be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we just see it so often, guys. So it's nothing is a certainty, but definitely the confluences, as I think the other Kevin, I like that word, confluences. Yeah, the stars aligning essentially for these names. That's what you want. You don't. There's not really one magic indicator, but the confluences of them. Yeah, so court's curling back up a little bit. That this is going to be part of the call-in show today, as far as the stop and mental stops versus hard stops go too, is with trades like this, because there's going to be, we'll dive into it at the top of the hour here, but there's certainly different trades, there's different edges, so it may not be mental or hard stops on every single setup that you're trading.
Little Courtney right there. That definitely is. Like I said, you get the
Josh Ruby is so painful, man. God, dude, I literally was calling that live in the room. I'm like, dude, this popping right up towards that RR right there on Ruby is just nuts. I'll show you guys the chart. Here's RUBI. I mean, it does not get prettier than this. You sell off, crack it, you pop right back up. So not only do you have, again, the confluences, you have the 50% reclaim, but you have the risk here. Look, this is what you look for as traders before you ever get to a trade. Identify what the risk reward is going to be. Look at the risk was pennies versus nearly 2 points. Yeah. Pennies versus 2 points.
That's my trend line crack right there for you, man. I mean, that. And what's crazy is 22, 23, 24. I guarantee you I averaged 1.7 to 2.3 of those trades a day. I would get, that's how much I would average. I had a trader in chat on my Discord. I mean, I call it trend line to VWAP crack, and you would see it crack the trend line, and the VWAP would be very similar area, and it'd crack both at the same time, and you would just watch it just get a knot, bro. It was, and I'm not kidding you. I literally probably averaged, if anyone's a chat, if you remember the time, did you remember the time? Oh, I remember. And now the traders are real sad about it because they're like, man, I'm like, yeah, it's gotten bullish. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of the uptrend, and that especially right there at the opening bell or even in pre-market is where most of my trades were. I mean, like I said, there were days where I'd be, no lie, 3 trades, 4 trades in, and the bell just rang, and I'm like, and it'd just be trend line crack shelf, like I call them shelf cracks, whatever it would be, and they just boop, 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 and they all just would do what you just saw. And I mean, like I said, I'm sure you've heard this plenty of times. I mean, I literally could just close my eyes after I got into the trade and be like a kid and just twirl around in my chair, go play video. I mean, and just watch it just die off. It was very awesome and easy to trade those. So once those come back, trust me, I will be yelling on the rooftops to everybody, like, you got to be trading these. This is happening daily yet
So
again.
what do you think happened? Do you think just so many traders became privy to it where you have that edge kind of erosion, as Crow would say? Or do you think it's just the market's been bullish lately? And so it just, you get I've seen I'm curious what your thoughts are on it, but yeah, I've been seeing like a lot of manipulation, like patterns that everybody recognizes. They're not like they're just so obvious in your face that they become traps. They just become traps where it's this would typically hold up, but in today's market, nope, that's where they accumulate the trap.
Yeah,
on the
no,
board.
100%. Yeah, I think it's a list of. Oh yeah, there we go. This is the way. I think it's a combo of the both of that. I think it's edge erosion is always going to happen over time. I don't think that's just a thing with what we're going to deal with the stock market. Is that things are going to work and then they're not going to work, and they're going to work and they're not going to work, and that's just I think what's going to make for anyone in their stock trading journey so hard is you got to understand. These knives over time can be super hot. Like it's been sitting there on the edge of the fire, and you can just, I mean, it'll cut through anything. Like those trend line cracks were literally, like I said, I mean, I'm not kidding you. I average like 1 to 2 of the obviously one, but maybe 2 plus a day, which is nuts. Averaging that over a year plus of time and just watching every day, just waiting for those trend lines to form and not even blinking an eye. Going, nope, trend line crack, watch, it's going to die. I mean, Paula's still in chat. Paula, do you not remember one day, and you may not, there was a play that came out, it was back when I was over on TC, and you were like, I called a trend, whatever I called, I said short it. I said short it, VWAP caught it, whatever it was, and I said short it. You're like, no, it's got news with NVIDIA. I remember you said it had news with NVIDIA, and I said, I don't care. I'm the short king or whatever. This is the trend. Watch, this thing is going to dump. And sure enough, dude, I mean, even though it had news with NVDA, the play just went, I mean, it went up, it built something, and it just dumped. And I was like, I told you. But there's that trend of, again, I was trading earnings where I could, like I said, and it was just weird how that trend lasted for half a year to a year, where it was like, hey, if it's up on the day, it's going to go up. No matter the earnings, watch it explode at the bell, it's going up. Or it's down for the day, it's below the VWAP, watch it just crash away, and it's going to go down no matter the earnings. So I think it's a combo of trends change. And yes, I have seen bullish, more manipulation over the past 6-7 months in September. And that really started with, what was the one, RGC? What was the one that happened in June or July that really started things off? It all started about June, July.
Oh, yeah. And I top ticked that play. That play pissed me off. It was something like that. It was CGC, RGC, something like that. I remember. That was that day it aggravated me because my son wanted to go swim. The family went swimming, and I had the opportunity to go with them. And I was like, "No, there's a really good opportunity here. I can make some money." Ended up top taking it. That's how that went. Like, could have just gone swim. Yeah. Always pick family first, or you could be out there like Sykes on your pool noodle trading. And trade from anywhere. Battle, I might be giving you your shares here soon if we can snap under 5, but it got its liquidity under 5. If it wants the next leg up, it could happen here soon. It pulled right down towards that $5 area. Of course, it's going to pull under it, but again, over under is the methodology we use. Where is it going to stay heavy under it? It's going to pop back up over.
Yeah, it was RGC.
Reverend RGC.
Yeah, it was, because it popped up here recently, and I was like, it literally went almost exactly, went a little bit higher back, and it was, late, it was middle June. Yeah, it was the week, I remember that, it was RGC. Yeah, it was the week I got back after Colorado, going to see Coldplay and having a little fun with the wife and in Colorado, and then all of a sudden the markets just, I say exploded, but the small cap sector really started to heat up then and got very parabolic. For small caps, of course, then in with the QMs, et cetera, since then, of course, what we've had here and recently, TCGLs of the world or whatever it is. We've had some crazy big moves. So it's just one of those things where I think edge erosion happens, and you got to have to learn that you're going to have different knives and tools essentially in the bag to use day in, day out. And that sometimes they'll work for years on end, and then sometimes they're not going to. And that's what, like I said, going back to the COVID babies, like I talked about, people that started in 2020, I was doing when I started doing, one-on-ones in 21. I didn't really start heavily with those, unfortunately, which not say unfortunately, but I was pushing them all. You're like, come on. But all of a sudden, end of 2021, end of 2022, boy, it was like I've had them essentially all day, every day since then. And I can't tell you how many people in 2022 are like, man, Josh, I was so successful in 2020 and last year even, and I just can't trade what's going on with the market. And I'm like, well, you can't just buy and watch it go up. You know, it's like things are going to change. Paula, I am here to tell you.
Some of the guys over on the green team, they'll use the term shapeshifter. You got to be a shapeshifter. Just
gotta be like Mystique in X-Men. Gotta be like Mystique.
Chameleon. You got to be a chameleon. Yeah, you got to flow with what is objectively. I think that's the truth of the matter. If you allow bias to creep in, that's where the account's going to struggle. You got to really say what is objectively, what is. That's why I like to say, what is the market doing? Not what do you want to see. What is happening, and then just trade that. Like if you're, for example, we have a perfect example of that with Muliki. That plays up from a few dollars to 20. Insanity. But you just have to understand objectively what's going on there, and absolutely a liquidity trap for the shorts, and we've seen that time and time and time again. So you're just being mindful of what is happening and trading that. Again, not what you want to see.
I love how just like me, and you just kind of you have certain names for certain tickers.
Yeah. Battle's really battling it out here on the 5, guys. It's really battling this 5. So
she's battle tested. Yep, and here she comes back on down. I'm going to keep my orders in. Like I said, I like BATL battle at the 420, 430 area. So I still have my levels in for BATL here. Let's hopefully get it on. What happened here?
I'm going to take it off if it holds up and over 5. I want it to stay personally here on the short. I need it to crack and stay heavy under the 5. Okay, there's 4 8s, 4 8s, 4 7s. Nice. It might panic on down towards that Mr. Josh's target. Again, stay heavy under 5 is what I want. Yeah, I don't want to see it pop here. Haven't taken any off yet. Oh, he's gone. All right, here. I'll show you guys what I'm doing. I just got a couple hundos. I was looking for it to add another couple hundred up towards 4.55. Again, this is just based off of looking left. We look left to predict right. That's all this trade is. Called it live here in the room. Magic 20. Got it right near the Magic 20. Probably best to start just paying myself a little bit. I'll take half off. I'm just going to leave another half. Adjusted stop. Hard adjusted stop. 518. Just going to let that one play out. You got to be rigid with the rules. Again, flexible with the profit expectations. So we set hard. We'll get into the hard versus mental stops. But this is how I like to trade, because typically if you've traded with me for a while, you know, the guys know my main struggle is always I take like profit too quickly. You know, I see profit and then I want to just naturally take it. So if you struggle with that fear, there's 4 trading fears, and we really need to define what yours is. But let's say you have that same struggle where you see like $100 and you take it because the emotions are saying there's a reason for it. And again, we got to understand what the reason is. So one way to mitigate that, the fear of being wrong, fear of losing money, those fears creep in, is to take a piece off, leave a leftover position, and let it ride. Just let that position ride out. Set the hard stop on it, and you're either green or greener. That's the beauty of it. With BATL, it's like, okay, I'm either green or greener on this thing. And so it eliminates that fear of, can I be wrong? Can I lose money? Again, those 2 potent fears that I'm aware of. And you just have to know yourself intimately. We went over this on Friday. The Friday night live stream and Josh was over there. We've been doing that most Fridays. So this Friday, it's Josh's turn. So we're going to be doing a Friday night live stream over on Josh's channel. And look, if you guys want in, talk about your trading, we would love it. We'd love you guys to jump in because it's pretty much open mic night for the family, for the team. So what normally, what he went over, one thing that he's working on, I'll let him address it too, is he wants to allow like more trades to run, essentially, like not be like take some pieces off. You know his analogy. Josh has the analogy: someone hands you $100, are you gonna be like, no, I want 300, 400, or and so, but so he has that approach. But he said, I want to start leaving pieces to run. And think about his TCGL trade. I mean, he left. Yeah, what he just mentioned, he had 100 shares. The thing went up from $8 to what, 100, 200, something like, I think maybe even 400. But he left 5 shares, and 5 shares alone on that play. I mean, he was scaling out along the way, but just a small piece alone made like 500, $1,000 on the smallest fractional, share size. So I think leftovers are very important for those scenarios. But yeah, so if you guys essentially, we'll find some tickers to trade. But if you guys are, if that's a struggle you have, that's my struggle. I'm transparent about that. Again, we got to know ourselves very intimately. Then just take a piece off, set an adjusted stop, hard stop, and don't touch it. Again, Mark Douglas would say, be rigid with the bullet rules, flexible with the profit expectations. So on the profit side, maybe pad the wallet a little bit more if you're leaving 25%, 50%, or maybe pad the wallet an exceptional amount. You never know. CORT is kind of interesting here, traders. Again, I took that, kind of was chasing it maybe into another haul. It didn't work. That invalidated real quick, took it off break even. But that's popped up again. They're being investigated. CORT. So it's I can't imagine the bulls just riding that thing back on up towards the red to green move. So any reclaim there is probably a decent short. BATL has been the play of the day, so it would not necessarily surprise me if she climbed back up towards, that 518 level, but I'm just going to kick back again, not touching. That's a rule. You got to know yourself very well. So those are shares I won't touch till liquidation time 3-5. Mr. Josh, what did Merlin do?
No, he's good. Luckily, no, it's just my platform. Everything started freezing on me. And platform froze on me, so I had to shut down everything. So it was like Thinkorswim was freezing on me. That's why I said, if you heard the last thing I said, what's going on here? Like my Thinkorswim froze, my TTP froze, my internet. The internet's fine though. Internet's good. Merlin didn't shoot anything up today. He's good.
Okay.
My platform, everything just froze on me, so I had to show it. Like I was doing the Control-Alt-Delete to pull up the task manager. So yeah, I was like, I haven't had to do the Control-Alt-Delete in a long time, my man.
Fred usually take 500 shares, take all 400. Yeah, good. And then let two setting. So you're setting what, 20% of the position just to pad the wall, let the leaving leftovers. Once usually I start to move my stop too tight. Yeah, so just don't touch. Yeah, don't touch those. Yeah, we were just speaking on fears, trading fears and leaving leftovers. I was talking to them about the Friday night live stream that we had, which was excellent. We had a great turnout. I think we're going to be doing it again this Friday, I believe, Mr. Josh.
Oh, yes. This time we'll be doing it live from Mr. Crawdads. That's right. We'll be over at Mr. Crawdads this Friday. So come join us. Get half price drinks from 8 to 9. Oh, that would be fun if that's like we were getting paid like talent, like my dad, like that would be back in the day, where it's still, you see that in radio, but it was, they could call it talent fee, but you get a deal done with a restaurant and, oh yeah, we'll talk about it. And that'd be, if we had a big enough following and podcast, whatever it might be. Yeah. That's where you go to a restaurant and say, hey, we're going to host this event. And
once we get this TTP studio, we'll be doing it live from there. How about that?
Love it. But yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, definitely it's hard to do it first. I mean, even for me, like I said, like even like just speaking of like trading pre-market, I didn't do that for 4 years, but traders, just a lot of new people that I work with over the, of course, over the last, just say 2, 3, 4 years, see me trading heavily in pre-market. I haven't done too much over the last 6 months because I just hadn't, some mornings, yes, because of the bull, if I see a good play or something, but I just was getting so many shorts there in pre-market. Anyway, regardless, I'm trading pre-market. And so traders want to come in and think they can just get right in and trade pre-market like it's, To me, it's harder. It's a little harder to trade pre-market or an after hours, in my opinion, versus trading in market. Just at first, I think you should get your in market. And like we always talk about, what time of the day are you good at trading? Find that out and just do that day in, day out, day in, day out. If you can do that day in, day out, you can then just continue to trade that process, that style, that pattern, that time of the day. But
Sterling, you in here? He was just FYI, guys. FJet. This is exactly what Josh and I were talking about earlier, where it breaks high a day, and then here it comes flushing down. It's a decent looking chart against that crack 11. But just be mindful of that. But yeah, Sterling, if you're in here, so he messaged. You remember? So he was a part of the Friday night live stream, and yeah, he sent me pretty much a whole. He's been journaling a lot. I know he was doing the one-on-ones with you too, and so he was breaking down the time frames in which he's most successful. And 10:30 to 12 is where he sees most profit. So just like you're saying, yeah, break it down, find out when you're most profitable, and maybe size a little heavier in that time frame. You're like, this is where I have more positive expected value, so I'm sizing up. Conditions are more favorable.
Especially if you never hit that stretch of time like I did, where I literally was starting to go much, much bigger share size. When you start hitting home runs, and you're getting in that groove, you can't miss a shot. Anything you shoot up, it's like, then that's when you really need to start sizing up. And that's when I did, especially myself in 23 into 24 is where I really started sizing bigger. And the main reason why was just because of, oh yeah, sorry, my bad. I get that going again.
There you go.
I'm just waiting for battle. Battle. I was if you were watching battle. I'm just waiting for the bounce play. Are you still in the short?
Yeah, I got leftovers there. I just adjusted stop at my average 518. I'm watching this Jay-Z too. This little pump, Chinese pump, is back up towards the highs, so that could get some action. Just eyeballing it. Nothing much there going on right now.
Yeah, battle's the better looker, the good looking stock of the day, and then we got FJ here. Yeah, I'll just kind of going back to this. I want to show staircases. I mean, this is what I'm looking for. If you want to find easy charts to trade your staircases. They are just beautiful. This was nice. Starfighter space. It's crazy. The drone space I had when I first started doing one-on-ones in 2020, like I said, going back to 2021, 2022, I can't tell you how many people I had, at least back then, and maybe people now they just don't bring it up. But I had a lot of people that were in like investment time. Oh, it's the next, and these plays were like, bro, like 5 cents, 7 cents, 6 cents, or sub 1 penny, like stuff. And a lot. I remember there was a couple of people that were just big on these drone plays. Like, oh, it's going to squeeze one day. Oh, I just know. And actually, it's funny we talk about the drone space now. When Mitch brought that up earlier, I'm like, wow, I used to have people that were just holding and hoping long term that these plays were going to finally. Oh, it's got the contracts with the government. And it's got this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, well. You might want to free up some of that capital so you actually can do some day trading. You're actually you're wanting to be a day trader, right? And so, but it's that space of drones, and they have been pretty hot. And then the one space I go back to that now, where a lot of those guys, I don't know if they ever held on. Some of the people that I've worked with, I can't remember them anymore, and where they've gone to. Of course, I don't see them around. How that is. However many, it's like the turnover rate. I feel like I work at a restaurant where I'm a waiter, and we've been there forever. We're like the old dudes, and like we keep seeing new waiters come. And they're like, oh yeah, there's no Kevin and Josh. Go talk to them. They've been here for like, I can't even tell. They've been here forever. They're ancient. That's like Moses over there. Those guys. But yeah, that's what I feel like. We're at some restaurant, the turnover rate, when people it's just like no one wants to work there. They work for like a month, they're gone. 2 months, they're gone. 6 months, they're gone. Maybe, oh, he's here. Hey, congratulations, you made it a year. A month later, he's gone.
Jay-Z breaking through highs, guys. The Chinese play a couple days ago, that thing went straight up, straight down. So there's definitely volatility there. I'm eyeballing it. But yeah, I mean, look, I worked in a restaurant 10 years ago. I know it's like.
Where'd you work at? Let's talk about it.
Oh, it was just a local chain, family-owned place.
Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I did it all, man. Did it all. Bussing, waiting.
Did you host with the most?
Yeah, yep, did the host. And but it was a diner, and so, our clientele was it was just, we had, I love, the old clientele. It's the best, but they
don't tip a lot.
They don't tip. They'd be like, come here, honey, and they'd be like, you deserve this, and hand you $1. So you don't make a lot, but it, it was a good time. I enjoyed it.
Oh man.
I mean, personally, I think it's good and healthy. And now I got 2 kids to think, you guys should grow up and work those jobs where you really learn how to serve other people and add value. But yeah, what's your experience? Did you worked in a restaurant, right?
Yeah, I worked at a few of them. I put food together, was a cook. Really didn't do much else at a barbecue restaurant, really. Anyway, right? Did dishes there. But Mean Pig Barbecue, which is, I mean, all of them are actually kind of legendary. So Mean Pig Barbecue, you can look. You go Mean Pig Barbecue, Man versus Food, and Adam Richmond, the first guy that did Man versus Food, actually came to Mean Pig Barbecue because we had a hot sauce, he had a challenge, right? And it was a really hot sauce, but that was cool. So I worked there. Just again, was a cook and did dishes. I mean, barbecued restaurants are. It's not like usually sit down and wait and all that kind of stuff. Then when I got to college, I worked at the Catfish Shoal, and I did some waiting and busting there. I was mostly a host. They just put Mr. Talker, Mr. Friendly guy up front. I'm like, man, I want to wait, and so I didn't get to a lot of the tip money because that place is the I forgot what we'd want to call it. Oh my gosh! But essentially, it's the oh my god, what am I trying to think here? The caterer to the University of Arkansas athletics. So
okay.
Yeah, so they have like the talk about the call-in show. They have the weekly, like Sam Pittman was the head coach of, who's our head football coach now? Anyway, whoever he is now, we got him, or like Coach Cal. They do they'll go there, and it's just, dude, this place is packed. It's and the original owner the wife's still there, but unfortunately the husband passed. But he was a huge advocate for the Hogs, and yeah, I mean, like all the coaches once a week they're coming in there. They do a show now there once a week, and so I was more of a host there, but I did wait and do some busting there, and that place was really busy. And it's called Catfish Shoal. You can look it up. It's again pretty much legendary. And then a lot of people have heard of the last one, which is Fogo de Show. So Fogo de Show, and that was the last time I was it was almost 10 years ago, 2017 into 18. I was a waiter there at Fogo. So that was a really great experience. And yeah, I loved it because it was, you dealt with all of that. I've dealt with the mom and pops of the, the old people at Catfish Shoal, and they just name they're here, and they don't tip nothing to. And then you go to people like Fogo to where you figure you're going to get tipped a lot, and they're uppity, and then they don't tip you at all. And you're like, you gotta be kidding me, bro. You just racked up $250 and you tip me 10. Like, what are you doing? But then of course you need to run across the people that were actually nice and wanted to tip you well, and they did. But yeah, it's just great. Yeah. I mean, doing that and serving other people and being a server, especially being a waiter, go watch the movie Waiting if you haven't. It's a hilarious movie. It gives you a little, gives you a little more respect, especially for the waiter and waitress. There's a lot of people out there like tipping. I ain't got a tip, and I'm like, man, I can't believe that's either A, the way you're raised, or B, the way you think is that you just don't, you just don't tip. I mean, like that person just served you and waited for you like a servant. Go back.
Well, what's odd is I mean, people would be just oblivious to the fact that the minimum wage is like $2 and something an hour. So. Right. Yeah, they're just oblivious to that fact. Yeah, I have a lot of people that would be like, "What, guys?" We have Ruby. Yeah, that's why in trading it's like, dude, we're not content. We'll have a $500,000 day. And make that in a couple hours, and people are not content with that. But it's like, hey, you remember, what life was like way back when?
Do you remember, son?
Yeah, where you made whatever. I mean, $10, $20 an hour. KNRX back on the 2.7 line. BATL still kicking back there, but I mean, it's popping up off of the 4.6s. We'll see if volume can continue to push into that name. What do you think? And Paula's asking,
I still like it down at that area. Those are for, let's say, forever lines. Those are areas that I trust all day long down there at that area, the VWAP. Yeah, so Paula, love it. That's what I was saying earlier, Paul. Is exactly what I was describing earlier. Why I didn't take the bounce play at 480 or at 5, because it didn't build up a true stare for me, and more of a head and shoulders was built in the end. So it's in building a head or building some stairs, and we built a head in the end, so we got head and shoulders, and that's why I would like the bounce play back down here in the 420, 430s for the move back up then to this support area that we're bouncing at now at 475 into 480. This will be our first target. Target 2 will be the top of the shoulders. This is the bottom of the shoulders. Target 2 is top of the shoulders, essentially right at 5. And then your goal overall, happy place, Happy Gilmore style, would be getting all the way back up to high of day. So target 1, bottom of shoulders. Target 2, top of shoulders. Target 3, high of day area. And then if you get in, that's where you leave the little runner zone like we're talking about. And I've been trying to do back to that. I didn't really get to finish what I was saying. Like I got into trading pre-market, but there are things that even like that, scaling out, I was always scale out half, then a quarter and a quarter, scale out half, maybe a third, whatever, however, how many shares I got in. But I didn't ever leave runners on for those plays where I'm like, it's like, again, of course, who doesn't want to go back to TCGO when you get a $100 move, like plays like TCGO, when you are in such a good position now that the play is so far removed from your entry, you can get out 90 to 80% of the trade. So yeah, you're not going to make a ton, most likely, from those remaining shares, but it's such a good feeling to then continue to stab at it and scale out as it continues to go in the direction you want it to. And then in just lo and behold, those times where, I have 5 shares left of TCGO that wrapped up $500 on $100 a share. And it's just kind of crazy, when you get that. So yes, Impala, I like that area down there still. Have you speaking of scaling out, have you scaled out, I'm guessing, on some of your short there?
Yeah, I didn't have a lot. I was going to size it up towards the 550. So I'm just left with 100 shares for leftovers. I'm not even paying attention to it, really.
Yeah, I'll get just
kind of eyeballing that Jay-Z. Jay-Z is getting...
It's got some attention on my Discord too as well. So it was alerted over there. So yeah, Jay-Z is not bad. I'm going to leave it alone and just wait for battle. This is the play where we always talk about this. We get to this point in the day. I don't trade heavy. I'm done for the day essentially at this point. But I love when I see these bullish staircasey type of plays. I can't tell you how many bounce plays over the past 3, 4, 5 months that I've gotten. I just leave orders in, and then it's one in the afternoon. It's noon or something. It's somewhere around noon to afternoon. And I get filled. Sometimes in 11 o'clock hour my time locally, but around 11 to 1, I'll leave those orders in. I'm like, oh, yeah, cool, got filled. Because there are times, even here recently as well, when I do and have canceled my orders, actually going back to, was it last week when I was on it was, I think it was one of the days we were going live and I was in one trade, but I canceled my bounce orders on another. And I should have left the orders in because it was a great bounce play in the end. I was like, I should have left them in. So yes, these are plays at the end of the day where I have one trade left and I just want to see if it gets, and it works when it gets down to that area, and that's why now I'm just, like I said, I'm just leaving these, I say forever lines, but forever orders in, maybe I get filled, maybe I don't today. Maybe this gets bullish and runs all the way back up to new high of day. If it does, then oh well, but right now taking it as it is with the 430, 420 area and liking it, even if it does get a below the, the VWAP. VWAP keeps riding up with it, or keeps riding up, I should say. And I'm not, some people use it, some people don't use the VWAP. Now I use it as essentially how are we using the VWAP? Like right now today, we're rolling up the VWAP, you can tell, but we're not bouncing off of it. The VWAP is my dark blue line. It would be one thing if I see it bouncing on it and bouncing on it and bouncing on it and bouncing on it. And then I go, okay, if we crack that VWAP in those days, yes, watch when it cracks it will go down. Today is one of those days I don't even think we need to respect it. Don't even think about it. Just pretend it's not even there is my point.
Yeah, battle is one of those plays too where you're going to have plays on each side of it. It's not you can tell by the price action. It's not a straight up, straight down kind of ticker. And so you got to leave it room on both sides of it, and perhaps maybe even slow scale. Have your ladder orders out there.
Yeah. 100, brother. That's why I'm just leaving them. Leaving those right there. Leaving them for now. James says he loves the show. Gets distracted. James, that's what happens when you're an experienced trader. You can talk about stock. Literally, I've had this happen before. I'm in a one-on-one, alerting on my live stream, and we're in a trade, but I'm alerting about another trade. So I'll be like, I'm in a one-on-one, all right, guys, we're in a trade, and I see another one. I'm like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And I start typing out the chat and whatever. He's like, how are we? And he's like, how can you, it's like, how, and to me, it doesn't even seem like that's doing a lot, but to him, it was like mind blowing that I was talking to him when we're in a trade. I see another trade setup coming, and I immediately, because I can't help it, when I see it, setup, I have to go alert it. Right? I go typing away, right? And then I get on and tell him what to do, and then then I take the trade. And he's like, "How are you?" He's like, I'm on one trade, and I'm freaking out, and because they just get, I think people just get too focused in on one set thing, and that's where you don't want to go in so big. You don't need to be just tied down emotionally to that trade to where you can't leave your desk or talk about you had a job once waiting tables. If you can't do that, then you need to work on sizing down, A, B, trading slower movers, C, have it as a task each day to I'm going to get in a trade that's a slow mover, and I'm going to remove myself from the desk and physically go do something in another room to where I am not doing this to the trade. because most people do this right here, and their emotions just get way too caught up.
We've been live streaming so long too. If we are, trust me, if we're having a conversation, we are also flipping through 100 tickers at the same time, trying to find a decent setup.
It's like we're on the couch when we both have TVs and we're on the couch talking about last night's game, but we're flipping through the channels trying to find something new. We're just flipping through the channels. Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, yeah, man. Fucking that terrible call from the road. Yeah, yeah. Oh man, how about this though? Look at that. We got a shark, man. That's crazy, right? I think I might watch some shark. Oh yeah, you like sharks too? You know, it's like we can flip through the channels and look at charts, so to speak, and then still have a full-on conversation on what we're doing. Well, hey, it's good to talk about that stuff too to you guys. We want you guys to know we're real humans. I've gotten that so much throughout the years of like, man, thank you for letting me know you're real. And you've had your, of course, when my dogs have passed, I've cried on my live stream to whatever it might be, or talking about that in real jobs, like me working at Rent-A-Center and being a delivery driver. That was not fun, but people love to go, okay, wow, I've been there. I'm doing that now or whatever. And they feel that, I call it relation confirmation. Like, oh, okay, well, because we get a lot of the time these people the guys that stream live, and I was like that way at first. Everyone gets put on a pedestal. Oh, they stream live and they know what they're doing. Their life just must be hunky glory, blah 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 blah. It must be rainbows and butterflies. I'm like, well, I got not always. I had to clean the dog bed earlier. We figured out was full of pee. We're like, who peed the dog bed? It was like one of the dogs. I love it too because here's how I'll find a lot of that stuff out, Kevin. I'll see one of the dogs will go over to a spot that a dog has peed on, or there's poop or something, and we haven't seen it or smelt it, but a dog will go over and smell it. And I'm like, why are they smelling it like that? Now I know why they're smelling it like that. I saw Miles trots over to the bed, smells it in this one area, and I'm like, that's not good. Let me go test it. Let's see what's going on, do a little study. Sure enough, I picked the bed up. Yeah, and anyway, I'm like, who am I looking? Then of course I got to do that. Who peed the bed? Who did it? And they all just like, kind of like, it wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. And I'm like, who? This is ridiculous. Go out there anyway. Oh, Dylan.
The dogs remind you you're human. Yeah, the kids definitely remind me of that every time I pick them up. CISS on this bottom trend. It's this has been a play since pre-market, guys. CISS, but you can tell volume's kind of winding down, fading out. Just monitor the Magic 20, this bottom trend where we're seeing lower shadows. If you want to ride it back up, I mean, this is a key level. Again, good RR on either side here, where it's on the long, 220 is kind of that level to ride it back up if it's going to stay in this ascending triangle.
Smash that like button too for today's stream, team. Good stream as always. Love doing this. Money Mitch, Mr. Nos, Kevin. Later, we'll do the after hours. Joe, when he's getting to Florida, Joe. Mr. Joe jumped in yesterday for half a second for the after hours stream. And today I'll be doing the after hours. So we got you covered. And like you were saying, looking to get more and more. I know we talked about doing a Friday too as well. So maybe we'll get Fridays going eventually here. I would love to do that too. Florida Joe. Today's topic, Colin, showing less than 10 minutes here. How do you like your peanut butter and jelly? With banana, maybe a little honey? Just kidding. I want to start talking food and getting us hungry already. But no, sizing, team. Last week was huge. I think the sizing lesson was huge last week and now this week. Stops are huge. I mean, that's another big thing. Sizing, I think, is key early on that traders don't focus on enough and understand they need to find their appropriate sizing. And now this week, stops and mental stops versus physical hard stops.
Yeah.
Do you use a trailing stop? Is that something that you utilize, and how do you utilize them? And just talking about that helps other traders. Which we'll go over, which I've talked about plenty of times, with my mental stops on most of my trades. And a lot of that just goes back to, and I talk with and speak with a lot of people that have physical stops they put in, but they don't know where to put them at first. And so they're always either stopping themselves out too quick and it becomes a good play and it runs, or they have a stop way too far out of range and they're taking, huge losses, and so that's why I think early on sizing, how big are you going? Because that then comes into this week's your stops. If you're not going in 5,000, 3,000, or even 1,000 shares. Well, if you're messing up with your stops early on, physical or mental, it won't blow you out of the water or your account if you have 100 shares or 200 or 300 or 500 shares. And so that's why I think last week was sizing. A is key, figuring out what size you need, which to me smaller is better earlier. And then B, now you're going to start working on your stops. Where they need to be at. Why are they there? How far away are they? Are they mental? Are they physical? And then you can start working on those things.
Speaking of which, but yeah, battle climbed all the way back up. Just took me out there on my leftover positions. So sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But yeah, I mean, dip by right there for like 4, 5, 7, all the way up about 60 cents off of that.
So, and that just going and seeing that too, just for traders that trade bounce plays, I love to see that there from Battle. So, just one of those things where, and going back over, just want to show you FJet is again as well. Look at this. Look, put the lines in and trade them. Old resistance, the old floor here, bounce play. Then the bottom portion, getting a bigger bounce play. So that lets me know FJet has future bounces in it. And then same thing here with Battle, although no, not filled. Lets me know, hey, we're bouncing. We are bouncing today. So I'm just going to sit, wait down here for my orders to get filled. Slow and steadies today is what we're working with. Remember I'm a Bahama Mama here?
Oh, yeah. I'm a Bahama Mama.
Just going through this in the old watch list right here. That has NAMM on it. NAM. You probably remember NAM. Of course, FJet. I'm a Bahama Mama here. Low volume on these plays. And really, it's KNRX in battle with the volume wins today. And there's not like it's a ton. You know, we're talking 23, 30 mil for the both of those respectively, where, you know, we see the hot days, bro. We have plays at, they're already at 100+ mil right now, you know, on certain days. You've seen some tickers. It doesn't happen that often. They get close to 1 billion shares traded in a day, which is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, CDIO has been in play the last couple days. Jake, I think you're onto something here with the 2.5. 2.4 is really a nice ceiling. It may try to get some liquidity there. I'd probably have my stop over under 2.5, maybe ladder it like 2.53, 2.57, something like that. But yeah, not bad. Not bad. We got pay attention to the floor. It's got a floor down there in the 1.9s. A little slow, but you see the volume here. All the volume was in the 2.56 range. So that's where I'd think we'd have a little bit of a ceiling.
Yeah. Shout out to Aussie Chick earlier too. I forgot about FSLY, FSLY. My Fastly from last week still rolling too. It's kind of one of those. We're kind of going back to that where plays may not have a PR, but we're going back to them day in day out. MLEC was going back to, not that that's a great example, but FSLY multi-day runner here. So pay attention to that. NCI was one there recently. Is on my watch list. NPT was another one. Multi-day runners. So FSLY, CDIO is another great example too, as well, of these multi-day runners that continue to climb, and we go back to them over and over and over. So yeah, I like CDIO as well. It's not crazy movement for the day, but down to the bottom side she goes. But I like this, like Kevin was just talking about, multi-day runner here for CDIO. Multi-day runner here on high watch if CDIO can start climbing back over the 280 area and onward. I think this is going to be on watch for a multi-day breakout, possibly tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday of next week.
Oh, man. Crow and Roblox. Oh, yeah. So someone mentioned in chat earlier, TAC, the Carvana. Did you see that yesterday? Yeah. Carvana took a hit. Whew. But
was that on earnings?
Guys, Sis is cracking. Cracking that 2.2. 1 second. I'm just looking at CISS real quick, because now we again, like Ruby with CISS, now we have kind of that risk guy since we're cracking. It's not the problem with Sis is it's just percentage wise, it's not up enough. Like this thing, getting 10 cents on it is going to pretty much give back the entire move. It's not up a lot, but it is cracking that line, so just be mindful of it. As far as Carvana goes, yeah, let me take a look there. What CVNA? Yeah, 100-point drop that thing had.
That was a big moon on earnings yesterday. And we had, and DoorDash had a big move up. Dash had a big move up yesterday. So Dash was a big move up. So earnings yesterday was some big movers. So Florida Joe, gee golly, you had some fun.
Yeah.
That was Florida Joe yesterday, right? Yeah. That was some movement, because Dash had a big move yesterday too as well.
You got today, don't you?
Yes.
On earnings. Yeah. What are some of the plays you're going to be covering?
I haven't looked yet. I'll have to look. I
Okay.
looked yesterday, and I knew yesterday was actually gonna be pretty good. At least I thought it was gonna be pretty good, and it was. I didn't look at the plays. Yesterday was getting some stuff done around the house at that time, and forgot to look back at what the end result was. And yeah, those are some bangers. DoorDash, Carvana, big business names. I mean, we're definitely, even though it was like you don't think of it, but yeah, big moves for. Or what'd you have on Tuesday? Was anything big?
Nah, it was some like
I thought it was
software
slower. Yeah,
software companies.
yeah.
BATL's on this line, traders, where probably right around the 4.9 level is what you'd be looking at for a dip. I mean, if it's going to respect this trend line, just be mindful of this line here. We just saw a lower wick. Yeah, major sell off. She's getting wicky. Some buyers stepping in, shorts getting out. I did look at the short interest BATL. It's up a decent chunk uh, relative to its average report. It's about 10%. So normally the weeks prior to that were like 3-4%. So it did get quite a few shorts on it. I think on this last move, if we zoom out a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, early January. Got some shorts on it. So that's probably what's sustaining it. And then again, just this whole sector in general is holding up. But let's review a couple of plays before we do the call-in show, just to make sure you guys know what to monitor. Headed over to you, Josh, and I'll be looking around too to see what's going on. KNRX definitely one. It's going sideways under the 275. Ruby, dude, Ruby cracked under that. Like Ruby's a great example of leaving leftovers because that even went further, dude. It cracked under 2. The thing
Yeah.
went sideways, snapped under 2. Still
That's
heavy.
nasty. Yeah, it's probably going to be the one for the day. That was you just go back and when you can't wait to get more of these plays. And yeah, I'm not surprised though. Ruby in the sky with diamonds. I always call it Ruby in the sky with diamonds. And never. I literally said this morning right before the opening bell in my Discord. If you're long Ruby heading into the opening bell, take profit. Essentially, whatever I said, I'll scroll back up here so I can find it real quickly. What did I say? Right before the opening bell, because traders were going long on it. I'm like, "Ew, ooh, watch out!" And I said, "Ruby always gives back gains. Take profits if you go long into the bell." And perfect call right there. And then you just wait for the onslaught of the short to come on after that. Beautiful short right there. So that was usually almost every single time Ruby pops up, it'll crack back on down.
Yeah.
You could not have gotten prettier right there. And I'd say for the rest of the day, KNRX, keep this one on watch. It's not done yet. Definitely is building a really tight flag, although the trend line I have would have cracked already, but it still is in a nice tight wedge. Battle's going to be in my opinion, if you have an all-day runner that we're looking at an hour or 2 or 3 from now, you're going to be looking at Battle. Of course, there's slow and steady plays. FJet's not a bad one. FJet, you can even go back to FJet in the bounce play we just had there, right? I think once we crack this 10-20 area, 10-10 area, it's going to see some pullbacks. Look for some short there. What's it also forming, team? It's a head and shoulder. Shoulder, head, shoulder. So watch for some movement back on down. Other than that, you just have some slow and steady plays. I think we bring them up. Jay-Z. What was the other one you were looking at too? CDIO, someone just brought up too. Yeah, so it's not like it's a bang buster type of day. It definitely would say, hey, take your trades. There's probably not going to be a ton of them.
Thank God. Courts looking at, with the investigation they're in, they're curling up quite a bit on a 50% reclaim. That's not a bad trade. Maybe like a short, slow scale to like 34.5. That's not a terrible idea. Drama did just pop up. Crow alerted us to that. Now this is in that 52-week low theme that we've been seeing. This just hit new lows the other day, and now it's getting us a little spike. Dead cat bounce, perhaps. Maybe some maybe the whole algorithm is heavy shorts in this at all-time lows and then spike it on up. Maybe that's the theme we're seeing. But drama 220 is the level I'd monitor there. Obviously, you can tell looking at the past chart history here, it is kind of wicky. So just don't overstay your welcome here is essentially what that means. Take some profits into this 220, 250 resistance if she gets up over 2. And then outside of that, let's take a look at what KNRX is still bearish under that 275. and still creeping down. 275 is the level KNRX. And CIS is still fighting this bottom trend line, 225. Good call on CDIO, Jake. It's been still heavy against the 256 area. I think that's a decent setup where you can get. I mean, look, you're not going to get a point on this, but you can probably get 15, 20 cents out of CDIO end of day. And then battles back around its trend line.
I'm gonna watch that through the call-in show in case we get my dip gets filled there. The dip. Oh, dipperoonie. And so just for the rest of the day, if anyone's interested, I will be keeping those orders in. So 430 area for dip. I mean 430, yeah, for the dip on battle, yeah.
All right, Mr. Josh, gonna send you over the credentials. And we'll head over there. Guys, again, topic today is going to be stop losses. Stop losses. Do you use mental stops? Do you use hard stops? Do you use ladders on your stops? Do you use soft stops? So there's many different kinds of stops, and we want to hear from you on how you utilize those stops. All right, bada bing.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I love it. Now we're singing a song.
Bring the beat. DJ AK. Let's get it.
There we go.
Yeah, so in the background, of course, guys, we'll be monitoring those plays, KNRX, Battle, CIS, a couple of those tickers. Of course, the court with their investigation, and that thing's trying to curl up a little bit. So I like the potential slow scale on the short there. Then drama, of course, Crib bought that up. Maybe it turns into a magnet on that $2 level. But stops, Josh. What are your thoughts on stops? Mental, hard, soft. What do you think?
Well, I'm more of a go kind of guy, you know. I don't like to stop. Never. It's not my kind of thing. So I don't ever stop, my friend. I'm just a nonce. I just thought about that stop. I'm like, I don't like to stop. I really don't. Like when I'm in my car, I'm like, I wish I had like a track, you know, for the BMW. I just want to keep going and going and going. I hate stopping. Then the brake dust. Anyway, I just thought about that when you said stop. But yeah, I don't know why at first with stops when it came to trading, not stopping. I always stop. Don't you worry. I'll be running the red lights. But I don't know why I didn't put physical stops in.
You've never?
I don't know. Never. Yeah, like never. Like ever. I can never recall. Now when I'm greening a trade every once in a while, like I'll leave whatever I may put it in now. But like let's just say majority of my trades that I've taken through my journey of my career, I'm usually a mental stop person. I usually when I get into a trade, I'm just mentally of course, getting myself out of the trade, whether I'm scaling out in profit or it gets to my stop loss. But I don't know if it was one of those this is going to build really good discipline in me type of things. And so I did it and really challenged myself to do that. Like I always tell you guys to challenge yourself each day to do like that, get into a trade. If you're all like stuck to the trade and glued to it mentally, physically, you can't leave.
Well, we're going to get back to it. All right. I do have a question for you too, in regards to that.
Good.
But who do we have here? Calling in the Colin Show.
Hey, good morning, guys. It's Jack, James, as y'all know me.
I recognize the voice. Good to hear from you, Mr. James. How's the trading been going? I liked your analysis in chat where you're starting small until you get in the groove of things. Very, very smart. But what's your what are your thoughts on stops?
Well, I'm really setting in not what I would say too tight a stop. I have pretty much, since I'm going for 3x, I put my stop at 1, so essentially 1%. At least according to the TTP setup. And the way I do that is I I just automatically put in my stop loss. I put in my take profit, and granted, the take profit, I'm constantly moving it. But my big thing that's been working for me lately is mouse trading using the limit. So instead of me just taking whatever the market will give me, I look at the setup. I, click the little mouse button in the upper right hand corner, and I decide what I'm going to get in at. And that every time I don't do that, it hurts. So.
Yeah, I like the mouse trading. I love that on TTP. Is one of the cool features that they have there that really is helps out, like you're saying, helps out certain traders. So that's definitely a cool feature. I don't use it, but that's the thing, utilizing those little aspects like that, because and then especially when you get this mental state of mind of what you've built now, what you've just said, when I don't use it, essentially your brain says, when I don't use that, I'm going to fail. Well, you better always use it then, right? And the more confidence you build with it, then the less that's just going to stop thinking about. You just know you're a mouse trader, and you can just benefit from that and at your edge, essentially.
Well, I get such horrible positions where every time I, buy or sell market, I get filled. Essentially, I'm down $1 either way every daggone time. I mean, to start the trade, I'm down.
Yeah.
So I just started down trading, and sometimes I'll watch trades like BATL this morning. I watched it. I knew right there at 509 was where I wanted to get in, and it wouldn't come back up to it. And I ended up finally saying, all right, fine. And I ended up in at 506. So, and I've got that running right now. But until I can get at least one successful trade in where I can validate in my own mind, yes, I see what's going on. Yes, I have a decent groove. Then I'm saying ultra small, because especially when I woke up late this morning, the idea of just walking in and going, "What's hot? Let's get it." I keep blowing out accounts trying to do it that way, so I'm being very methodical this time.
Yeah, it's a snowball approach, is what it sounds like, and I think there's something to that. You got to get in the car, you got to start it, you got to get going, and then get your fluids to operating temperature. I mean, it's essentially treating trading like a vehicle here in your body, like that too, where we're getting warmed up before we start sizing into it with that snowball approach. I love it. And it sounds like those limit clicks have been working for you. So you're just letting the trades come to you versus jumping at them. And I know that a lot of traders can probably relate and to that advice that you're giving, where it's, man, I'm market ordering in, I'm getting slippage, the ticker's running away from me, I'm already down when I get into the trade. So just sounds like you found success utilizing just those limit orders.
Well, that, and I mean, maybe good, maybe bad, but I won't get into something unless I have room to run. So, for example, say my stop loss is $5, $10, whatever the stop loss happens to be based on my size. Once I get there, if I see room to run, instead of getting out, I double down.
Nice.
And so now, I still give myself just a slight edge until it makes that third move. When it makes that third move, then I'm into profit. And, it doesn't sound like a ton, but, if I can pull $50 out of a trade, I think I'm doing okay. And that's the idea. And if based on that math, I can be wrong 9 times, as long as I'm right one more time. So 1 out of 10.
No.
That's obviously I'm not going to run 10 trades in the red. But if based on that math, it lets me be much more comfortable with what I'm doing.
When you're leaning into the positions, how do you adjust your stop?
I just do a basic trailing stop and I just keep following it.
Okay.
And now if I see, hey, it's getting wicky on me, then I may, go ahead and just kill the whole entire trade and take what I can. But most of the time, I'll give it a little bit of room for a wick because I know that it's going to try to take me out. If I don't believe the trade is over yet, like it's going to wick up, but it's going to keep crashing down. I may adjust that as long as I'm still in profit. It may not be much profit.
Yeah.
It may only be 1% profits, but I'd rather at least that's a break. I would call, because of, you have to pay for your orders and all of that, is at least at that point, I'm not losing. It's kind of a break even. So
Yeah, sounds like you've had an aha moment really since the last time we talked. You're being very rigid on the with the losses, and you're really pushing on the accelerator with these wins and letting them run. And those trails are interesting. We're going to discuss trailing stops too as part of the stops. So excellent work, James.
well, I have not figured out how to ladder in and ladder out on this platform yet, but I'll figure that out eventually.
Well,
that would be ideal.
we manually do it. So let's say you have 500 shares. So you would just have to break it apart, like set the order to stop and then do it however you'd like to, 200, 150, 150 on, or 600, 200, 200, 200. You just set them that way manually.
Nope, still don't understand. But I appreciate you trying.
Well, you know how to set a stop, right? You just go to stop, you put the price in, and you set the stop. You just do that, not on your full order. You just break it up. We'll figure it out. We'll get it figured out, James.
Yeah, we'll have to try to play with that because I'm running with what I would call probably their most basic setup, where on the right hand side I just have sell, ask, sell, bid, sell markets, buy, ask, buy, bid. Above that I just have SL and TP. Above that is my order size. So it's pretty basic setup. I'm not sure exactly how to do that ladder thing yet. I tried to get them to walk me through it on through the chat. That just didn't work. But either way, what I'm doing right now is working. So
okay,
that's kind of the idea.
I'll show after we get off the call-in show today. I'll run through it just real quick right after we get off today. Right. But yeah, good work, James. Excellent job. You're making huge leaps, progression. I'm seeing it. What kind of things can you share with the traders that you've been learning here lately that they may can take value from?
Insist on patience. And when I say patience, it's more about patience of getting into a trade versus getting out. I kind of lied to myself a little bit. And I went, well, you don't want FOMO. And I went, well, I'm not trying to be greedy in the first place. So it's not FOMO. I'm just trying to be in the game so that I can learn the game and work it from there. And that was true. But I would see what I believed was a setup, but I wasn't looking far back enough left to really figure out what I was doing. And looking at the moment versus looking at the history, and that's changed a fair amount for me as well.
Good stuff. Yeah, we'll work on the laddering and showing you how to put limit orders in. And that's all you're doing is you're just putting limit orders in out there ahead of time to get filled. And we can run over that after when the call-in show's over with. But that's what you're saying, though, at first, like you said, you just got to keep it simple. That was me at first. I didn't trade pre-market. I didn't do limit order. I just was like, let me just find a setup that's working for me and a good, easy way to get in and out, and then down the line, okay, let me find a maybe a more accurate way to get a little bit better entries and exits, or where and adjusting the stop loss and targets throughout the years, the sizing throughout the years, so it's a simple process. You need to keep it first, but then throughout the years you can essentially work your way through the expertise. Like I always talk about video games, like start the video game off on, beginner mode, and then eventually down the line you can get to expert mode. But let's keep it at beginner at first, and if you can get to beginner, then you can get to the next level.
Yeah, my next goal is pretty much not when I'm watching what I know to be a clear move, and I'm only taking 50 shares, and then I get to the end of the day and I'm like, I have worked all day long and I'm walking away with $75. That's a problem, especially when I'm with something like TTP that'll let me trade hundreds. To sit there and do all this work for $75 doesn't. I mean, that's something I've got to fix. But it's also a little bit of a confidence thing, also.
No, yeah. Well, that's expectations, and that's those are not good. Those are not good in trading. That's a visual representation of what Mr. James thinks is going to happen on the day on his account. That's going to negatively affect the curve. Thinking like that, because for example, like if you should be able to take a red day, but if you stuck to James stuck to his trading strategy, he minimizes losers, he set trails, he's laddering, you're doing all the things you've been working on, but you still had a red day. You should be euphoric about that because, wow, I mean, I didn't tilt myself and lose more than I should have. James stuck to those rules, and today just wasn't your day. Those are some of my best days. Honestly, it's just when you can accept either a small red day or just small green day, but you just know today's really not the day because you can't, again, it's like you can't equate more time to more money or more. It's just that's superfluous, as they would say. It's more so about the edge that James is trading, that you've discovered that you're trading well, you're performing your best. Now, again, if you broke your rules, James, and you could have made more money, then there's reason to be upset. But we want to be process oriented, not results oriented.
No, that does make sense. And every time I try to go big, I blow up an account.
Yeah,
it's happened to me over and over again, where it's like, all right, we've got this, let's go for it.
Yeah,
and then one thing I know, boom, max loss for the day, and then the next day it's like, okay, all right. Well, you did right, but you had a bad day. I jump right back in and bam, max loss within an hour. It's like, okay, well that's not working. So I've really put the brakes on right now. So
yeah.
But anyways, I don't want to tie you all up all day. It's been a pleasure speaking with y'all. Love the show. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. I promise I'll keep watching.
We appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. James. Per usual, call in anytime, James. We love talking to you, and he's been improving, Mr. Josh. He's been improving, and you can tell he's doing a lot of adjusting how he's handling losses and wins, and now the trail. So that's something I wanted to ask you about while we're waiting for the next caller. Guys, call on in. Trailing stops, hard stops, soft stops. We want to hear them. Now that I know something you were wanting to work on this year too is you hadn't been shy about it, is letting winners run. I'm curious if you could even benefit now from. Look, I know you don't use stops because you're normally sniping. Like you're going to be in if it's a right or right out kind of trade. So it makes sense why you wouldn't have a hard stop on that. But maybe with a leftover piece, for example, if you don't want to sit there and watch it all day and you got 10% left, to like the TCGL, you literally set those 5 on a trail, and by end of the day, you come back after taking care of the dogs. Whoa, this thing's at $400. So
yeah,
maybe there's a world in which it could make sense for your trading. I don't know, just conversing.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do that, I would say, here and there. I usually, a lot of the time, I mean, it's happened. I just wonder why a Tesla trade just came to my mind, but I took a Tesla trade that I actually took a loss on. This was a couple of years ago now, whatever it was, but I was in a Tesla trade. It ended being a great trade, but I stopped myself out, because it went to my stop loss, which was what it was, a defined criteria area. And I'm like, okay, I'm stopping myself out, guys. This is not looking good. It's moving up against us, yada, yada, yada. Well, sure enough, it sits there for a little bit longer, maybe even goes, because I was going short, went up a little bit higher, and then goes falling back on down real hard. And, it's one of those things where I'm like, God, if I just would have, would have stayed in that play a little bit longer. But that's just where I go back to, listen, you haven't defined area and you stick to it. And then back to your point, what I was thinking of was, I've done that in trades where, and I don't know, there's been not a big handful, but a decent amount where like, all right, guys, here's the, it's not trailing, unfortunately, but I have just set a physical stop in to where say, hey, if it gets back to here, I'm stopping myself out, and then just, but because trailing does, it's funny
It's
all
hard,
the time.
trailing.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of effort to go in and put it in, and however much you want it to trail by. And I just kind of, I like to, for whatever reason, manually be part of that trade, and physically watch myself pull the trigger, get in and out. But for those traders that struggle with that, I mean, that's why Nas talks about, all the time what he's, his letting the program, so to speak, trade for him, because he had such a hard time, and most traders do, of pulling the trigger, when to pull the trigger, when to trail it, how to trail it, where to put a stop loss, is it physical, is it, so it just, instead of doing all that, boom, the system does it for you. And and a lot of traders need that, and especially just if you even can maybe do the entry part on your own, but the exit part is so hard. So that's where just having those limit orders in ahead of time, to me, can help you out big time for not having plays go against you. And then if you do go super big, having a nice, good hard stop in that's not too far away, so you don't blow up your account or have a daily pause. And then secondly, on the opposite side of that, of course, when you do get runners, it's always good to scale out. But
trails can be tricky. I tried them for a little while and I kept getting like top wicked. I'm like, you know what? I'm just setting like the hard stop, like you said, on these, what I would trail. That way I'm not getting like, top and bottom ticked on these trails. It can be aggravating. But we got another caller in here to the call-in show. Who do we have?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Reese.
Oh,
Reese, what's up? Reese. How we doing, bro?
Yeah, I figured I'd give you guys a call because we're talking about stops.
Yeah.
And I've been experimenting a lot
Okay.
with the stops, especially on tradethepool.
Yeah,
How's
we're
that been
excited to
going?
hear about it. Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, so I mostly get wicked out on my hard stops that I put in.
Mm-hmm.
But if I use mental stops, then I stay in way too long and I lose way too much money. So I'm working on finding this balance. But a different thing about stops that I've been, somewhat more successful with is when I'm trading a channel, an up channel. I would like take a very small entry at the bottom of the channel to buy, to go long. And then I would put a stop limit above the channel to like try to get a breakout. And I'll put in a trailing stop a couple levels down. And so if the breakout happens, I go in bigger and my trailing stop, moves up, even though that seems to be broken right now on tradethepool, by the way. But just to kind of like scale in for that breakout. And if it doesn't happen, or if the price goes down, I just get stopped out, and I have like a very small, 1 to 10 shares, whatever, depending on the price of the stock I'm trading, which is mostly Tesla. But I really like being able to put in the stop limit to open or add to a position, as opposed to just using stop for closing a position. Because if it doesn't make the breakout, fine, I'm not in. But if it does, I'm riding it with a larger position.
So, question on that, in which maybe I don't know if this could be a reason why it's broken. On the stop side, is it able to be dynamic based on your current position, Reese? Like, or let's say you get filled on the limit up, does that adjust the position sizing of now the trail, or do you have to? You understand what I'm saying, or do you have to manually go in there and adjust it?
So it used to do that. It stopped about 2 weeks ago. Stopped working.
Okay.
It still works if you put a buy limit in. So let's say I go in with 1 share, right? And then I put a buy limit lower for 25 shares, and I have a trailing stop loss, a lot lower. My trailing stop loss will then become 26.
Okay.
But if I put a stop limit above the channel to add 25 or 100 shares, then my trailing stop just gets canceled. And so I have to keep watching it.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's a very unique.
But anyway, I just
approach.
figured I'd throw out an idea that, especially if there's a clear channel where you can get in small at the bottom of the channel and then go extra large when it jumps out of the channel. You can use the stop limits to open or add to your position as well, not just stop loss.
Oh, that's excellent. And so as far as I love, Reese, that you're focused on mitigating that risk. We haven't heard you discuss much of the profit side, and that's great, honestly, because that means you're focused on the risk and let the profit take care of itself. But let's talk about that a little bit. Are you scaling out along the way? How do you go about the profit side?
Yeah, so what I have also noticed with the trailing stops is that the market makers really know how trailing stops work, and they usually drag you up to a certain level and then come back out down and then take you out.
Oh, Money Mitch.
So
love this.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll take a quarter position as just a limit order to get out at the top of where I think it might be reversing, and I'll put a couple more in. And the nice thing about Trade the Pool is it'll just update my trailing stop, with less quantity as I get filled on those scale outs.
Man, yeah, I learned something new. I did not know. Yeah, that's amazing. So the trails will adjust based on your current position. That's really nice. Thank you, Reese, for sharing that.
Reese, we're still there? I was going to ask you a question.
The market makers, they know, what's out there and how stuff works. So you got to keep a close eye on it. And there's plenty of times that I'll drag my trailing stop loss lower again.
Right.
Just because it looks like, they're going to try to do a stop run,
Yeah. The good old stop runs, Mr. Josh. Hate them. What you got for Reese, Josh?
Yeah, I was just going to say, what size are you typically going in when you trade there, Reese? What size are you at right now?
So right now, like PSLL, I'll go in at the bottom of the channel because it was in a good up channel today.
Yep.
With like one share, and then I'll start adding. I'm now in at 200 shares, so I'll add another one for 99 shares and another one for 100 once it starts breaking out of that channel.
Love it. Okay, cool. I like it. Yeah, the trailing stop there, that's cool, especially when plays like Tesla on days like today. You can just let that, let it run in your favor there. So that's nice. And yeah, just updating to the other traders. So I love getting you guys on how you're using them, when you're using them, because then you're just kind of open up traders' minds to new ways to trade and be able to get into plays and out of them and using that trailing stop. So that's really cool. I love it, brother.
And then I'll start scaling out 25 shares at a time.
Oh man.
Is that manually when you hit targets, essentially?
Yeah, because my trailing stop is so far below that I'm like, if it reverses now, I'll have nothing. So let me just take a little bit, take some stuff off the table.
Love it.
This is good. This is really good. I think, I'm going to play around with those, Josh, because look, even though how we trade, if we just initially set that trail and then we're taking profits, we no longer even have to think. If the trailing stop is always adjusting to your current size, you no longer have to really think about your stop. You just think about the profits. You go ahead and set. That's great. I love that. I'm going to be playing around with that a little bit, Reese. Thank you for that insight and adding that value to the traders. Reese, what do you got left for the traders you'd like to add?
You can't lose on a trade if you didn't get in at the right level, right? So be patient, don't get in, don't chase, have your setup tell you when to get in.
It's awesome. It's the back-to-back guys. I think James pretty much went on that same note, kind of talking about, or at least he talked about it, I know, with that, just having essentially patience, just wait for trades to come to you. Don't overtrade, just sit there and wait for the setup, and then you go attack. Love it, brother. Call in next week, my man. I don't know what we'll talk about next week, but that's right. That's right. Oh, that's right. I'm going to join you guys. I'll be in New Orleans, but I will join next week for a little, for some live stream action with you guys for sure. But next week, love when you guys call in and read good information for traders in chat, and even opened up Kevin's ears over there about doing some trailing stops, my man. So I love it. Good information.
Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
Yeah, and talk about the market makers too, which is funny, Reese. I meant to bring that up too as well. But yeah, the market makers. I mean, that's where you see that a lot in that discussion. Love to have Money Mitch on, like you were talking about, in that, and going back and forth. Just listen to Mitch and not
on like eval and funded trading and how market makers are hunting them down. Yeah, it's ultimately, I think personally that they know the obvious areas. You know, it doesn't take rocket science. There's clear areas where people put all their orders because traders sometimes aren't the brightest. They're not the brightest. It's like, let's put my stop right. And for some reason, it just carries on, right? Let's put my stop right at $5. Let's take Battle, for example, right at $5. And everybody does that. You know, you see, that's why I use the over-under methodology. But thank you, Mr. Reese. Appreciate you.
Who wants to
see
call
you
in?
guys.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you, Reese.
Thank you.
Good information, bro. Always good stuff.
Well, normally I'm like constantly, you know, typing out stops and whatnot based on what my current position is too. So yeah, if that's dynamic, how their API back systems work, I'm gonna take a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Reese.
Yep.
Battle, where's she at right now? Charlie, Battle dumping.
She's coming down slow and steady. See, yeah, but yes, Paul, I'm watching it. And Shane, good. Yeah, up 20 cents. You say I moved my stop to about 12 cents so I can lock in 10 cents. Take it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like it. There you go. Makes sense. Get to 20 cents. Leave it at 12. That way you get a little slippage there. So get your 10-cent trade on TTP. Good rule of thumb right there, especially if you're trading slow and steady eddies. That'll help you out. You know, trading those slower movers. You just, hey, let me lock up the base hit here. Now I know I've got it. Let's make sure I do lock it in because a lot of the time that middle side comes into play, and if you were manually doing it instead of physically putting that out there, you stay in the trade. Now you have no profit. Now you're red on the trade, and it's just one of those things where it's just good to understand that you have risk and it's defined and you can stick to it.
Yeah. 100%. Appreciate you guys, James and Reese. Anybody else? Probably take another call or two. So go ahead and let us know. Hey, these have been really good calls. Every week we've been having really good conversations. If you have a topic in mind also that you'd like Josh and I to cover, write that down too. And we can certainly because this is for the team. But yeah, the trailing stops. I was with you, Josh, on that too. That I was utilizing them, but it would be a case like BATL just did, where it's like, okay, they're just tricky because you have to give them appropriate range for the price action of that ticker, and if you don't, you can you're just going to be bottom and top ticking like any pullbacks, and that's what can be frustrating with them.
100%, brother. Definitely so. Yeah, it's just, I think came back to me too, just again, wanting to be that in control. I think I have that issue as a human, even just overall. Like I want to be in control. Like, we're on a plane. You're like, let me fly this plane. I can't fly, but I'd rather fly. I don't know who you are. I don't trust you in this situation. But yeah, that I had that issue as well as a human. So I knew that carried over into trading. And so you got to work around who you are as a person, right? You got to figure these things out, what your mental state of mind is when you even get to trades, before you take trades, and who you are as a human, and understand you are going to have faults. You're going to have things that you're going to have to work with or work around and deal with. And you have to understand that as a trader, as a human, of who you are. And I understood that. So yeah, I think that came in with a lot of it early on with has to be in control factor. And of course, like that, I don't know if I ever did. I mean, I may have, I can't recall because it's been so long now. I think I maybe tie in from other traders where maybe I didn't early on, but where I hear from a lot of people, man, I got stopped out by 2 cents. I put my stop in at 512, it hit 513 or whatever, and it stopped me out. And then then the short, whatever it was, I hear that so often that I never, I think, really wanted to deal with that because of that issue of going, oh boy, so I let me manually do this and I even kept to the point of let me get there's, I call a point of no return. It isn't just a specific number. So if I have a stop loss that said, hey, I want to stop loss at 510, well, I would give it some room. I'm going to give a little wiggle room, maybe 5-10 cents above that even, knowing that I have a great 2-to-1, if not further, 3R, 4R, 5R. So I'm like, hey, my risk is not that much. let's give it a little bit of room, because you don't want to be wrong and the play does go back in your direction. And so I usually do that as well to kind of, but it just goes back to what we've seen throughout the years, what works. Every time because I've gotten really good at defining the stop loss. So what will happen is a lot of the time when it gets to my stop loss, it'll hit it and then go back in my direction. And so that's why I give it a little wiggle room, because knowing like, hey, like you kind of like you earlier when you got stopped out, I had that experience so much where it'd go in, hit the area, and then go right back in your direction. Like, okay, I've got to give it some wiggle room because this is happening way too much. I've defined a really good risk reward area. Let me give it a little room here.
Happened. I mean, literally leftovers BATL top ticked on the 518 pop. But I personally, I personally have to have a stop in for leftovers. So
it's all good.
It's all good.
Yeah. And that's what you're saying. You just tell yourself, when you sit down, Goober, you just tell yourself you're going to get more. I mean, when that happens to me, trust me. I mean, I've gotten out like you just did earlier. You're like, okay, got to get out. This is it. Get out. And then you go, whoa, you son of a mother, gazamana. But you just know, hey, you'll get another one, whatever. I got profit out of it. It is what it is. Could be way worse. Could be I woke up today and someone got in a car crash and now they're dead. And also on top of the fact I've got cancer and I may only get 3 months to live. Whatever. You just think about how many bad things there are that really could happen in life. And you got to go, hey, that was out of all the things that can happen, that's a 1 out of 10 out of bad things that can happen.
Right. Well, in addition to that, you just got to be pleased. Even if you top tick something, you have to be satisfied in the fact that you press the button to get out. Because, look, what you don't want to learn, like we were talking with James, is results versus process oriented, where it's based on whether you're green, red, up, down. Like, base it on the fact that you stick to your rules, adhere to the trading plan. Because, look, you may top tick, like I top tick KNRX, but at the end of the day, if you learn the wrong lesson, like next time I'm not pressing the button, Josh, because it's going to work out eventually. And then that turns into the TCGL that and you're short on it. And now you're that guy starting the GoFundMe because you're net negative 15 grand, that you owe to the broker. So yeah, just you got to press the button. You got to execute even with it being a top tick.
Oh, Joey, what's up, Joe? Man, he's been around for a minute. Mr. Sniz over there. How you doing, buddy? He says, once you accept that sometimes when you stop out, it will literally go back your direction the next second, trading becomes a lot easier. Over the course of 100 trades, that stop is going to save you. Oh, yeah, for sure. That going to keep you around a lot longer. If you want to be doing this for months or years at a time, you've got to learn to respect the rules and the rules that you set in. And just if you can find defined rules, like I said, create a plan and stick to it, right? Said that forever, create a plan and stick to it. A lot of people can create plans. They just don't stick to them.
Oh, yeah. Sound like a politician talking right there. My plan. This is my plan. Yeah, Joe, you're absolutely spot on. Honestly, the quote that comes to mind when you say that is this: if you can create a state of mind that's unaffected by what the market does, the struggle will no longer exist. Because why is that? This is what Joey said exactly. It's that I know what I'm doing. I don't care what the market does because I know what I'm going to do in the face of this adversity that we face. And so if you're confident in yourself and your ability to not let the market decide what you're going to do, but you decide, struggle, like Mr. Joey said, will cease to exist. Guys, we got one caller left. Go ahead and call in. Great conversations. We're flipping through some tickers, having good conversations. Let us know. BATL on that 4-5 line. And then outside of that, KNRX is still kind of in play-ish. I mean, it's still holding the 2-2. I think what did you say? It was going to likely hold the 1-8, the halt level. That is a technical level that she's holding right now. We have a caller calling in. We're flipping through some tickers, guys, but let's get back to the call-in show. All right, who do we have?
Hey guys.
Crow.
Oh,
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, Mr. Crow.
Doing good. I'm starting to learn all your voices. It's like I can, like when a dog barks, I know which dog it is out of my 14. When you guys call in, I don't have to see you. I just know. I hear your bark.
Or which bird whistles.
Yeah, right.
Crow, what do you work today? You got a
I hope
piece
you
of what do you get? Drama? You got DRMA? What else do you get a piece? Oh, and then
No,
what was
I
that? Go
at
for it.
Open I had TRNR.
Yeah, yep.
So that I did pretty well with. And then I caught a little bit of BATL. And really I was sort of upset that I missed MLEC because that would have been the obvious sort of trade where I could have sized in, because like TRNR was under $1, so you can't really size in, right? So that great day though, but I can't complain. I'm in AGAE right now for this breakout, and that's kind of going well. I think we're going to push over 60, and then I'll punch the sell button there because the volume's there. I mean, the float's 13 million, it's done 140 million in shares traded. So the pennies have been running. They have been running.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I mean, this is a gaming entertainment ticker, AGAI. Then you had your TRNR earlier. We've been seeing these penny plays lately. What do you think's going on there? 52-week
it happens in these cycles.
AGAI on that.
It happens in these cycles. I don't know why it happens in these cycles, but they do. I mean, I've been trying to ponder in my mind as to why they happen, and sometimes I think to myself, like, okay, well, they tend to run when the overall market is sort of on a decline, and maybe shorts just want to cover, get out of their position, and short the good stuff because they've been shorting garbage.
Yeah.
And they want to free up some capital to go hit some bigger stuff, right? Because from my interpretation is just like, the mega cap guys are stressing out, nothing of theirs is running, or so shorts are cleaning up on the big stuff where you don't want to be shorting something at 60 cents and trying to get out at 50. You want to be shorting something at like $20 and getting out at like 13, 12, around that area. And maybe they have capital tied into this engine when stuff is running really well, and that we're getting those 100%, 200%, 500% runners on our small caps. These guys are maybe taking the easy trade during that time where they short something at the break of $1 and it sinks back down to 30 cents the next day. I don't know. Like I can't really figure it out. But I just find that that's what's working, so I got to run with it.
Yeah.
And I was just on the phone with Smoke Tuna before, and I think it was probably Thursday or something like that. We were talking about, I'm leaving money on the table because these are the ones that are running, and I just I'm not going to size in. But I am still going to just take the cash available for me on the table here. So why not take it?
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the call-in show about hard stops,
AGAE, give us an example there that you're in right now. How do you go about your stop?
So I got in this at 47 cents. So at this point, I've pretty much met my target for the day. So my stop is 47 cents. It's a YOLO trade at this point. So I'll mentally just stop it off before I lose money. Probably a little bit before that, because if this breaks 52, 51 cents around there, then I might as well get out. But it looks to me pretty obvious that this is going to break over 60 in a push coming soon. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, it's 54. You could get nerve-wracked over this, but I have a lot of room to play with here.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I like the main thing is on the 5-minute chart, I like to buy oversold conditions. So when a combination of MACD and RSI. So if I buy, I know in my mind, if I buy when the RSI is low and the trade doesn't go my way, well, the brunt of the downtrend has already happened.
Right.
So if I do lose, it's really not going to be that much, right? Because the big wicks have already come down, and like the big candles, so I'll pretty much be all right. And so that's one of the major strategies that I use is I like to buy heavily oversold conditions. And I find that if I nail it right, so it's not everything, because AE has the volume, it has the low float, it has a lot of things going for it, and I like those sort of setups because before you started the call-in show, I was in DRMA, and that was sort of the same thing on the 1 minute chart at least. But the 5 minute, I saw the MACD curling at around 170, and I took it off at 190. So the 20 cents there, I'm totally happy with that. You know, I'll take my 12, 13, 14% trade on it and just build my day, little base hits, you know, not a lot, just a little base hits here and there, and just build my day. But
do you, so normally with your setup, are you, if it, you're getting in pretty much at the key levels where if it goes against you, are you pretty much stopping out fairly quickly, right? Like with drama and AGAE, like AGAE 47, beautiful ascending triangle on it, but you're getting in single entry, not scaling in, and then is that accurate?
That's right. It's a single entry.
Okay.
Like that's it, right? And then I'm timing things. So like what I like to do is, especially with like AGAE, around I guess 10:30 this morning, I missed that. But what I did though was I did buy the 47 mark just around VWAP, just above VWAP actually. It broke through VWAP. I kind of saw what was happening because the MACD started turning green on the 5 minute. So I know that, listen, if the MACD turns green like that, it's not going to just be one candle. It's probably going to be 7, 8, 9, 10 candles. So I've got some time here on this. And the 15-minute MACD is still good. So once the 15-minute and the 1 hour, it's like all about multi-time frames. Because the main thing is that if I'm getting a green MACD on the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15-minute, that's a total go ahead for me. I'm like, it's the coaster's clear. Let's go. Let's run it. Because when you have something that's extended and then the 15-minute looks like it's going to turn down and the 5 minute looks like it's going to turn down and the 1 minute's already turned down, that's an absolute no. I don't care if I miss it. Sometimes those go. I don't care if I missed it though. It's not a big deal. But when they all are lining up, and especially this happens a lot in Power Hour. Like if you saw NTI yesterday, I mean, NTI did a crazy move. It was like in the $2 range and went to like $4 yesterday during Power Hour into after hours. And so a lot of times you'll see like the stuff that pumps just before market open and it's really extended. It fades all day, and then you get your bounce towards Power Hour into after hours. And so, you know, there was some time to let that, you know, consolidate. You know, bears want to take the profit. They don't want to hold it overnight. They start covering. And I think maybe some bulls sort of sense that there's going to be some covering coming. And then so bulls start buying, bears start covering, and it's the perfect storm right then and there. And so you know, and this is the playbook, because there's just got to be multi playbooks in your repertoire that you can turn to depending on market conditions and sort of be able to pivot those different playbooks and take your hat off, because if you're new at trading, you may only be able to trade one setup, and you can make a lot of money doing that. But you know, over the years, as we've been trading, Josh and Kevin, for as long as we have, we probably have learned about quite a few different setups, like, you know, maybe 8, 9, 10 different setups that you know works and that you have a high probability of winning, and that you can use risk management, that if it doesn't work the way you thought it would work, you could get out with minimal losses. And that's really sort of the idea behind it, is that I want to be able to lose as little as possible. And it sounds pretty elementary that you want to lose as little as possible. But for me, I like buying the bottoms, right? Like I like buying those dips, but it has to be, RSI has to be oversold. So our size got to be touching 30 or at least close to it,
Okay.
somewhere around that area. Because I know that if it goes against me, it's not going to go against me that much. The damage has already been done. Now I get the opposite argument that there's now a huge amount of overhead supply, but I kind of feel that like if I were short and every other short's thinking that this might be a good time to cover and take my profit.
Right.
Bulls also realize that at the same time and know that shorts are going to cover, and then that creates a sort of whirlwind effect where you get the Lazarus trade, right? Where it comes out of the dead of nowhere, right? And I kind of feel that that's what's happening, and it's hard to say that that's the reality because we're trading in front of the curtain. We're like the audience in the movie. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes because we just don't have access. But we use what we can, and back testing and whatnot. I sort of feel that that's what I'm thinking. And so I'm always open to being wrong because there's so much going on in our game, especially the small cap game. That what we trade, anything can go on. I mean, you look at that other stock that had the lawsuit, the court's going to court. We don't know what the hell's going on with this.
Never. And the offerings are always looming, so it's I mean, it sounds like you're just you got it, man. Like you got Tuna saying speaking gold over here, absolutely are. But you're everything you're saying, I think the traders can find a lot of value in. That is like, with AGAE, for example, you said, this is just the theme we're in, the market we're in, so you're not trading like what theme Crow wants the market to be in. You're just saying, look, this is what's happening. This is what I'm going to trade as long as it is happening. Just ride that momentum wave. And then you're lining up the technicals, MACD, RSI, trader analysis, who's underwater and where. You're putting the confluences, right? You're putting all the stars together. It's like you got it all figured out as far as lining up those stars and the fundamental trader technical analysis.
But also, and I was just on a phone call with Smoke Tuna before, and we were just talking about like always being like in that mindset that I still have so much more to learn, and I don't ever want to say that I've got it, because once you say that, you stop learning. Because like if you think like you've got it, then you're not open. Your mind almost creates a blockage where you can't learn anymore. So I'm always saying that like there's more to learn. Like
you got it.
More to learn.
Got it, Crow. See,
and but I don't got it.
See, you got it because you don't got it. Now, well, as far as the frame of mind, but again, like we all have the capability of making mistakes. Crow does, I do, Josh does. It's like you can at any time have lapses in judgment. We've seen it so many times where you take really good traders and they mess up and allow one trade to just like define. You get that halt play where you're that TCGL where like you take the short and now you're down like 50 grand and you only were going to risk 1,000 to begin with. But what can you do? It halts and gaps up 50. So there's always times where we can make mistakes or the market can, cripple us like that. So it's, that you will be humbled. If you haven't been humbled out there, you certainly will be. And it's about, stepping into office.
Times, right? Yeah. Many times. And,
and again, we'll be
humbled so many times that
it's coming.
It will happen. The day is coming. It's not a matter of if, but when.
Right.
I'm waiting for that day, and I'll go out and buy myself a steak at some nice place and try not to think about it again, and because it will happen. But again, though, I managed to stay pretty safe on losses because I know I'm not trying to get rich off of one trade. It's wash, rinse, repeat for me. It's just bait hits over and over and over. And then we get our big wins. Like, I mean, that was crazy. Josh's trade with TCGL. I mean, that's it. Like, you were speechless yourself, Kevin. I was too. We all were, right? I can't believe he took that down. And I'm like, I'm still laughing at that because, like,
Same.
I was so happy to see it when Josh took that down. And, I still laugh at it. Like, I went back to the video multiple times, rewatched it, just laughing because, like, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. And, congrats to Josh on that one, because I didn't even know how you pulled it off, bro. Congrats. That was just legendary by balls and steel.
I appreciate it. Yeah. Seen them enough. Like we've talked about it. You just a rinse and repeat pattern of, boy, in 2020, how many of those I saw that kept going. So you're working on this year of scaling out more and taking most of the profit, but then just letting it go, and not, this could just turn over at any minute. Just take it now. You're up 5 points, 10. Like, no, like this thing, I've seen plays go parabolic. Let's see if we can't get some out of it. So it's a work in progress. It's just like you're painting a masterpiece, and it's something that you're painting this masterpiece, like you were saying, Kevin. You haven't made it. You're always making it, and that's what I feel like. I'm painting this picture nonstop, of how I'm trading, and it's just getting more and more, in depth throughout the year. So I appreciate it for sure. That was definitely one for the memory book.
Well, I that's why I love talking to you guys, because there's nobody else in my life that I can tell these things to that would understand, right? Like, what are you talking about, right? Like, if some normie started listening to us, we're speaking a different language here. Right? Like, you have to understand, we're talking about buying RSI on the oversold conditions when the MACD on multiple times. Like, that's alien talk, right? Yeah. Like, for somebody who doesn't do what we do. So it's always nice to, talk about that stuff and talk about our plays and actually understand what you're saying and what I'm saying, and you totally get it. And so it's sort of a rare opportunity that I'm always grateful that you guys have a Thursday call-in show, and we sort of talk shop, locker room talk, as they say.
Locker room talk. Love it, Crow. Yeah, I appreciate that. You're absolutely spot on. I mean, traders are just a different breed. We'll be driving through the mountains, and my wife's looking at beautiful mountains. But Crow, I'm seeing a double top. I don't see mountains. I don't see. We just our minds just work differently. We love charts. We love trading, and it's just getting this community together. This is what it's all about.
All right, thanks, gentlemen, for taking my call. I'll listen to the rest of you guys.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, good information as always.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ooh, that's right. Can't forget about that show. Yeah, can't forget about that show tomorrow night, Mr. Kevin. I guess it's on my end this week, right? It's back to me on this week.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll head over to Josh's channel tomorrow night. Of course, Josh and I will be live on our channels on tomorrow morning as well. And tomorrow night, the party continues. Traders can't get away from each other. The
DRMA going, guys. DRMA going.
BRMA. DRMA. Drama. Yep.
Drama, mama.
Back up to the.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
See you. Yeah, see you tomorrow night, bro. Yeah, it'll be fun tomorrow night. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, so anybody, it's Josh's channel, so whatever. If we get a party going in there, whoever wants to jump in, let us know. We'll get that party going tomorrow night. Just let us know what time you're thinking when you get that down. And usually it's like 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there.
Yep, somewhere in there. Last week I was having a good old Friday night by the time I joined you guys. So I was like, when's Josh joining? When's Josh joining? And I'm like, here I am. It was perfect timing too, because remember last week Sterling was just talking about something, so it was kind of a perfect time for me to join in. But yeah, this week I'll be hosting it, and then come on, Kevin. Anyone else that wants to join, we'll get you. And I think Steve said Steve wants to join.
He sounded interested, so yeah, I'll bring it back up to him, and yeah, that'd be a good time.
I'll bring that up later to him this afternoon when I go live. Don't forget Steve this afternoon. That's the next time we'll have commentary, guys. We'll be this afternoon with Steve for Power Hour, as Monday through Thursday. Always be joining my boy Steve the Achieve. And then today, after hours. Yesterday was Joe. Today, or of course Tuesday, with Kevin. Today I'll be joining Steve in after hours for some earnings talk. Today a little slower on the earnings side of things, but we will have that up and rolling later today. And don't forget the challenges. Yeah. Thank you.
Lee Bang, LGBJ is moving right now. So Chinese ticker getting this 1 o'clock action. Just a random pump I saw. So yeah, traders, good work today. Closing thoughts, Josh, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow on our channels tomorrow morning. If you have trader ADHD like we do, join both of our live streams in the morning. Get a
Yeah.
little bit of, and then tomorrow night, of course, as well, where we'll have some fun.
Yes, 100%. Join us tomorrow. I'm live on Fridays. So is Kevin, of course. Come join us. We'll eventually start going live here. It seems like on Fridays, I'm sure down the line. So you'll have us to host. Maybe we will host the show. We'll see how that goes down the line. And then the real main thing, just rewind over the last hour. A lot of good information and talk from 3 different traders there calling in. Was 3, right? Was it 2? Was it 3?
Yeah. James,
Yeah,
Reese, and
James,
Pro.
Reese, and yeah. 3. Yeah, so 3 again. Seems about 3 almost every week. We get 3 or 4 in. Rewind it. A lot of good information, especially on stops. That's key. Last week, I would have said the same thing about sizing. Go back and listen to it and take it, listen to it 3, 4, 5 times, and really take that into effect of what you do in the next coming weeks. Now, same thing for today. Go back and listen to this last hour over 2 or 3 or 4 times. Go back and listen to it. Go back and listen to it and make that something that goes into your trading. You start essentially using the knowledge that you learned today in your future weeks to come. And like funny with Pro said, I've done the same thing. I think I've already said that on the show. How many times I've gone back and either played on my live stream or just watched on my own that TCGL trade and the fun we had that day. God, that was seriously, Josh, it's live, $75.
Man,
you got me good, buddy. You got me good. That was some fun. Hey, don't forget.
I know it's going to swing back around. It's going to swing back
I'll
around.
get you one day now.
Yeah, that was too fun, man. Too fun. Yeah, the market hasn't quite lived up to that day yet, but we'll get back there.
Yeah. Otherwise, you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. See you guys next week. Or actually, I'll see you this afternoon. So I'll see you guys this afternoon before I see you next week. And then, come join us tomorrow on the live on Friday. And then tomorrow night, we'll see you then.
See you then.
day today. We've had quite a bit of a flush out. Let me get some charts up for you and we can talk about it. All right. So we have SPY, and it's been a little bit heavy. Let's talk about it. So we talked about yesterday how we might be seeing a bear flag playing out or starting to play out here. We have gotten some downward traction. We ran it today, Crow. Hey, glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I got worn out on this morning short. My swings are doing well, but morning short put me back a little. I'm just a little bit red on the day. But hey, first red day of the week, so I'm feeling okay. What I'm really worried about is whether or not SPY can carve out a bottom here, potentially form a higher low, and kind of invalidate what might be the start of a slide, the start of a little bear flag here. So a few things to note. We had the 50% extension tested, and we are trying to hold on by the skin of our teeth here. You can see that there are buyers underneath these bottom wicks underneath this 50%. Makes me feel just a little bit better. Hey, Joe, you guys can hear me all right? Not yapping into the abyss. So we got, what do we got here? We got some buyers. I want to see if they can hold here. This is an hourly we're looking at. And the idea would be, a kind of Adam and Eve double bottom here. So let me turn off my indicators, make it a little bit clearer. So what we'd want to see is essentially this V. This is the sharp bottom. This should be the deepest bottom, and this represents capitulation. Then if it's an Adam and Eve bottom, you'll have a rounded bottom as the second low, the higher low. And this kind of represents the fact that the capitulation is the sharp, everybody's like puking their positions. That gets kind of snapped up by a new cohort of buyers who's saying, hey, this is probably too cheap. Maybe the guy's saying, hey, we traded into this gap. I want to get involved. And so now, once we've kind of put in intermediary high of this new range, we want to see if we come back, test the middle, and curve out and just find a nice gradual accumulation occurring here. I'm not sure we get it, but that's kind of what I would like from a bearish or a bullish perspective. You hear I'm just day trading 10-minute max the whole time. Only some days. So, it really depends on the market conditions, honestly. In general, I scalp indices to give myself a little head start. And then I try to use that, to kind of maintain my footholds and swings that I think are worth being in. So, for example, I did scalp pretty well this morning. I saw weakness on these morning wicks. I thought it was worth a little bet with just on this candle right here with the stop right over the top. So I'll frame that trade. So the reason I was interested is because it was failing to get traction in this morning range. It couldn't push above this first wick that it showed, and then it closed the candle down here. So I just took it right as this candle was forming, and I saw it wick up and then start to push down. So right about there is where I got in, and just a 2-minute trade. And all I was looking for was any kind of significant bottoming wick. So this came down, it closed right here, and I just hopped out right on the candle close. So just a little tiny trade here. Only about a 0.16% scalp. So remember, I was just looking for a little bit of a margin. So I got out there and then I was saying, hey, okay, we might get a little double bottom action. So we saw the pop up and it came down and held, just snapped up a little bit of a long. And my target there was 685 because I saw a big gamma node there. And I was thinking, hey, I don't know if we're going to break pre-market highs. I don't know if we're going to break this kind of node right here, but I think we're going to test it. It was right in the middle of the node. Seemed like a very logical place. So those were my 2 trades of the day that went well. And then I saw this nasty puke. I got out, a little early right here. Kept going, squeezed up here, and then failed the squeeze. And I'm like, oh, that's got to be a short, right? So I was just looking for a spot to get short. We push down. I'm feeling like I'm going to miss it. We push up. And then we see this red candle right here. Put a little arrow. So I was too antsy. This is kind of hellish. I think this is terrible price action for anybody who wants a trend. But I was a little too early. I was thinking this has got to be a topping process. And I mean, lo and behold, it ended up being a topping candle, but that doesn't mean that it'll give you an easy trade, So I kind of chased. I saw this big candle print and it went like one green like here. And I was like, all right, I think it's just wicking back into this imbalance and it's going to reject off of that same 685, right? So a little early, got chopped up here, thought it was working, and then this was demoralizing. Just getting the pump up here, but I'm like, all right, my stop's over here. And then we do this, and I'm like, okay, all right, it's just taking time, but we're gonna have a double top. And we're gonna get my 681, 680-ish kind of target. Well, at this point, I'm like, okay, now they're just messing with me. And then when we break this low, I'm like, oh, I gotta be right. And they're just, really milking this range, and it's gonna be a good breakdown once we get it. So just stick with the play. I'm pretty annoyed. I stopped out here. And it was definitely a mistake. So I want to talk about why. And then we're gonna hop into what's actually happening currently. But it looks like SPY is maintaining a little bit of a buy off of this equilibrium, this red line right here. That represents the 50% of the range. So going to keep an alert there, see if it comes back. But I think that we're probably forming a little bit of a bottom today, trying to form a little bit of a W and mean revert back up to this high volume node. I'm going to redraw. I'll just take that off and draw. It's actually a high Gex node, and this was the 685 to 684. So this was kind of like a big block, a big chunk that you could see in the morning. I was thinking we were going to squeeze because we were like basing and finding support every time we dipped into it. But now it seems like this is the resistance, and I would expect it to be the magnet if we can put in this higher low here. Really quick, just to mention, or just to finish up this trade review, which did not go well. I just did not stick with it. So I saw this top wick and I was like, okay, all right, that's it. It couldn't run this stop. Maybe I'm okay. And then I saw this bottom wick and I just got demoralized. And I was like, oh man, they're going to squeeze it. They just reloaded right off the top of this kind of block right here, this previous high. So it squeezed above, back tested. I thought we were going to squeeze up on and out of this. At this point, my hourly oscillator, which usually pretty reliable, less so in this kind of chop, it was giving me, where is it? Sorry, guys, I'm trying to find where my oscillator went. That's strange. All right. Well, regardless, it was looking like it was going to cross over. Let's see if I can pull it up on this chart. That's so weird. Okay. Anyways, it looked like it was giving a sell signal, which, a buy signal. So it looked like it was crossing over and kind of reclaiming on the hourly oscillator a buy signal when it was trading about, this mid-morning up here in this range where I got stopped out on the last one. Not even stopped. I just stopped myself out. So I think this was not fun price action personally. Hey, Rodney, welcome. But it was good for a little bit of a reminder that, hey, you know what you got to do? If you know where the seller is, for example, I knew the seller was in this wick. My play is based on this seller holding. So I should have had this be my stop, a candle close over the high of day. And I should have kind of acknowledged that every time we had traded up into this, we did find sellers. And so this was not a valid stop out. If we had maybe broken above this and looked really strong, maybe. But at that point, just give it to the high of the day. That's my advice because, I mean, hey, it went just about to my target. It was a 680 put. So wouldn't have gone in the money, but it would have been a nice 100% or 50, 70% or maybe. So just learn from my mistakes. Don't get emotional. I got a little emotional here, man. I didn't sleep good. They were messing with me at this point. These were big candles in a big range that I just, I was bearish. I still had my long swings, but I wanted to hedge them up. And I just kind of got stopped out because I sized just a little bit too big, thinking that it was going to be a good play. And here we are. So SPY coming up, kind of tagging the mitigation block from this initial little sell-off. So you see when this is kind of where the bid fell out. Now we come back up and get anybody who was trapped up here out. Now it seems like the initial push down or push after this magnet was released is down just a little bit there. And, we will see how it progresses. In general, I got to say on the hourly, this is kind of looking dire. Starting to look dire. If we don't get this pink curl out, I feel like it's kind of hopeful, to be honest. And what I'm kind of seeing is just the process of a breakdown where we had the attempt to break out here, get stuffed really hard, hard sell off here, and we sweep down into this, this little imbalance that was opened up by the gap, right? So we refill there, we find buyers, but what are we really doing? We're reaching up into internal liquidity. So what is internal liquidity versus external liquidity? So when we have a big range like this, if we were trading here and we were to reach for external liquidity, we would essentially be reaching for liquidity down and out of this range, liquidity that's sitting maybe in one of these boxes I have marked down here where there's a lot of resting buyers. So that's external liquidity, where you break the range. So before you get enough momentum to break out of a range, often you will show an incentive to break down. I would consider this an incentive to break down because we clearly broke an important previous low. And even though we did squeeze, we couldn't make a new high. So in my mind, this is on a hourly chart here, this is a lower low and a lower high. And so after the lower high, what we do is we're going to mark that out to this next higher low. So this is not confirmation of a breakdown. We didn't break this low, but it doesn't mean that we're ready to bounce and catch and rip up on out of this range yet, because what we could be doing is essentially what we're seeing with this fib. And I'm going to reverse this so you can see exactly where they sold. So we have this range, and now we're going to retrace 50% in test. So you can see there was clearly somebody selling us, capping us there already. In pre-market, brick wall. Came down, there was a sell off of that. The morning liquidity, the New York session liquidity, was able to breach that and get to the optimal sell spot. So the optimal place to short, if you're in a range and you're expecting a reach for external liquidity, remember external liquidity would be going down there below this point. We'll repurpose this zone, below this zone. So if we were to reach for that, the optimal place to push up to first is in this golden pocket here. That's the 6.2 fib and the 7.8 fib. So this area that I will mark just like right there, you see? See how when we just tapped up into that, we just immediately found sellers. So that you can also see that it's kind of a pivot zone for the past range from up here, where we held this, continued up. Then once we retested it and puked it, when we come back up, we found the sellers right on that yellow zone again. So I'm thinking that they're kind of walking us down here. What worries me is just the amount of chop and up and down and essentially consolidation. This is a 15-minute chart that's occurred before we kind of lost this low. So I'm just thinking that it's possible that this might be the start of a pretty extended, pretty steep move here. And if we did get this, personally, I think that we could make a reach for, there are my indicators. Make a reach for the, where was it? We have this devil level, which was very responsive in this basing and push out here. So the 666, I do want to watch that. I know it seems a little silly, but hey, if the levels respond, I got to watch. And more importantly, we have the 200-day. It's way down here at 650, but I do think it's a possibility, because if we kind of look at what we're seeing, I know this is very chaotic chart. Let me remove a few things here. But if you just look at these orange guide rails, I kind of drew these just to give a quick visual representation of compression and, like the spring either coiling or expanding here. And we're definitely getting tight. You can see that if we just do like a guardrails from the wicks here, we're pulling in on both sides. Also, if I put my Bollinger Bands back on, you can see that as well on those, where these tops are starting to compress and these bottoms are not pushing down as fast, at least. So I'm just considering the possibility that this whole pattern needs to kind of retest a more important neckline. So I'm going to redraw this to where it matters. We see this high volume block here on the volume profile, and we can kind of infer that this is a decent area that might want to get tagged. What I'm also seeing is that this is the actual point that I care about. This is the neckline here. See how we broke out? Then we violently backtested before squeezing higher, violently backtested before squeezing higher. And now we're kind of in this like limping up mode, it feels like. So to me, this is feeling like we need to drift down and swipe out and then find a really strong area to bottom off of. Maybe it's this imbalance right there. You see that little gap between the two candles? I'll zoom in right there. That's a possibility. And maybe that needs to sweep this range entirely. Maybe it needs to just dip down into here. And what I like about this little range is, like I said, this 200 days rising up to meet us, as well as if we zoom way out to a monthly, you'll see that this is that a fib? No, I guess it's not a fib. All right, one confluence is enough. So that's the area where I'm thinking of, really just loading the boat in terms of shares and just, not worrying too much about the small stuff, just saying like, where's my actual long-term buying opportunity? Going to be right about there. And if we pull up, let's look at the 5-minute really quickly, just because it is trying its best to hold and it's a good place to watch. You can see that we're right at this bear pivot for the Camarilla system. You can see that we're trying to lose this ribbon here, push below. So a little bit dire straits. Let's see if we're just retesting this little breakout that we got and trying to contain the sellers into the space here. What I will say is not my favorite look. I do like the wick up, so that's a good thing for sure. We want to see it hold the point of control. You see this dotted line. That's where most shares were traded. We want to see any wick back to be immediately bought up. So this wick, this is good. But I got to say, just this kind of drift down and losing these moving averages, which are just coasting down like this, it's definitely still a ball in the seller's court here. You can see the multitude of VWAP sells that we've gotten. This kind of light pink line is the VWAP, and it's just been head bonking us all day long. So now we even have the shorter term trend, this purple line, that's a 200-minute. That's just kind of smashing us on down. So until we can reclaim kind of some of these areas, really not seeing any reason to get long quite yet, at least intraday. Yeah, relaxing today, witching tomorrow. It's a great time to not trade heavy. You know what? This should have told me something. This chop, it's like, maybe it's not my day. Maybe I'm not going to get a really good move. Maybe all I can do is just trust my, very quick tape reading ability, so I can't tell if it's going to break out. I can't tell if it's going to break down. I can tell, like, for example, I could tell this was going to be a quick 20-30% move on an option at least. This up to 685 is going to be a nice 60, 70, 80% move, something like that. But besides that, really nothing to sink my teeth into. No swings to get involved with yet, because I just got to wait for that confirmation. So every time we're popping up into an area of interest on a daily chart, I am hedging. So I was mentioning quite loudly in my Discord, I hope, that when we popped up into this 50-day, really didn't want to see sellers there, and I was hedging over it in case we did see that. So the hedges are working. Don't have quite enough, but that's okay. That's okay. So that's kind of where I'm at on the indices here. Let's jump into some intraday charts. Sorry for yapping. I just think I'm kind of with talk. It's a good day to kind of take a step back and really kind of evaluate where we are, what your thesis is, how you want to play it, and whether it's worth being heavily invested in the market right now if it's not doing what you want it to. Let's see. Talk mentioning financing, private equity, private credit. They're getting hit hard today. Is nature healing? I don't know. Yeah, let's keep an eye. Let's keep an eye on how price progresses into this quad witching. By the way, or is it quad? Not quad. Probably triple. I don't even know. Anyways, so witching is when you have, just for the record, it's when you have multiple options expiries kind of stacked on top of each other. So we gotta just be a little weary of how the unhinging of that gamma will affect price. So for example, if there's a ton of, 65 and 70 call strikes for March 20th on FCX, which there are, by the way, well, then that's leads into helping our construct our bull case of whether this consolidation range is bullish or bearish. I'm thinking bullish. I'm liking these bottom wicks. I'm loving what it's doing today. That's a huge recovery. So we did buy the dip on FCX this morning too at 61. Yeah, 61 was my level there. 61 to 61.50. So I'm liking this one. What was I talking about? I was going to bring something up. It'll come back to me. Sorry, guys. FCX very strong here. Love to see that, because I don't know. This was giving me heartburn just watching this progress. Like, so I finally got my ad off a reclaim right about there, off this daily trigger, and off this high volume shelf. So now I'm hoping that in the next week or so we can push up on and out of this consolidation and get a really powerful move. I can't be bearish when I see this kind of pattern. It's like widening volatility, but at the same time, just big volume coming in. And this is at a very important place on the chart. We're actually going to go to a quarterly chart. So each candle is 1 quarter. And what we can see is that it is just breaking all-time highs, guys. It's testing it right now, slightly under it, of course, because it's under that 70 handle where it popped to. But the previous all-time highs are at 63.34. To me, it looks like we're starting to reclaim and work our way up. So I love this name. If we do get a sharp flush out, well, then I'll start buying leaps. If we get 50, I'm buying a bunch of leaps. More realistically, I think a flush out would probably just be to this rising 50, which is what we saw on AA, another strong contender here. Look at this flag. It's playing games. I got in on this day thinking we break out. I stopped out break even. Felt a little silly till we pushed down here. Felt silly for not buying here when we pushed up here. Now I'm feeling like it's a good time to sit and wait and watch and hopefully get one more buy off this 50 day and really define risk very tightly. Man, Crow, I'm with you. It's hard to keep up with talk. It's hard to even keep up with, I don't know. It's hard to keep up with anything nowadays, but when someone's trading all of this stuff, that's how you know that they know what they're doing. Well, they're trading all this stuff and it's working. That's the most important thing. Man, NTR looks beautiful here. So this daily chart looks incredibly constructive to me. Oh, sorry, I didn't know I had my bookmarks open there. Seeing all my YouTube links that I'm going to watch after this. Apologies. So this looks really constructive to me. So what I'm seeing is, first off, nice cup here. Second off, nice handle here, or you can call it another cup. And now we're seeing a push out of here and consolidation there, consolidation there. So what I'm seeing on the daily looks good, but I want to see what I'm seeing on the weekly. So we're going to pull back, rip this all the way out here. And where are we transacting? So we're transacting the 6.2 fib and we're consolidating pretty good, digesting it pretty well. So I think that this can push up to 78. I got to say, I like this name. What I also want to look at is the fibs from the all-time range. So this is good because we can assume, very high probability we put in a meaningful bottom in this whole consolidation range, right? So this is a valid range to measure, and that's why we're getting responses clearly at these levels. You can see very clearly that these are all being responded to in some way, at least a little bit. But it's also worth just kind of validating the thesis a little bit more just by going like this, expanding it to the whole range. And this is what I was hoping we would see, because it's very, very clean. Quite often, you will see the catch happen at this 786 fib. This is the area where you look to long. If you're like just bottom picking and you want to hold this for, a long time, this is the area where you can start holding your nose and buying because it's just that cheap. Then we catch really nicely, and you can see, where do we squeeze to? Well, it's this 6.2 fib. And also another thing, so say we're trading down here and I say, hey, I think this is the bottom. What can I do to help kind of confirm that? Well, when I measure this and I see just how cleanly the 6.2 lines up, that makes me feel good. And also, I bet if we drag it back to the previous range, yeah, this is what I was hoping to see. So I'm going to do it once more, just for reference. Look at this level right here, this neckline of the cup. So when the fibs are down here to the entire range, it's the 6.2 fib. Once we put in this low, it aligns perfectly with the 7.86 fib. So that level of confluence, that neatness, when we come trade down here and I plop this Fibonacci division, tool right here, and I see that this level right here aligns so perfectly, well, that gives me a really high probability reason to think that this is going to be the absolute low. Because if this is the absolute low, then this Fibonacci range that I just set is valid. And when there's this much alignment there, it makes me feel very, very good. And you can also see just the consolidation into that equilibrium before the bottom fell out. So the last thing here that I like, or the last thing that I'll say, is that now on the all-time fib, we are consolidating this 50%. Beautiful. We should surge up into the top half of the range. So our targets are going to be these wicks right here. We're going to target those. We're going to target this high volume node. And I bet you anything, dollars to donuts, if we flip this fib, we will see good alignment with our fibs. So there's the 786 aligning perfectly with this. And there's the 6.8 aligning pretty darn close. Close enough for government work there. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's super cool. Maybe it's just me. Let's take a look around the market though. I've been kind of tunnel visioning here. Real quick, bouncing back to SPY. What are you doing, baby? Whole lot of nothing, trading sideways. Trading sideways. Doesn't look particularly strong though, right? But we'll see. We'll see. Short-term moving averages trying to hold that 50. Dark blue there is the 50. But this is looking like a little bit wimpy on the ribbon there. So that yellow sure looks like it's about to flip blue if this candle confirms below this level. So especially if we lose here, just doesn't inspire confidence in general. Not sure we have that much motion left in the day. We could see a decent push down though, because we have not tagged the low of the day in the last half hour. So there's an incentive algorithmically to push and tag that into the close. I'm not sure exactly why this is, but it is statistically notable. In a similar way, I think that you tag the low of the day and find an inflection point in the last half hour. In a similar way to in the first half hour, you'll often do that same thing where you'll sweep out in the first half hour, and then that will often be the low for the morning range until 7 was up here, or 10 o'clock your time. I had a point. I forgot where I was going with it. It's been a long week, guys. Let's take a look at some other stuff here. A few things of interest to me are ONDS. I am still in this swing trade. So 1 minute chart. All right, reclaiming the VWAP. We like that. We like to see this high volume push down under 11 be bought back up pretty quickly. So on a daily chart, this one's given me the look. It was giving me the look when it formed this higher low. And again, this is another one of those Adam and Eve bottoms here. Where's my marker? There we go. So sharp capitulation, then lower rounded bottom there. So what we're seeing now is a peak over this trend line. And if we zoom out just a little, sorry, it's a well-worn chart here. I've been trading this one a lot since the 8s in here. 8s, 7s and 8s I was in. Sold here, and into 15. So now I did buy back once before. Got stopped out. I thought we might squeeze, so I had a tight stop. And then I got in a couple days ago there. So why did I get in there? Well, I saw this Adam and Eve forming right at the apex of this bigger pennant that we broke out of. So when I say apex, I mean it is where the two lines meet. So when you draw this pennant, this yellow strip here is going to be where the two lines meet. So this is a great area to retest if you overshot and you're going for that external liquidity eventually, but you need to come back and confirm support after a crazy breakout. So we got the crazy breakout, we got the crazy washout. Where did the washout go to? Again, just right into this 50 fib. Really, really clean. So if I was really paying attention, then I would have established a position right there on the higher low on just the kiss of that 50. And then it would have been a bottom tick, but nobody's nerfed. What else is cooking? Smoked Tuna. Welcome. He is in KNRX at 220. Let's take a look at KNRX. Whoa. All right. Nice move there on the daily. Smoked Tuna's in at 220. We're going to mark his position. I'm assuming long. Let me know if I'm wrong. So it looks like you bottom ticked quite nicely on this pullback here. I love that. And let me try to recreate your thought process. Tell me how wrong I am. So you got this washout here. It was already on your radar because it was a big mover on high volume. You get the washout, you get the push up, and you get the tag higher over this level, over that previous sell level. So for me, that's an incentive to go higher. And then when it comes back down, I'm not sure what level you bought off. Maybe it was a moving average. Maybe it was a volume shelf or something. Looks like that is an undercut. So it's the bottom area of this volume shelf. Does look like it's puking just a little bit here. So I will draw a fib, do some real quick analysis. We're retesting the equilibrium of this initial pump from the 182 off the lows to that 250 where there's definitely a seller. I'll mark out the seller just a little bit better there. Something like that. So we'll see if this holds here. What it did do is make a little room and sweep out these wicks here where we pushed off from. So the fact that it held that, that's pretty clean. That's pretty neat. You don't want to see that get lost. So personally, I would put my stop under there because otherwise it could raid way down on into here. This is assuming you're long. Maybe you're short and maybe you're printing. I don't know. But yeah, a little bit sketchy here, I gotta say. We'll keep an eye on that as well. I'm going to unpin my chart so we can keep SPY on there. So SPY, it is trying its best. And I think the 1 minute all day is just full of tricks. So I don't know why I'm on it. This 5 minutes going to be a little bit clearer for sure. And we can see we're trying to form that higher low double bottom. We're trying to flag here, but hey, we tried to flag here. We tried to flag here. So it's gotta show me the money. It's gotta show me the money. And I would love, if we're bullish, to see a nice push and a close over the 684 over this VWAP. Don't really think we get it, to be honest, but that's what I would like to see. If we do see some shorts kind of calling it quits, saying, hey, we expended all the rest of our firepower on this middle push down. And if that is the case, we could see that exhaustion lead to a little bit of a short squeeze type action into the close. Not the most unheard of thing. But again, since I have the weekly up here, I just want to show you, this is what I'm kind of worried about. You see these orange guardrails, when we lost this, it was rough. So I really don't want to see us lose it. We are playing games with it. You can see one wick under and not a super convincing bounce yet. That being said, I think it's pretty straightforward. As long as we hold these lows, we're okay. If we do break these lows, we need to revisit at the very least 670. See the high volume node there, this previous swing high. I'd like deeper. I'd like 660, this imbalance, and ultimately 650. Okey-doke. KNRX. Oh, we got some push up on SPY here. We're going to keep an eye. Remember, I want to see the close over VWAP if it's real. And I don't really care if it's real, to be honest, guys. I want it to be. But if it's not, we'll play that. I just want to move, guys. This all day, this was just like pennies in front of the steamroller that never really came. I should have held, but I didn't. I want the big move. I want a $10 move. Nice push here. We watch VWAP. And going back to KNRX, that was the one we were watching there. Tuna, he says that was a good opportunity. That was just a flush out. This is just small cap things. Let's see if he's right. See, I'm not good at these guys. I'm going to be honest. I'm still learning these because this looked rough to me, breaking the neckline. If this was like a Apple or something, I'd be very scared to buy this. But at the same time, where'd it go to? In reality, it was reaching for this internal liquidity, this kind of fair value gap when we just shot up like that. So it comes back down to the top of the 1 minute basing structure. All right, I can't be mad at it. It would have shook me, though. It would have shook me. Unless I got in like down here or something. Can't be mad at it. So I guess for these, what do you have to do? Do you have to size small enough to say, hey, my stop's down here? Is that the play, guys? Not sure. Okay, what else is on my watch list? Talk to ONDS. I want to talk FCX just a little bit more. I think we did. No, we already did. All right, we can skip FCX. Let's talk XLV because this is what I'm excited about, guys. I'm looking at areas of the market that I think can go up even if we get an AI spooky scare where, everybody's all of a sudden considering how maybe this could be bad for some tech stocks, maybe bad for a lot of tech stocks. Where would money go? Well, we saw where it's been going right there into energy. Am I still long energy? Yeah, but I've been trimming. I do think it's probably going to just keep going like crazy, but I've been trimming. So guys, this is probably my biggest contrarian take. I think oil is going to be over $100 a barrel a lot sooner than anybody wants to admit. And I think there's a chance we see it go significantly higher than that. What's going to happen? I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. What I do know is this chart is coiled as heck. And this is one call that I'm really proud of, guys. Oh, before I do my victory lap, my humble brag, let's take a look at the active play we got going here. KNRX. Get it back on a 1 minute. Yeah, now it's looking a lot better, right? As soon as it scared the cowards like me out after that little flush. And I am curious. I'm going to flip these fibs around and just see if that tagged into the golden fib. Yeah, all right. I didn't do my homework, guys. We had the 197, Confluence at the $2, Confluence at the top of the base, and we had the 786 fib. I should have seen that probably. Yeah, flush got back up, bought back up. And this is where it's really helpful to know what you're doing in terms of fishing in the right ponds, as I like to say. So Smoked Tuna, I know he's got some high tech stuff to get the right things that are going to move in front of him, and then it's just a matter of execution. And if it's checking all the boxes for a valid setup, then you can have a lot of confidence in just sending it. And you know what? You define your risk beforehand, of course, but you send it and you've kind of the cognitive offload of like, you don't have to worry about like, maybe I'm actually completely wrong. Yeah, maybe, but it hit the requirements for what constitutes a good setup in your book. That's what I'd say. So we're just playing with this moving average ribbon again. You can see a pretty clear reaction, algorithmic reaction to this 50-minute. So 50-minute drifts up. That's where we squeezed from when we broke above it. We chop up here. We sweep some internal liquidity. Where do we come back down? We come back down to test this thing. But this thing's really lifted up and really slammed back. And it's trying to kind of grind up and hold it. And then you can see just algo turned off. Boom. Just a 1 minute algo. Doesn't mean the play is done. Just means that algorithm that was buying it in this period off of that 50-minute just puked it. So now we got to see, are the 9-minute algorithms, the 21-minute algorithms, are they firing down south, selling it every time we tag into here? Hope not. Let's see. If we go zoom back just a little bit, might get a better view. This doesn't look like poor structure. It looks like it's potentially doing a double bottom, a higher low. Going to curl on out and keep on going. I don't mind this at all. The thing I like as well is you have this nice high volume node. This is at 234. So realistically speaking, this thing doesn't really get going until we break that, I think. And you can see it's kind of the neckline where we puked it and came back up. By the way, guys, we have 12 minutes until the mock candle and about 15 minutes till I hop out for a few. And then we're going to set up for the next, earnings stream. So definitely tune into that. You guys have been great about tuning in. I really appreciate that. We're trying some new stuff, but it seems like good response. So we want to keep it going. I know I have a lot of fun, and it kind of keeps my head in the right place in terms of macro, kind of balancing all of these different theses that I may have. It just keeps me like in the loop in terms of all these smaller sectors, which have an impact on macro to various degrees, but often you can kind of forget to watch them. So come on in after the market, Monday through Thursday, and just come hang out with me and my guest. It's going to be either Kevin Avery, Josh Smith, or the one and only Joe. We got a regular rotating door of really great analysts and just chill dudes. So come on, you got to wind down after the market somehow. And if you're like me, you can't completely shut off the market, maybe not until at least an hour or two later. So definitely the place to be. All right. Yeah, got to give room to small cap plays, as Smoke Tuna says. See, this is where my bias, or not my bias, but this trading style I've kind of solidified over the past couple of years, which is primarily I scalp high liquidity big stuff. I don't really need playing with fire like this tends to lead to me losing some of my analytical edge, because you see a big candle, you see a 10% move, you want to get a piece. You think it's a big trend. I'm a trend follower at heart. I'm a breakout trader at heart. So that's kind of where my head's at, and why I have to be really diligent about only taking these small cap plays if they look really good for me, because I'm programmed to trade it like stuff that that's going to move differently. The stuff I trade doesn't do this nearly as much, still sometimes. So just something to keep in mind. Again, we are seeing the little bit of drift down. I think this algo is still firing, but all that really means is that maybe they're just waiting to find a buyer a little bit deeper, maybe off that 2 handle. Maybe it holds this swooping 200-minute. I think more important than the moving averages are probably going to be the volume on this thing, this big volume shelf. So we could look at this high volume node down here, and I like that. So see the top of this high volume node? It's very clearly where we broke out from and also where we retested. So I think structure is still here. Just looks a little weird on the 1 minute, which you often get on these. So here's the thing. If this was my stop, where would I be shooting for? I would have to trim VWAP because I'm not a psycho. My system tells me, if I'm in something and it's up a significant amount and it hits a major target, whether it's a previous swing high or whether it's VWAP, I got to take some off the table just because I know myself. So yeah, 15% move, more than enough for me to take profit there. What I would say, I wouldn't want to get all out, that's for sure, because this doesn't even look like that great of risk reward to me. I'm not like a major risk reward trader. Like, I don't need to take a 5-to-1 RR trade every time. I'm totally down with the 1-to-1s. I'll take a one like this, a little under 1-to-1 if it looks really high probability and I like it. But in general, I'd like to be mostly in setups that I think could go for a measured move of basically twice the risk, which is definitely possible. That would just be tagging the high. So how I would manage this in a perfect world, if we get the move, I am taking 1/4 off here. I would do it into VWAP because I would assume that we would pop this, and then this would be a very logical place to overshoot the previous high and then find a seller. So I would be trimming there. I would be coming back, waiting for a higher low. If it gives me another entry, I could add back with really tight risk, but at the very least, I would be, expecting a little pullback and then a push for these next kind of areas of interest. This one, this previous high, there's going to be a few sellers there. Maybe it's small. Could just squeeze through, I guess. But in general, I would want to be planning on selling at least down to half size here when we break out. And realistically, I'd probably only be keeping a 1/4 size on for this move up. That's just me because I'm sitting here looking at this chart. I'm going, hey, if I make 50%, I'm a happy camper. I'm not going to push my luck. Yeah. Oh, smoked tunas. I like this. I like this. If you have a high percentage, if you play high percentage gains in a day, you have to expect it to not be easy, There's no free lunch. So the same reason that I trade chiller stuff for my mental, because you know what? Sometimes I get a little high strung. Sometimes I got a lot going on. I'm spinning a lot of plates. Sometimes I can't have my full focus be on 1 minute charts, stuff like this, and on really executing at my best. So I like playing with guardrails on. When I trade something like SPY, for example, I can just trade it volume node to volume node, gamma exposure point to gamma exposure point. And it's a lot easier for me. And they're not as sexy gains. But you know what? I can stack them a lot easier. And you know what is sexy? Compounding anything. So what do we have here? We have the nice push up. Let's start the hype squad for our boy Smoked Tuna because it looks like we're getting the move. Do a little doodle in here. We've got this little downtrend line break. I like it. I like it. So we found the buyers, and I want to see what we did on the 1 minute where that algo kind of flipped back on. So the nice thing here is while this was still selling, you could see that it wasn't really finding traction down. It was kind of running out of sellers after this big exhaustion, high volume thing. So then on this candle right here, I think that's your buy signal, where you have a nice above average volume spike. You break above the previous high, you reclaim this moving average ribbon, and now we're testing the point of control here. So looking amazing, cooking into this point of control. Personally, I'd be trimming just a little bit there because that's already what was it? So, oh, no. I was going to trim up the top here. Yeah, that's what I was going to trim. Yeah, into the VWAP. So very nice trade there. Very nice. I don't know if you average down there or if you just clenched your butt, but either way, great hold. Really nice trade there. And meanwhile, SPY's kind of not looking too different. It's just carving out this bottom. It's trying to shake people out. This shook them out a little meaner than this, but at the end of the day, we are consolidating under VWAP. Not the most end of the world look here intraday. And so I'm thinking that I probably get a little bit of a move up tomorrow, and then we can have a nicer, higher probability place to short if we do see weakness come in at a higher level. What else? Talk saying if I want to put a long-term options play on IGV, I'm considering it. So instead, what I did, I'm a chill guy. I'm not trying to stress too much. I bought some METU today. Meta 2x Meta. So this is my kind of intermediary. I'm not ready to buy too much leverage or options. I do want some skin in the game. Also, Meta's kind of expensive per share. With my trading style, I like to trade in and out of positions. I don't have enough capital to trade in and out of a giant, like a 700 share position to the granularity that I would like. $30, much more manageable for me. So, I'm sizing smaller than I would if I was just trading Meta because I got the leverage here. And I'm also still defining my risk. If we lose this previous day's low, I'll chill and I'll wait to get back in as soon as it kind of reclaims. So for example, if I bought here and this flushed and reclaimed, right on open there when it reclaims level, I'm saying, hey, all right, I stopped out. That's fine. I still think it's good. They needed to shake that out to get the momentum to squeeze it up there. So maybe we need to do a similar thing, but I think this is a pretty solid base. It is a weird looking chart, I gotta say. We'll pull up the actual on Meta here. So it's kind of weird, but we had the W, we drew this out, and then it did get the pop, the breakout. Back tested, did not hold. It kind of overshot that. But I don't like super hate it. I'm trying to figure out if this is like a big red flag and I should not be participating because it rejected the W, but it still is holding. And I think if we put a fib on here, it'll be right in that golden pocket as well. Yeah, right in the golden pocket, consolidating right around the green line. Green line is the 0.702 level. So that is the exact middle point in our golden pocket here. And because of that, it can be a great kind of guidepost to just say, hey, if we're consolidating right around the middle, we are smack dab in the cash money zone, as I like to call it. So I think it's still valid. Speaking of valid, SPY getting the pop through VWAP. This is what we were looking for, guys. Remember, we wanted to see a test of here and ideally a close over this because now we're starting to entertain the possibility of a not too terrible daily candle. Let me get rid of all my drawings here. No, I didn't do it. There we go. So 3 tests of this level. I will say I don't love triple bottoms. Sometimes they happen, but when I started trading, I was always taught there's no such thing as a triple bottom. A triple bottom is a breakdown waiting to happen because it's already, 3 strikes, you're kind of out. Why is it testing a third time? Why didn't the double bottom hold? It's a red flag. Sometimes it's just mind games. I can't explain it better than sometimes everybody's thinking that this double bottom is good and it needs to wash that out. And then that forms the new bottoming structure. But regardless, when you have these 3 tests and you push up into the view or into the middle of the range, into moving averages and you reject, it gets my hackles up. It's not like I'm, slamming big boy put orders, way down here at 650, but I'm starting to entertain the possibility. Like I said, I hedged up here, working decently so far. But like I said, I did stop out of some of them this morning, not playing well. So I hedged here, but I don't know. This is so ambiguous. It's a literal doji here. And I gotta just say, hey, we've got witching tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of shake and bake. I'm size small and I'm ready to add in to whichever direction kind of starts working here. If we're powering down, I will hop back into like Palin TZ, I think. I mean, this still looks beautiful to me. So, that's another thing. Whenever some inverse charts start looking like things I would just buy long, like for a swing, that's a sign that maybe the market needs to cool off. Maybe not the whole market, maybe energy rips, maybe healthcare rips, and maybe tech needs to just chill. Maybe small caps get bodied. Maybe there's dispersion amongst tech and mega caps do well and the mid caps get taken out. But I think there needs to be some shake and bake when you're seeing previous leaders like this start looking like they want to, break out, aka break down. Another one here is hood. So we'll do the one divided by hood. And by the way, that's the mock candle there. And this also looks like it's ready to go higher, right? And so I tried to long hood when it was like right here. This was the 200-day. And then I got stopped out pretty quick because, geez, look at that. So we got to respect when previous leaders are getting taken to the wood chipper. Speaking of, look at that. Previous leader, wood chipper. Okay. Tyler has puts on Amazon debating holding. We can take a look at that real quick. I also want to jump on back to KNRX. How's our boy Tuna doing? Norex. Could not tell you what in the world they do. Oh, I know what they do. They go up. They go up 100% in a day. That's what KNRX does. All right. So I like this. I'd still be, I would have probably got the trim off there when we tapped up there. I said I'd wait for VWAP. So we'll see if that was a mistake. The 250, that's the logical place. Previous high plus the round number. Got to lock in a little, I'd say. Par saying bearish on Qs, but I need a new lower low on the weekly. So Par, I'm seeing the exact same thing you are. When I look at Qs, it looks bad. It looks nasty. It looks gross, is what I think. When I look at the previous leaders, they look gross. I'll show you some more. App. This one's actually not as bad as a lot of them. App's not as bad. But like Hood, we talked about. Geez, a lot of the megas. Here's what I'm looking at for megas, though. Look at this Mag 7 200-day crime tap. Guys, here's the thing. 200 days, 200-day moving averages are so often such an amazing buy opportunity. This was actually a little before the index was around, but you could see this was right. I bet it tagged the 200-day right there and just went crazy vertical. Another one for you, Hood. This is one that example I use a lot. Crime tap there. One more great one for you, JP Morgan. And this is the most applicable because it's high quality. Yeah, this was a real good crime tap. This was a great crime tap. There's a lot of traders, really investors, who just wait for the 200-day test on the best stocks in the market. So when Micron, in 10 years eventually works its way down to the 200-day moving average, expect long-term buyers. But you can see here, again, it fought for it, but when it reclaimed, off to the races. What are we seeing again? Bing bong. Crime tap. To the penny, just about. So I'm much more inclined to buy the JPM crime tap than the Hood crime tap. Hood has a lot less staying power in terms of the immediate economy compared to JPM. Mag 7, if there's anything that has more relevancy to the market overall than the biggest bank in the world, probably the 7 biggest companies in the world, generating the most GDP and spending the most on CapEx. So if these do well, the market should recover. If they don't, maybe we get washed out. But this is the spot where you should be trying, I think, into the 200-day like this. So maybe we're right, Par, and Qs look like crap. And they're going to go down. But I even in that case, I think we're going down to the 200-day, and we're kind of there on the megas. So I don't think megas are going anywhere. I think that a lot of them seemed like they had really good earnings. Meta's earnings seemed very good. Google seemed fine. Amazon, I'm not 100%. I got to read that one a little closer. I know it seems like they're taking a gamble by investing so much now while they really don't have much free cash flow. So if they can turn a corner, this could be very, very beneficial for them, maybe 12 to 18 months down the line. Markets being forward-looking could start rewarding them. I don't know. But what I do know is these levels, they're not bad places to own companies that aren't going anywhere. I will say Amazon, that looks kind of dire, doesn't it? I mean, maybe this is the place to buy, though. It undercuts the giant, big ol' super clear channel. I mean, that's such a clean channel. Everybody's got to have this on their charts, right? It's not just me watching this. So if we get the reclaim and we take out the previous week's high at 212, I'll probably get in some Amazon U, the AMZU, the 2x leveraged, because I like gambling. Just buy shares or something. There are also the Pelosi leaps. And by the way, I do have to head off in just a minute here, guys. Just for 5 minutes, then I'll be right back. Just got to set up that after hours earnings stream for y'all. So to wrap up my thoughts on the megas here, Amazon, we have Pelosi leaps. They are like max strike. They're like 375 strike or something. I don't know if Pelosi actually bought them. I'm just being flippant. But somebody big bought a lot of Amazon, far out leaps, far out of the money leaps. And you know what? We were just given the chance to buy it under the equilibrium, under 200, into the under 210, and into the actual round number of 200. So I'm assuming that's what triggered the buy. They're saying, hey, in a year or two, Amazon's going to rip. So whoever placed that bet is agreeing with the bet that Amazon placed as a company, which is to invest so much into growth. So, they're trying to build the systems that everybody else is going to rent from in 3 to 5 years. That's their main objective. So, yeah, Par's saying a lot of names close to that 200, and the Q's been in a range since November. Yeah, so this is the time where it's really good to stay focused and locked in, guys, because there's so much noise. And if you stick to the guns that have worked for the past year, and we are in a actual kind of secular change, I mean, guys, Q's, they've done okay. They've done okay in the past couple of years. Maybe they need to cool off, and maybe this isn't the automatic dip buy that it has been for the past couple of years. That's a hot take. I'm not even saying I believe that. I'm looking at buying Mag 7, but I just got to be real. They don't look great yet. A few of them look better than others. Like I said, Meta's interesting. Apple, very constructive as well for the most part, but kind of close to where my long-term target was. So kind of hard for me to buy it up here too, even though I like I like the lack of CapEx they need to spend in comparison. But you know what? We're going to pick this mega cap conversation up after the bell on the on the earnings stream here. So, yep, there's my alarm letting me know I need to head out. Catch me here in 3 minutes, guys. I'm going to pop right out, and then we'll be right back in the other stream. So thanks so much for joining. And just for posterity, what did SPY close at? It posted a green candle on the day. And did we get the look over the VWAP? We did close, or we will likely close right over VWAP or right into the VWAP here in a few minutes. So thanks so much for joining, guys. And don't go anywhere, because we're going to be talking earnings and it's going to be fun. So see ya in a few.